Spellcraft Reincarnation of a Magic Scholar. Chapter 701 Things Fall Apart PT1. 1 second. 5 seconds. 10 seconds, and then 1 minute. What's going on? Where's Naren? I found myself blurting out. Timeless World was supposed to take a mere instance for us, so it was surprising to notice how a minute passed without any sign of Naren. What's happening? A dark thought crept into my mind, but I didn't want to imagine it until it was the only choice left. Is Naren messing with us? No, he wouldn't do that at this point. Then, where is he? I ran many simulations in my head, wondering what could have happened. Did he undo Timeless World for some reason? Did he have to interact with something? But, even if it were the latter, only he and that thing would be moving out of time. Then, are we also in Timeless World? I doubted it, considering the clouds were moving, and everything seemed normal. Naren had shown me what it felt like in Timeless World before, and it definitely did not feel like this. Time was running its course. I could see that, or rather, sense it. Jared. I've lost contact with Naren. Sarah suddenly interrupted my thoughts with more bad news. I felt a twitch inside of me, and I checked my connection with Naren, just to be certain. He's gone. My eyes widened in surprise. No matter where Naren was, our communication connection still had to be intact. This stability made it a reliable way to at least tell whether Naren was around or not. However, I can't connect with him at all. It was almost as if Naren vanished from this plane of existence. At the moment, I had two immediate theories. Considering the little amount of time we had to work with, this was the best I could do. Naren is either stuck out of time, that is, stuck in Timeless World, or something has happened to him. Considering the mental elements of Naren, it was highly improbable that he would intentionally do something like this. It had to either be by accident or due to a malicious attack from the enemy. But that left the question, what or who exactly could have been powerful enough to stop Naren? Asterisk. 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 After waiting for 5 more minutes, mostly thinking and deliberating, I concluded that Naren wasn't coming back. At least, it was better to make our next move with that in mind. Since it had come to this, we had to make a choice, to either continue the mission or... Jared, what will you choose? It's your call. Sarah told me with a calm expression on her face. I knew she was just being composed for the sake of the team, and so that I wouldn't make any biased choices that would cost everyone's safety. She's planning to go off on her own if that's what it takes. There was no way Sarah would sit still after this unknown circumstance that had befallen Naren. The question was, could I do the same? After contemplating time and time again, I couldn't arrive at any other conclusion. The Nether Cult's headquarters was dangerous, and the enemies were going to be very powerful. With Naren gone, not only did we lose information on the landscape we would be invading, but also about half of our combat potential. Continuing the mission would be risky, too risky. Still. We're going to continue with the mission. There was no way I could abandon Naren. Anytime I thought of it, his image would just pop into my mind, and I couldn't stand the thought of it. Was it because of how much I owed him, how much he helped me? I was going to die back then, when Khan had invaded Inslark. If it hadn't been for Naren, then... That's right. I couldn't leave him behind. I would have said that Sarah and I alone would be going, but frankly we would be at a disadvantage without the help of everyone here. What do you all say? This time around, the mission was more personal than it was logical. However, even if it was personal, I had to use my intelligence. We had a better chance of succeeding if we went as a team. Unfortunately, that also meant that if we lost, it would be deadly. If the one that got Naren is still out there, it doesn't matter if we attack sparingly. We might as well stick to the original plan and go all out. The choice, however, was up to my teammates. Of course, we're doing this. What do you think I trained all that time for? This is the optimal moment, right? The golden time. It seemed we were all on the same page. Thank goodness. All right, guys. I hear you. Let's get ready to go. We didn't have the privilege of information any longer, and Naren was no longer on our team. The probability of success had just reduced drastically. Still, it hadn't dropped to zero. And also it was just a gut feeling, but I knew wherever he was, Naren wasn't going to allow himself to remain there forever. He's going to find his own way out, and we'll be there, waiting for him when he does. Asterisk. 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 With everyone ready for the teleportation, I steadied my breathing and used strength to enhance my abilities. In case we met any danger, it was best to be prepared, though we also had to be low-key so as not to be too forceful. There had to be some room for stealth. The first seat will probably see it coming, though. In any case, we only had one shot at this. And it was now. The portal appeared, and we all warped away from the Eastern Kingdom plains. Whatever we would find there, whatever we wouldn't, we could only hope for the best, and prepare for the worst. Space undulated, and we were soon going to appear at our destination. However, something odd began to occur. ZZZZTTTTZZZZZZZ. The blue energy became bloated and began spasming and retracting as though it was being affected by a strange phenomenon. W what? BZZZTTTZZZZZ. This glitch had never occurred mid-travel before, and as I tried to wrap my head around this occurrence, the most devastating thing occurred. I found myself all alone. None of the other members were with me. Only I was surrounded by the blue energy. However, before I could even scream, I found myself at the destination I preset, the Nether Cult's island. It was shaped weirdly, and the white-colored beach was different from what I expected, but that was hardly my concern. Everyone, where's everyone? I looked around me, and spread my senses as far as I could, but I couldn't sense them. Damn it! What happened back there? Why did we get separated? How? It seemed like interference magic of some kind. Was it the enemy? Did they know we were going to appear at exactly that destination? How could they have predicted so far and interfered with the teleportation? The only other possibility is that someone in our team did it, but that's not possible. The mental elements don't add up. I was left confused, but confusion was going to get me nowhere. This is a big island, bigger than my senses can decipher. I'll just have to scout the area and hope that I come upon any other member. Or better yet, I'll keep a lookout for all of them. You guys had better be safe. I'm coming for you all. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 702. Where are we? Where are the others? Edward, Lamy, and Sierra found themselves at the very same spot. They were located on a wide expanse of land, white in color, with presumably nothing to be seen for miles. What's this place? This is supposed to be the Nether Cult's base, right? Where's everyone else? Sierra's voice was beginning to sound irritated, and the frown on her face proved that even further. Edward looked calm, observing as much of their surroundings as he could. And as such, rather than speak, he kept analyzing everything around him, in hopes that he would understand the situation. Lamy had been teaching him the art of observation and science, and it was really helpful, especially for training his senses and martial perception. It didn't do much for his cognitive abilities, though. Speaking of Lamy, she was holding a pair of magic binoculars, trying her best to survey the area. It was best to figure out where they were before complaining and whining like Sierra. There's no point, you guys. You realize our connection is being interfered with, right? I know everyone is alive, but I can't sense where they are, or even communicate with them. Sierra dropped to the white sandy surface, finally sitting down in frustration. You've tried your mind? Yep. Everything. Our devices don't even work too. The nether here is really dense. Ugh. Edward joined Sierra in her sigh, realizing that she was right. He had just spread out his senses, and yet he didn't sense anyone. He also couldn't connect with Jared and the others. Did she already do all of that before giving up so early? Impressive. Edward nodded at Sierra, smiling proudly. Well, he soon noticed Lamy's gaze piercing him, and he quickly removed his eyes from the fussy girl. Well, maybe we should keep searching, you know, for clues and stuff, right Lamy? A bead of sweat fell from Edward's face as he made his appeal to the half-elf. Yeah. Of course, she just shrugged him off. The three were still in the process of deciding what to do, or how to find their bearing without Jared when another unexpected thing occurred. Greetings to you all. Huh. All three jumped back, swiftly reacting to the voice that had greeted them from behind. Once their gazes fell on him, their eyes widened even further. The man in front of them donned a blue kimono. He had long auburn hair, and a sword was strapped to his waist. His sandals covered his feet, and he had a calm look. I welcome you all to the Nether Cult's abode. I am the First Seat, also known as the Martial Blade God. I was of the belief that there would be more of you, but... In a flash, Edward surged forth with his summoned blade. An immense burst of energy swirled around him as he swung his blade downward, ready to cut down the foe in a split second. However... it seems you split up at some point. I can see where the others are. Ah, I see, so that's how it is. The man murmured. He didn't move from his position, yet Edward couldn't believe what had just happened. His attack which was full of killing intent, was still stuck in midair. That attack isn't capable of getting past my defense. I apologize for that. Edward suddenly felt a huge gust of power push him back. He did his best to resist, but... Ultimately, he lost against the current. Crashing a few meters behind his comrades, Edward slowly rose to his feet, clenching his teeth as he stared at the man in front of him. After that single exchange, he now had no doubt. This guy is very strong. He said he knows where everyone is. Just how high could his perception be? Sierra added in wonder. Edward, you idiot. Don't run headfirst into danger like that. Lamy hit Edward behind his head. Of course, since she was way shorter, she had to jump to reach him. That sight in itself was funny. Sorry about that. I just had to know, when I heard that name, I had to know how strong he was. And now you know, I guess. No. Not yet. I haven't tried everything. Edward's smile broadened for some reason. His excited gaze met the mellow one of the martial blade god, and one predominant thought assailed his mind. Could this guy really be the originator? If so, how the heck was he still alive? Sure, Edward had read about the path of transcendence in his martial books, and how it led to immortality, but he didn't think of that in the literal sense. But, if that was indeed true, then this man before him was most likely the martial blade god himself. The founder of the martial blade god martial arts, as well as Edward's ancestor. Words are cheap, speculation is a waste of time. If he wanted to find out the facts, he had to get them for himself by engaging in a conversation of combat. Don't even think for 1 second that you will be engaging him alone. Lamy interrupted Edward's excitement, causing the big guy's shoulder to deflate. Well, a guy can dream, can he not? Wait, hold on, you want to fight that? Sierra burst out, as her eyes widened. Clearly, she didn't want to fight. We should just use our spell cards and get the hell out of here. Her mind rang. Excuse me, but you shan't be leaving for anywhere. I took the time to rid you of your means of escape. The martial blade god's tone caused them all to stare at him in shock. Especially because he was holding all of their spell cards in his hand. Wah! In a brilliant burst of blue flames, they were all destroyed. It's not like teleportation would do you any good, but it's simply more preferable for you to try your hardest without the assumption of being able to retreat. He calmly added. Sierra felt like she was growing crazy with what she was hearing. See? He won't let us go. We have to fight. Edward's grin widened, to which Lamie simply sighed. As much as I would like to disagree with him, the musclehead has a point. We have no other choice, at this point. Sierra groaned, slapping her face with her palm. To her, she seemed like the only one who was thinking rationally. Or was she the only one who knew how impossible it was to beat the guy in front of them? Damn it! We should just fight to escape or something. Regardless, Sierra understood that they couldn't run without at least subduing the man. Even if it's for 1 second. She thought to herself. Victory was definitely not her goal. It seems we are all in agreement. That's good. Well, then, shall we get this over with? I still have 2 other places to stop by. That last one can be handled by the leader himself. Or, well, maybe, her. The martial blade god placed his hand on his sheathed blade, taking a normal stance as he stared at the 3 youngsters in front of him. This feels almost unfair. He added softly. Hey? And why is that? You don't think you're outnumbered, do you? Lamie raised her voice defiantly. No. It's not that. It's just, you won't be able to win. This unfairness can hardly be called a battle, but I still have my responsibilities. TCH. The martial blade god brought out his blade, a regular-looking blade with no special features at all. It just looked ordinary, and yet, something about it oozed danger and signified havoc to the 3 who saw it. Forgive my selfishness. However, you 3 will be struck down right here and now. Thus said the martial blade god. Chapter 703. Lamie was extremely skeptical about fighting such an obvious red flag. Not only was he the first seat, but they were currently not at full strength as a group. Jared was missing, and so were Aloe and Sarah. We're not the ones who are meant to be handling this dude. Her thoughts rang. Then again, now that she was confronted with such an obvious foe, one they could not escape, the only thing she could do was plan how to fight him, and how to win. This is the guy that destroyed an entire civilization without batting an eye. He'll be ready and willing to kill us at any time. To Lamie, that meant they couldn't pull their punches. We're going all out, guys. Use your arcanas. Lamie found her mind connected to her other 2 colleagues thanks to Sierra's mind magic. Since communication was scrambled, and resonance was risky in such a situation, Sierra's ability was the perfect alternative. It was fortunate that each of them had arcanas. Edward had justice. Lamie had the wheel of fortune. And Sierra had judgment. I've tried trapping him in the mind's world, but it's not working. I guess that's out of the picture. Sarah's voice echoed within the minds of the other 2 as she sighed. It seemed she would have to make use of the other ability of her arcana. If she coordinated it well with the attacks of the other 2, then perhaps they could stand a chance. There was, however, a problem. We still don't know what his arcana is. Here I come. The martial blade god announced, taking a step forward as casually as possible. Everyone's eyes immediately narrowed in his direction, as he instantly vanished before their thoughts could even process it. And then... the first target met her end. Lamie. Sierra and Edward yelled, their eyes widened in shock. Right in front of them, Lamie had been sliced into 2 equal pieces, courtesy of their opponent. It didn't even take a moment before she met her end. It just happened. Amid the carnage and floating entrails, the martial blade god stared at the other 2. His unfettered gaze told them they were next. Strange ho! A massive explosion descended upon the martial blade god, covering everything around him in plumes of flame and smoke. The shockwave spread out to a wide distance, and the two who would have been caught in the blast were miraculously dragged away. Ha, that was a surprise. Lamie heaved a sigh of relief. Lamie. Edward's eyes widened in shock. He had just seen her get cleaved into two by their enemy. How in the world was she still fine? I got lucky. I almost died, damn. Even she had a bothered expression on her face, so that meant the horror wasn't over yet. No, it was far from it. Sierra, who was still recoiling from the shock, realized how Lamie must have used her arcana to escape death. That was certainly a convenient ability to have, wasn't it? He's coming. Edward glanced in the direction of the blast and watched how the flames and smoke parted, as a figure emerged from within. The martial blade god was unscathed, as he simply held his unsheathed blade. His blue kimono contrasted with the crimson embers that glowed in the background, and his calm gaze drove fear into the hearts of those who saw him. It. Sierra swiftly activated her arcana before whatever attack could come. Instantly, a fortress built with golden light emerged. It covered Sierra and her comrades, and it seemed several layers thick. This should buy us some TI. In one clean swing, the martial blade god broke through her defense. Crap! Many projectiles made of golden light appeared out of thin air, each doused with immense power ether, of course. She resumed her projections and created even more barriers to shroud her and her teammates. Guys, going all out means going all out. This guy is dangerous. Edward and Lamie nodded at Sierra, swiftly connecting their mana with the nature of their arcanas just as Jared had taught them. In a flash, their bodies were transformed, and their abilities were heightened. Be it mage mode, fusion mode, martial state, and for Sierra, original magic, the group of three donned their best in order to defeat their most powerful opponent yet. Lamie was shrouded in black and white light. Her outfit had a similar glow, and she held a wand meant to control and direct both aspects of mana and miasma. However, considering neither of these were useful for fighting an opponent with ether, a new ability sprang from it. By using her arcana as a conduit and base, she was finally able to complete the process of combining mana and miasma to form something new, and no, it wasn't anti-magic. By condensing the two to their limits and extracting the purest quality they can produce, I am left with one element. And by adding the element in combination with my arcana, I get. Lamie pointed her wand at the projected wall in front of her, waiting for the appearance of her opponent. And, as expected, boom! He broke through the walls with ease. Ether. Lamie poured out a pure beam of ether, sending it charging at the enemy in front of her. Space warped, and the blast definitely moved faster than light. It surged through the area in a straight line, focused only on the target. I think this is enough. Swish! The martial blade god swung his blade only once, and the wave of ether was extinguished. In a single slash, all of that power was gone. You three, do you really not know how to fight? The martial blade god sighed as he stepped forward once more. Lamie, Edward, and Sierra huddled together, ready to attack together if necessary. You with the mind attacks, your projection ability comes from your arcana, does it not? And you with the black and white hair, your arcana influences causality, doesn't it? Luck, perhaps. The martial blade god finally glanced at Edward, who tightly clung to his blade. I sense Vazard's arcana on you. Why do you choose not to use it? Justice is subjective, isn't it? Does your personal inclination allude to the unfairness of 3 against 1? You'd deem it more appropriate if it was just me against you? I see, that's your subconscious limitation. The martial blade god stared at all three of his opponents, no animosity or kindness in his eyes. It was simply blank. You three have potential. You can become really strong. Fighting you then would be entertaining, but... At this point, the martial blade god sheathed his blade. You three are not worthy of my blade. Chapter 704. The martial blade god was disappointed. He felt eager to go to the next battlefield and test the others, but he also felt the inclination to remain where he was. As long as he felt this way, he refused to end the lives of his opponents. Time seemed to be still for him. He could walk past all of them and cut them down before they realized it, but he chose not to. Something about this group pulled him in. Their attack patterns were simple. Their mastery over the arcanas was basic, at best, and their level of experience paled in comparison to his by a wide margin. It was simply too wide to consider. These were mere toddlers. The martial blade god hadn't even used any techniques yet, and he already felt like it would be impossible to converse with children like these. This was the burden he carried as someone who had transcended the bounds of nature. He could move so fast that time seemed to come to a complete standstill. He could see so far ahead that even the future was within his line of sight. If he wanted to, he could destroy any continent with a single strike. Yet, he chose not to. Restricting himself to basic clothes, a basic sword, a basic stance, and a lazy fighting style, he kept hoping that he could reduce the level of danger he posed to his opponent in order to enjoy a somewhat fair battle. However, just how much could he restrict his abilities? As a transcendent being, he had far surpassed the reach of most constraints. He was simply too strong, and he knew it. There has to be someone stronger, better than I am, he thought to himself. Looking back at the past, he remembered how he had fought the one acclaimed to be the strongest martial master in the world, Sword King, Gawain. Gawain was one of the heroes who fought off the demons. When they fought, he found the man to be above average in skill, but not in much else. It was unfortunate that Gawain had been inept in mana, considering how the blade god noticed him unconsciously using fragments of ether. If he could grow more, live more, then perhaps. Unfortunately, he refused to grow any further, choosing a mundane life of peace. The martial blade god could not understand such foolishness. He, on the other hand, simply sought the next mountain to conquer. Unfortunately, every single mountain had been cut down by him, every obstacle pulverized. He simply stood on a vast field filled with no speck of challenge. It was boring. All men are like grass, and their glory, like the flowers that fade away. The martial blade god spoke calmly as he stared at the three children in front of him. Having deemed them unworthy of his blade and sheathing it, he could see their eyes widen in relief. Why were they looking at him that way? Did they really think they had been saved? Use your best attacks if you will. I will be ridding you of your lives in one strike each. The martial blade god took his stance. Having no blade, he raised both hands and took a martial stance. His eyes sharply focused on the three, as he remained fixed in position. Damn it, you guys! He heard the brunette growl. She was currently in mage mode, as well as fusion mode, her familiar being a literal star. She attracted the attention of a celestial. That's interesting, it's as I thought. This one is special. Celestial familiars existed outside the bounds of this planet. They were far more special than principalities, and the greatest of the stars were the 12 zodiac constellations. Hers is a regular star, though. Not bad, but not the best. The martial blade god observed the nature of her energy flow. Original magic is mind-related, and it's in perfect sync with her arcana. Her arcana, she can project whatever image she conjures up in her mind. This image will take on the properties assigned to it and manifest itself in reality. So much potential. Such waste. I will be ending you first. His gaze met Sierra. Wait your turn. The martial blade god released just enough pressure to paralyze the black and white girl, as well as the muscular guy she clung to. It was just him and the Sierra lady now. Your name is Sierra, isn't it? Epilson, I see. It's no wonder you're so special. How do you know? I can see through the layers of this world. The past, present, and future. All planes of existence exist in different layers, making it impossible for them to overlap. However, as long as they exist, I can see them. He provided the courtesy of explaining to her. In simple terms, the martial blade god knew all about Sierra in an instant. The moment he chose her as his opponent, everything about her flashed into his mind. Everything including her dirty little secrets. Apologies for intruding. I may have seen things that are better off not being seen. What are you? It is fine. You will not be alive to bear the shame. Isn't it better this way? You bastard! If you do not make your move in 10 more seconds, I will strike you down. Use your best attack to subdue me. I will wait. A wave of seriousness greeted the atmosphere, causing the girl in front of him to gulp. She must have known her fate, yet her eyes didn't show a hint of weakness. Good. Now show me. I can't use my strongest technique with them watching. Sierra glanced at both of her paralyzed teammates. I see. Very well. With a single breath, the martial blade god initiated a world-defying phenomenon. The world suddenly darkened, and the veil of darkness covered the whole area, stopping short of where Edward and Lamy stood, paralyzed. Martial zone. The martial blade god whispered. The world was still, devoid of anything that existed beyond its occupants. We're currently out of the bounds of space and time. You won't be seen or heard here. Nothing exists beyond this point. Chapter 705. The surrounding darkness suddenly expanded into an infinite void. It seemed to stretch on for eternity, and the space around seemed endless. Stars and glimmering sparks of light appeared above the heads of both the blade god and the awestruck Sierra, illuminating the area. Everything simply looked beautiful. Do not look so amazed. Your ability to conjure up anything you desire, surely, you do not believe it to be inferior. The martial blade god spoke. His gaze remained on Sierra, yet she felt no burden or pressure. She felt a still, unimposing pressure. It was just like when he had first appeared. Nothing about him screamed extraordinary power, but her instincts told her to flee. The only difference now was that she didn't feel like running. She wished to stay. Can you teach me? Teach me how to harness this power like you. Sierra could only interpret her request as madness. What in the world was she saying to a man who wouldn't hesitate to strike her and her comrades down? He was dangerous. He belonged to the Nether cult. She knew all of that, and yet... I can't bring myself to hate him. I am teaching you. Now draw out your power, show me everything you have. At the end of your life here, you would have gotten much stronger. Sierra had definitely heard that her life was going to end. She had just heard that he would kill her. Yet why was she brimming with such excitement and determination? She couldn't comprehend it. It didn't feel like mind control or the influence of magic. It was just as though the man in front of her was simply a force of nature like the sea, or perhaps air. Who could hate air? Fine then. I'll conjure up my greatest projection. I'll pour all my power into it. I'll show you, my best. Sierra was determined. She hadn't pushed herself this far before, but she knew there was only one thing that could qualify as her most powerful projection. It was the most glorious, most precious thing she could create. I'll make it a zillion times stronger. Sierra poured out all the ether she could muster, and she strained her mind to the limits. She could feel herself going insane, but she put her heart, soul, spirit, everything into this one construct. Throughout the ordeal, there was a single image that flashed in her mind. And, the image guided her through the process. Almost, there. The golden light originating from her projection lit the vast space with its splendor. Its brilliance was indescribable. Far greater than the glorious sun. More solemn than the moon. Way prettier than the stars. This was the pinnacle of Sierra's magic, her very philosophy. It could all be summed up in one word, one person. Jerry. That's right. The culmination of all her power had formed a single entity, a being that transcended anything else Sierra could ever dream up. It was Jerry Keller, the boy she loved with her whole heart. He had his same dark auburn hair, and his charming eyes remained constant. His handsome face was sculpted with excellence, and he currently donned a golden regalia as well as a golden crown that made him look majestic. Jerry was king. I won't let you hurt Sierra. He spoke in his chivalrous tone, causing her to squeal with pleasure. The martial blade god stood, his face depicting a degree of surprise for a moment before reverting back to his calm demeanor. I see. If this is your choice, then it makes sense. As someone who knew her obsession with the kid, the martial blade god understood why this would be her most powerful projection. The power it emitted was also no joke. It's the strongest I've seen in years, well, besides those four. The cult leader, the maiden, Keto, Carla. These four were stronger than the being in front of him, but it was superior to all else. That's interesting. He unsheathed his blade. I thought I wasn't worthy of your blade. Sierra grinned, smiling proudly at her perfect projection of Jerry. You are now. Thus, the clash commenced. The unstoppable force of nature versus the epitome of a teenage girl's obsession, which would prevail. The projected Jerry charged at the martial blade god, shrouding himself with enough energy to cause the vast space to quake in response. Jerry's powers rose and climbed with such an unfettered tempo that the martial blade god felt a little bit of excitement as he swung his blade. He had to use a fitting attack for such a fitting opponent. Number 051 transitioning. And just like that, a brilliant glow enveloped the entire space, and the shockwave was enough to shatter it. Asterisk. 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 I see. Sierra croaked. Blood dripped from her lips and her stomach as she was pierced with the blade of the martial blade god. Sierra aaaaa. Edward and Lamy screamed in powerlessness as they watched this horrible scene. In what appeared to be a flash, the martial blade god had run his blade through Sierra. Usually, it was possible for such an injury to be healed by magic, but Sierra seemed too far gone to be healed by magic this time. Did you learn something? I did. Sierra's smile broadened. I think I found a reason to hate you now. The martial blade god was genuinely surprised this time. He was also curious. What reason? Cough, you destroyed my precious Jerry. Sierra muttered, spitting out more blood. I hate you now. She said that, and yet her eyes were still gleaming with delight and her smile was wider than before. How very peculiar. You really are special. He returned her smile with his. In one swift stroke, he dislodged his blade from Sierra's body, and she collapsed to the ground instantly. Falling in her own pool of blood, Sierra breathed her last and died. A light bow of respect was given to her by her opponent, and it seemed that he genuinely gave her the honor he felt she deserved. After a few seconds of this, he finally concluded his ritual. Now then. The martial blade god turned from the corpse and gazed upon the surviving two. His gaze was once again devoid of emotion. Neither of malice nor of love. Just calm emptiness that seemed to garner no reaction from the party that looked at him. They despised what he had done, but he was too abstract to be hated. He was simply, the martial blade god. I choose you, next. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 706. Yua. The person the martial blade god chose next was Lamy. Her eyes bulged with surprise. She was still recoiling from the trauma of watching her comrade die in cold blood. Perspiration covered her body while her breathing got out of control. Relax, Lamy. Jared can revive her. Jared can. Suddenly, Lamy remembered something extremely pivotal. The man before her had attacks which destroyed the soul, and Sierra had refused Jared's soul brand. That meant, it was very likely that Sierra was gone forever. With this realization, Lamy's heart tightened further in pain, and she almost retched in horror. 10 seconds before your demise. You choose. The martial blade god calmly stated, watching Lamy with keen eyes. The black and white girl knew that she couldn't escape her current situation. Sierra, who was one of the most powerful people in the group, had been killed. Edward, the strongest of all three of them, was stuck paralyzed. Her frightened brain struggled to understand the probability of victory. It was pretty much non-existent. She stood no chance at all. Yet why? Why was she stepping forward? You killed Sierra, without seeing her ability. Her tone was trembling, but she spoke anyway. I thought we had one shot. She indeed attacked me, but it was within my martial realm. I'll show you. The martial blade god breathed once more, oozing life into the world to create his own. Once again, the firmaments darkened, and the brilliance of the stars filled the sky. A nigh infinite space covered them, and only the two inhabitants were there to witness it. This is where she fought you. Lamy muttered in amazement. She had so many questions, but she swallowed them all. There is no need to hold back your words. Say what you must. How did you make such a vast space? Based on the principle of energy conservation in monotheories, making such a vast realm like this is deemed impossible. The kind of energy you would need to pull that off is too immense. In essence, to create an infinite world, one practically needed to have an infinite amount of energy. I have more than enough ether to utilize this technique. So long as my mind projects this as my will, then it's not impossible. Lamy didn't fully understand what the martial blade god was saying to her. If she got anything, though, it was that he was very strong. Impossibly strong. Isn't this unfair? You know I can't win. Then, will you back down? Now, with these odds? No way. Lamy revealed a toothy grin. Suddenly, a brilliant light shone around her, and a massive wheel appeared behind her. It was a roulette, similar to the one she, Yvonne and Edward had found in their search for the arcana. However, unlike back then, this roulette seemed to be constructed with yellow energy. It shone brightly behind Lamy, and the girl gained some level of confidence because of that. With the wheel, I can overcome adversities based on what I spin. The roulette had many colors ranging from white to black, with colors getting progressively darker the further they went in the gradient curve. Lamy had done her in-depth study of its mechanics, figuring out what worked for it. It basically went thus. The lighter the color chosen in the color scheme, the better your luck. The darker the color, the less effective it would be. As for the color black, it simply represented no luck at all. Lamy was fortunate that that was all there was to it. If there were downsides like having bad luck for certain spins, then things would have been way worse. I survived getting killed by this guy because I rolled a green before we arrived here. The effects of a spin lasted at least an hour, and because it had been a green one, its effects were really good. Okay, right now. I need the best. Lamy was in the most dangerous of situations. Death was staring at her right in the face, and he patiently waited for her futile resistance. White. Give me white. Causality manipulation. Plausibility alteration. The power of luck had been interpreted in more ways than one. However, if there was one thing luck could do, it was capable of turning a situation as hopeless as this into something she could see some victory in. Lamy turned to look at her wheel, proceeding to spin it with as much accuracy as she could. Vroom! The color wheel spun, turning and turning, as the arrow steadily pointed at the different colors. Suspense ate into the girl. Her heart raced uncontrollably as she awaited the products of her result. What she wanted was something to use in order to survive, in order to win. It could be a power-up for her, a nerf for the enemy, or both, or even something completely different. Lamie prayed within herself as the wheel slowed down and finally stopped on a color. The color was white, baby. Lamie grinned, practically surging with confidence at this point. With white, she was invincible. All right. I'm ready. Lamie grinned. Are you certain? The martial blade god asked a useless question. Lamie nodded with absolute confidence. She would have loved to stack up more lucky spins, but her current level only allowed one spin. In fact, it took her body some time to even adjust to the changes in causality around her. Her major challenge had been learning how to properly spin the wheel in order to obtain her desired result. Another issue was the amount of energy it sapped from her. However, it was well worth it this time. With white, she was practically untouchable. Causality manipulation and interference with order, that is indeed a frightening ability. The martial blade god commented. Lamie ignored him and conjured up her most powerful attack. Mixing an unstable combination of mana and miasma while coating them with as much ether as she possibly could, she created a bomb. The blast radius and intensity should blow everything around into smithereens. Plus, since I rolled a white, I won't die from it. Let's do this. The massive ball of white and black light she generated above her made both Lamie and the martial blade god seem like insignificant specks of dust. It brimmed with so much energy that Lamie began to grow frightened. So this is what happens when I go serious with a white. Without any further delay, Lamie launched her massive orb of destruction towards the martial blade god, who was standing still. Lamie felt herself get vaporized by the blast well, almost, considering her immense luck and everything around her suffered the same fate. The blast radius covered a lot of ground, and as far as Lamie could see, destruction reigned true. But then... Impressive! The martial blade god commented. His body was shrouded in what seemed like an incorporeal armor. The blue energy-like projection must have shielded him from the attack, and it didn't even seem to have a single scratch on it. Wah! Lamie was beyond appalled when she saw this. Her luck was maxed out, wasn't it? Why was this still happening? Do not look so distraught, young one. The martial blade god spoke, calmly closing the distance between them. Probability manipulation only works when there is a probability. In a situation of absolute certainty, it becomes redundant. Lamie's eyes widened at the man, who was now right in front of her. Your use of luck, no matter the amount, cannot allow you to change something that isn't simply a possibility, but a well-grounded truth. An impossibly certain reality. Lamie's heart raced as she stared deeply into the eyes of the martial blade god. She knew what was coming next. She dreaded it. Multiply any number by 0, and you get 0. You had no chance to begin with. No amount of luck was going to change that. He raised his blade. Lamie closed her eyes, realizing the inescapable truth in his words. He was right. She had always known, but she thought she could actually prevail due to the power of luck. So far, it had seemed to work so well for her. However, this was finally the end of the line. Her demise was imminent. Her death was certain. In her final moments, Lamie found a couple of images flashing through her mind. The face of her loving aunt. The face of her amazing cousin. Her family. Her people. Her mother. Her father. I am so sorry, everyone. She burst into bitter tears, but it was no use this time. It truly was the end of the line. Asterisk. Asterisk. **** Chapter 707. You were too confident in an absolute possibility. Or were you simply being delusional? The martial blade god watched the corpse of the half-elf in front of him. The martial blade god ignored the words let out by the powerless Edward and kept staring at Lamie. His eyes bled with something akin to compassion. Your parents would be proud. Do not worry, your father will be joining you soon. The first seat smiled softly. He bowed his head in respect, remaining that way for a while. Of course, there was no moment of silence since Edward kept shouting and barking out empty words. Tears streamed down his face, understandable tears. His hulky body did nothing but throb with weakness and powerlessness, and the first seat understood why the young man felt so wounded by the death of his female companion. He loves her, doesn't he? The martial blade god could not understand why people would rather fill their hearts with such mundane things. That was what differentiated him from the likes of Gawain, and even this Edward in front of him. It seems you're the last person left. The martial blade god finally concluded his respects and stared at Edward. Shall we get this over with, then? As a martial artist, give me your best strike. There was no need to use the martial zone. A martial artist to be in another martial artist's zone now, that would be unfair. Let this landscape sink into his mind. Let him use his environment as a canvas, a stage to dance upon. Do not worry about using all of your strength. The impact of your attack will not destroy the bodies of your friends. N0ve1 Lamie was lying in her pool of blood, same with Sierra. They were both shrouded in white-like energy courtesy of the martial blade god himself. Your paralysis has been released. What are you waiting for? He asked Edward. Edward remained silent. He remained on his knees. His head hung low on his shoulder and he couldn't raise it. As his eyes stared at the white surface he knelt on, he didn't budge a single inch. Sniffing and trembling, he remained in the same position. As someone who had expected the opposite, the martial blade god was displeased by this. Get up. Edward refused. Or perhaps he just couldn't obey. Get up. Edward remained in the same position. He slightly raised his head and saw the dead bodies of his comrades. Once again, the fresh sensation of fear and weakness washed over him. Get up. Or in 10 seconds, I'll. How do you find it so easy to kill? Edward finally raised his head and stared at the martial blade god with bloodshot eyes. Tears streamed down his eyes as he stared at the older man with what could only be described as conflicted emotions. Edward genuinely did not know what to feel, or what to do. All he wanted, at the moment, was to know why in the world the martial blade god could eliminate people so easily, so swiftly. All life is life. The response the martial blade god gave was inadequate. It was not substantive. It wasn't enough to give him closure or help reconcile any of his shattered thoughts. He was just more confused than ever. He kept staring at the martial blade god for a genuine answer. Anything? You still know nothing about ether, right? Or the nature of the soul? The martial blade god remained emotionless as he stared at Edward. When someone dies, they return to the root. The root assimilates the soul, allowing them to become one. Soon after, the soul is released in another form after having its previous properties mixed in with the root now possessing new properties. Edward felt stupefied by the martial blade god's words. How was this an answer to his question? Your soul is merely a recycled version of another's. When you die, your soul will mix in with other souls in the root. You will lose all your current properties, merge with the root, and another fragment of you will be taken up as the soul of another. Do you understand now? All life is life. According to the martial blade god, everything came from and returned to the root. But what was this root? You do not need to worry about my motivations or ideals. You do not need to consider my intentions or plans. They are insignificant, selfish at best. I apologize for taking the lives of your companions, but I will not regret it. Just as you do not regret trampling the grass to reach your destination, nor do you worry about the family of the animal you slaughtered for the sake of sustenance. I too, will do whatever I must to attain my desire. Just as Edward thought, he couldn't bring himself to hate this man. He despised his acts, but the man before him was no longer a mere man. He had become an ideal, a force that seemed both tangible and intangible. Now, get up! Edward heaved a heavy sigh and found enough strength in his muscles to rise to his feet. His footing was steady, but he didn't completely feel like himself. Snap out of your daze. Draw your blade. Steady your thoughts. Edward heard those words. He allowed them to guide him. He felt his bleeding heart stop and his hot tears dry up. He felt strength rise from his depths, and he could feel something else, something more. For some reason, his heart felt different. It was like he, Lamy and Sierra stood together on the battlefield, both of them possessing his body. How could he explain this sensation? Perhaps it was because he now felt that he was wielding his blade for the sake of the two who had died. Maybe. Maybe not. But, one thing was certain. The fact that he wielded a blade, and his enemy stood right in front of him. Well done, Edward, my seed. You will show me just how well you have honed the power of the blade. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 708. If there had been any doubt about it before, such a thing had now vanished from Edward's mind. He was convinced that the man in front of him was his ancestor. Other than their similar auburn hair and striking brown eyes, Edward felt a form of kinship he had never experienced with anyone except his parents. He also called me his seed. He thought to himself. However, what did all of that matter at this moment? Edward threw all his thoughts aside and brought forth his bastard sword. The massive blade completed his mass, and Edward instantly took his stance. The man in front of him was ready to kill him without any remorse, just as he had killed his friends. Clearly, there was no chance of going mellow, none at all. Percival, we're going all out! Edward roared, as he was suddenly coated in dense energy. His surroundings bore the brunt of the damage, and the earth shattered in response to his transformation. For miles, one could see the glorious light of his transformation ascend to the sky. A mix of white and dark purple. The dust settled, and standing right in front of the martial blade god was Edward. He was in his martial state, and he now had white hair. His eyes were also bright white, and his attire had also transformed into a pure martial robe. However, this was merely the start. Soon, Percival's armor began shrouding him. From top to bottom, the dense shell of his familiar's protection granted him an increase in power. Edward's blade was also coated with the Dullahan's sword, granting it far more durability and power. All in all, Edward's power had risen to a tremendous degree, heightened to the transcendent stage. I see. Martial state and fusion form. This is the martial fusion state, correct? Good choice. What next? The martial blade god seemed quite familiar with this transformation. Not only would Edward have access to heightened versions of his power, but he would also be able to use the bond abilities of his and his familiar's combined magic. It was indeed a frightening state, however. One would think it wasn't based on the gaze and tone of the martial blade god. I'll show you, my best. Edward intensified his gaze and hardened his muscles. He made sure to pool together all the power he could into his body. He only had one shot, and he needed to win. That meant he had to use all the steps in the 12 ultimate forms. He had to push himself to the brink of his limit, no, even far beyond. And, once he had reached such a precipice, he would finally. Justice! Edward yelled, calling forth the ability of his arcana. Suddenly, a pulse of pure energy surged from Edward, covering everything around him for about a mile. Something akin to a purple dome covered both Edward and his adversary, and a projected scale floated in the sky above. The scale appeared golden, and it maintained a balance in its measurements. Oh? I see. The martial blade god nodded in observation. By utilizing his arcana, Edward was ensuring their battle had a form of fairness to it. The martial blade god could already see why. He's in the transcendent realm at the moment, albeit the lower strata. Even in base, I still outclass him. However, this arcana of his changes things. The martial blade god could feel a restriction being placed on him, something akin to a set of weights. He felt his senses being distorted, and his movements becoming slower. His access to the world was slowly getting clogged, and he felt everything around him dampen. So this is the power of justice. Not only did he feel much weaker than before, but he could sense the fairness that the arcana firmly resolved to apply. Ether allocation. I see. It's granting him my ether. So, this won't be a pointless battle. The martial blade god felt a tinge of amazement from the ongoing phenomenon. However, more than that, a surge of excitement was slowly climbing in his heart. Hadn't it been a while since he could fight on an equal level with an opponent? His skill was hardly even necessary when he was just profoundly stronger than his opponent. This fight seemed fundamentally different, though. We'll both display our skill with the blade, as well as our understanding of martial arts. The battle would be smaller in scale, but Edward would make it enjoyable for him, no doubt. Won't you use your familiar or your arcana? Edward's voice echoed in the air as he took his battle stance. I know the members of the cult possess at least one arcana. You're the first seat, so you should have an arcana. You also have a familiar, right? Why aren't you using them? Why indeed? The martial blade god inhaled deeply and exhaled just the same. He tightly gripped his fairly ordinary blade and met Edward's resolved gaze. His eyes contained purity and honesty like a reflection of Edward's. I don't need them. If I did, I would use them. What? Edward's eyes widened in shock. Why would his opponent, someone who wanted to kill him and his friends, put himself under such a restriction? Edward realized that the man in front of him must have been holding back from the very beginning. Even though he claimed that he wanted to end their lives, he still granted each of them an opportunity to prove their worth. I get it now. I understand. Once more, Edward felt a similitude to the martial blade god. You desire fairness too, don't you? You want a battle of skill, of true martial arts. Edward grinned at his opponent. In response, the martial blade god nodded, taking his stance as well. Both of them stood a distance from each other, surrounded by a dome that ensured all fairness in their combat. This was justice. This was a true battle. Martial blade god technique, 12 ultimate forms, Step 1. Edward inhaled deeply, readying himself as he focused only on his opponent. At this point, nothing else mattered. Ignition of the blade. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 709. An astounding explosion ascended into the heavens as it surged from Edward, his blade to be exact. The brilliant detonation painted everything in a bright light, and a dark corruption, thus propelling him forward with a speed that defied logic. The earth shattered, everything around him crumbled, and the only things left were the two martial artists. Closing in on the only thing in sight, Edward clung to his highly volatile blade with an excited smile and a hardened heart. He was going to win. He was going to kill this man. Thus, the perfect opening to their fight was revealed. Asterisk. 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 12 ultimate forms. The martial blade thought to himself with somewhat widened eyes. How long had it been since he had utilized that technique? He couldn't remember the exact century, but it had been quite some time, no doubt. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, but he did not have the time to dwell on it. His opponent was rushing at him with tremendous speed. Step 1. Ignition of the blade. It focuses on commencing the fight at a quick pace and swift tempo. A powerful strike is to be expected. The martial blade god chose to go on the defensive, leaping backwards as Edward closed their distance in a flash. I can't generate enough power to counteract the first form, considering he ignited it first, and he has also given it time to climb. Of course, this was simply restricted to his own use of the technique. After considering it for a very short moment within the little time he had, the martial blade god arrived at a conclusion. Let's just go with this. I'll enjoy the fight. Show me what you have, Edward. The blinding light and darkness of Edward's blade devastated everything around him as he approached the martial blade god. What seemed like the harbinger of death and destruction approached with transcendent power. In one swift and powerful swing, the culmination of all the built-up energy was released, all converging on the martial blade god. Clang! In response, however, the kimono wearer twisted his body in the air and created a divergent form of energy. This energy twister, so to speak, clashed with Edward's attack, causing the concentrated power that approached him to dissolve into much thinner particles of power. This breakdown of energy was instant. In a flash, all the energy that was released evaporated into the air. However, this sudden development did not intimidate Edward. Rather, as soon as both the twister energy and his energy became nullified, Edward had already propelled himself to the front of the martial blade god. After all, the major benefit of the first step of the 12 ultimate forms was being able to draw closer to the target. Afterwards. Step 2, 1,000 miles of the blade. Edward inhaled deeply, prepared to unleash the second aspect of his technique. His muscles bulged even more, and his entire frame was supported by Percival's power. As a result, a new level of confidence coursed through his body, as did the power he called for. Instantly, Edward made several strikes that constituted the second step. Just as the name implied, Edward made 1,000 powerful strikes in a single second. Not only were the strikes made with 100% of his strength, but he also ensured that they covered his opponent in all directions. After images of Edward appeared and vanished all around the martial blade god, and they struck at the same time 1,000 strikes of sheer force. The wind howled and space parted. Everything around them was broken into pieces, and the ground underneath them proved to be an unstable foundation. However, since they were in the air, that didn't matter anymore. Edward was certain that his strike had connected. However, nice flow. A voice appeared behind Edward, causing his eyes to widen in shock. It was the martial blade god, of course. Edward swiftly twisted his body in the air and propelled himself higher into the sky in order to avoid any strike from the martial blade god. Fortunately, the attack never came. However, this position was perfect for the third form. That's right. Since he had a higher vantage point, he was going to utilize it. The energy that was shrouding Edward's body suddenly coalesced on his blade, and Edward lowered himself from his height back to the very place he rose from. Like a bladed meteor, he descended to the martial blade god. Step 3, Descent of the blade. Edward could feel his blade get heavier and heavier. The power within it made it difficult for him to steer it, and his forceful descent caused the pressure to mess with his aim. However, he tightened his grip and focused all his attention on his prey. The perfect timing. The perfect piercing. He was going to be successful. The third step was meant to devastate everything in a straight line from up to down. And it did. A huge crater formed on the ground, creating a seemingly bottomless pit that oozed with unknown darkness. The chaos had been achieved, and the technique was successful. However, good execution. The martial blade god commented, a few inches away from the affected range. He had taken a swift sidestep at the perfect moment, avoiding any fatal harm. Damn it! Next, then. Edward gritted his teeth, prepared to take his next step. Asterisk. 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 Unfortunately for him, none were effective. Step 5. Step 9. Step 11. Step 12. All of them proved fruitless. Not only did the martial blade god come out of every attack unscathed, but he kept praising Edward's execution. That went to show that the problem wasn't Edward's lack of mastery. No, there was something else. A fundamental difference that still created a vast gap between both martial artists despite supposedly being on the same level. You were taught well. The martial blade god remarked. You've trained well too. Edward was already out of breath at this point. His muscles were sore, but he kept up his bold front. There was no way he would show weakness to his opponent. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 710. You must have realized by now that your efforts are fruitless, and for good reason. The martial blade god spoke calmly. Both of them were currently floating atop a devastated landscape. Nothing but absolute destruction could be seen for miles. At this point, they were floating above what could only be described as a sea of devastation. However, both martial artists never got distracted by their surroundings. Their gazes were on each other the whole time. Your 12 ultimate forms. They were defeated a long time ago, by me. The martial blade god's words struck Edward in a heart-wrenching way. What? I once asked myself, what would happen if I were to be faced with the 12 ultimate forms that I created? Back then, it had been my masterpiece. However, in a situation whereby someone had mastered this technique and honed it to the same level of perfection as I had, how would I be able to defend myself against it? Edward's mind was slowly realizing why his attacks thus far had proved to be pointless. They were never going to serve as a threat to the being in front of him. Because, after spending years training, I developed the perfect counter. Dispersal for ignition. 1,000 returns for the 1,000 miles. Shallow evasion for the descent. I was eventually able to defeat every single one of those techniques. Edward's bones were rattling, and his muscles ached. He slowly began to feel more exhausted than before. I never recorded this development, so you must have not seen my reverse ultimate forms when you were learning the original. Do you know why I chose to do that? The martial blade god slowly began to sheath his blade. You wanted your successor to figure it out themselves. Indeed. You should think of how to defeat yourself, even if no one else can. Rather than remain in your current state, seek out power by defeating whatever and whoever you consider to be ultimate. Edward realized the profound wisdom in his ancestors' words, as well as his own arrogance. He had always thought he was too strong, but now, being faced with a true master, he realized just how much he had to learn. Shall I show you an example? The martial blade god placed both hands behind him and rested a relaxed gaze upon Edward. What are you? I will now fight you a bit more seriously. The martial blade god spoke. Edward could tell that he was dead serious, but that made him even more confused. Why isn't his blade unsheathed? His hands are behind him as well. Edward thought to himself. He was genuinely puzzled, but he took his stance regardless. You are right in thinking I require a blade to reveal the extent of my power. After all, what is the martial blade god without his blade? Exactly. Edward thought to himself. He wasn't been paranoid or anything. This was simply a natural flow of thought. You are mistaken about one thing, though. As the martial blade god spoke, Edward slowly felt something in his insides. It was like a needle. No, this was a blade. The sharp sensation tickled his heart, coursing through Edward's entire body. It didn't take long for him to figure out that this strange phenomenon was being caused by the martial blade god himself. Edward broke out in a cold sweat. He could feel his powerlessness, and the nature of the blade that had now ceased stirring up his insides. For a second, he had thought he was dead. He had thought the sharp blade would pierce him, killing him instantly. How the blade bypassed all of Edward's layers of defenses remained a mystery, but Edward knew as surely as his enemy was right in front of him, that what he had felt was real. I do not need any physical blade to win against you. The martial blade god's voice echoed in the vast, cloudy area. The smoke and fumes caused by the destruction around made the sky darken at this point. Stormy clouds stood above their heads, but Edward was still wrapped around the words of the martial blade god, as well as what he had just done. What was that? The martial blade god let out a little smile. It was brief, but Edward could tell that it was warm. The blade I will now use to fight. Suddenly, a somewhat transparent projection was etched into the space between Edward and his opponent. It took form, and the shape of a blade manifested. The blade was suspended in the air, and it felt just as real as it felt unreal. It seemed too visible to be considered false, but it also had some elements of invisibility that made it seem unreal. So, which was it? What was this weapon? The mind blade. The invisible blade suddenly began to multiply. 2, 4, 8, 10, 12. They kept growing in number, until the whole sky was littered with them. Many blades stood above Edward, their tips pointed in his direction. Like suspended raindrops, they awaited the time of their descent. All of them, without exception. Are you still under the influence of justice? Edward had to ask. This power he sensed was well beyond him. The dome that surrounded them still seemed active. Plus, the scales were evenly proportioned. Yet, Edward simply couldn't believe that this was fair. No, how could it be? I am. The only difference between us right now is our level of skill. Impossible. How was this possible with simple skill? I simply used my skill and will. The energy wasted by you in your precious attempts to fight me was molded by my mind. I granted form and life to them, turning them into my weapons. It has nothing to do with how much power I possess. Edward's eyes were beyond bloodshot at this point. He had thought this would be a fair fight by reducing his opponent's abilities. He wanted a true battle of skill with a martial artist, but what did he expect from someone who had come before him? Just who are you? He could only mutter powerlessly. Who am I? How did you get so strong? The blade you wield, the techniques you use, the power you possess, why are they so different from mine? Edward had reached a realization. He couldn't beat the man in front of him. He felt like he couldn't beat him no matter how long he trained or how much he tried. There was just something that distinguished them. Something Edward thought he would never have. I see. Your question is valid. Who am I? How did I arrive at this point? Well, Edward, the answer to that is right in front of you. Edward was just as confused as he was perplexed. What did this man mean? I have no name. I have no identity. All you see is all I am. I am the martial blade god, and only the martial blade god. Edward's eyes widened instantly. He now understood. He understood the difference between him and the man in front of him, why he could never be as strong as him no matter how hard he tried. This man. Everything about him is martial arts. Unlike Edward, who had saturated his life with so many other things, there was only one definition of his opponent, one thing that defined him. He cared not for money, women, or friends. No, there was only one thing that occupied this man's mind. One reason he lived, one reason he breathed, and one reason he would die. Martial arts. You understand now, don't you? Edward nodded instantly. He could not beat this man. No martial artist could. Why? I have given everything to martial arts. And this is my reward. That was what made the martial blade god invincible. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 711. Just how old are you? Edward didn't know why he was blurting out such a question. He was at death's door, and this information would do nothing but sate his curiosity before his inevitable demise. Regardless, he asked away. Who knows? I remember about 7 centuries. The martial blade god shrugged. He didn't seem overly interested in his age or in that of others too. What held the utmost value to him was one thing. Martial arts. Or, rather loosely, strength. Why then, do you side with the Nether cult? What do you mean? You're not evil. I can see it. You wouldn't kill unless it was required, at least I would hope so. This philosophy of yours about life. How does it apply to the Nether cult? Edward didn't know how to articulate his thoughts, but he had a major problem with the martial blade god's involvement with the cult. Somehow, it ruined the sanctity of his focused life. It is because the cult is necessary. If it wasn't, I wouldn't have joined, or rather, depending on the circumstances, I would have struck it down. The martial blade god gazed upon the heavens and inhaled deeply. This, also, is a result of my selfishness. Do not consider my path to be that of virtue. It is trodden with corpses and death. It has led to the death and destruction of many, so much unfathomable peril. Even I am left empty now that I stand at the pinnacle. He then looked at Edward with sincere eyes. His gaze felt kind and warm, yet also very distant. Edward could not comprehend the depths to which they went. I desire to transcend even this state I am currently in. To reach the primordial waters and advance in strength. Edward understood his reasoning. This was the very drive of every martial artist: growth, transcendence, breakthrough. Yet, the more he conversed with the martial blade god, the more he realized something. N0ve1 but, after that, what next? Edward realized the futility of the pursuit. There exists nothing after the primordial, at least none that I am aware of. If there is, I shall seek that too. I simply cannot remain stagnant. Edward realized the ironic loop one in which even he was currently trapped. Seek strength. Find strength. Get strength. Seek more. Find more. Get more. On and on, again and again. This process continued until one finally reached the zenith. Unfortunately, any who had trod the path for so long would be dissatisfied unless even more power, more heights existed for them to reach. They needed this for a purpose. He seeks even more power despite having unfathomable abilities. In the end, what would await an immortal, invincible martial blade god? Edward knew the answer to that. This path I tread can only lead to absolute despair. The martial blade god told Edward as soon as the boy was done figuring it out. That's right. Once he reached the end of his journey, unable to live on and incapable of succumbing to death, an emptiness called despondency awaited him. Both martial artists understood this as they stared at each other. However, I cannot stop. Not until I see, not until I feel for myself, the very essence of the primordial heights. Edward nodded both in respect and in sorrow. This man had killed his friends and would kill him for the sake of this pursuit of power, yet Edward could feel no animosity. He could feel no anger, rage, or fear. He was simply enthralled by the life of the martial blade god, as well as repulsed. I. What is your answer, young lad? What is your purpose as a martial artist? Edward already realized that he could never be as strong as the martial blade god. He didn't have the resolve to begin a path that led to ultimate emptiness. He could not throw away his friends. He could not abandon his life. He could not forget his love. I want to live as a strong person, but die happy. In the past, he had always announced his desire to be the strongest. However, now, he began to realize where that road would lead him, and what awaited him at the end. Ultimate power, alongside ultimate boredom. Well, considering all I have seen now, I would say you've fulfilled that well. Edward mulled over the words of the martial blade god as he watched him unsheath his blade. Something about the man's fluid movements, as he brought forth his blade, captivated Edward. Regardless of this, he could not fight away his thoughts. Did I live strong? Am I dying happy? Edward knew the answer to at least one of those questions, and it was a no. No. I'm not happy yet. I haven't raised martial arts to the status it once had in my kingdom. I haven't helped my friends to achieve their dreams yet. I haven't had my rematch with Jared. I haven't confessed to Lamy yet. I haven't felt the warm touch of a woman on my lips. I haven't had a wife, or children. I haven't built my family or seen the family of my friends. I want all of these things and more. His desires were far more complicated and elaborate than the martial artist's goal of simply being the strongest. However, Edward realized something as he battled the martial blade god. As much as he sought strength, he could not, would not, reach the very peak he once admired. Enough power to maintain my happiness and protect the ones around me. That is what I crave. Edward let go of his blade as he stared at the martial blade god. His face was filled with resolve, and the tension in the air suddenly ceased. The cloudy sky suddenly cleared up, revealing two men floating in the cloud. They simply remained there, suspended in the air. Very well. So, for your final trial, are you ready? I'm ready. Edward closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and awaited what was to come. Neither of them spoke another word to the other. Such things were meaningless in the event that was about to unravel. All that remained now, was action. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 712. Edward let himself feel the domain that surrounded him. His eyes were shut tight, but his mind was open, expanding far beyond his body, spreading to things around him. To things seen and unseen. Edward found something as soon as he chose this path. He found sight. I can see. A third eye had formed. Not a visible one, of course, no, not at all. It was the eye of the mind. Edward, despite shutting off his vision, found himself able to see everything. It was just as before, no, even far better. This was his mind's eye, and with it, I see them well. He could finally see the mind blades. They were as real to him as anything. They littered the sky in their hundreds, each having enough power to grievously injure him. With their multitudes, and in his exhausted state, Edward found himself incapable of avoiding them all. He lacked enough power to defend himself as well. The situation seemed helplessly impossible, even for him. But, what was this peace that enveloped him? Now that he had let go of his blade, what was this tranquility that stirred his soul? Could he explain it? It felt like a pebble had fallen into a pool of water, creating a beautiful ripple that surged through him. Suddenly, his mind became much clearer and his vision sharper. At that moment, and in that instant, he had an epiphany. At that point, Edward Carl Leon knew exactly what to do. Like sharp drops of rain, the blades descended upon Edward. Like a storm, they assailed him from every direction. Their sharp edges gleamed with danger, and just a moment was enough to rid Edward of life. But, rather than fret at this knowledge, Edward revealed a smile. After all, he now understood. That energy. He exhaled, forming his will and manifesting them as reality. Edward opened his eyes, causing them to glow with blue energy. His body was covered with the same aura, and everything around him was influenced in the same manner, everything, including the many blades that were just about to make contact, is mine. The mind blades were all suspended in the air, now shrouded in Edward's blue energy, his ether. They were no longer for any other person to control. These hundreds of invisible, absolute blades now belonged to their progenitor, Edward himself. Well done. You have obtained enlightenment. The martial blade god smiled and nodded. Edward's gaze met his, and both found themselves bowing to the other. You can now access it, can't you? You can also see it all around you, the very nature of this world, the building blocks of existence. Both men now spoke at the same time, as they had knowledge that was hidden to most people. They called this the source of everything that existed. Ether. Edward nodded in understanding, and the martial blade god did the same in pride. You are the first of my descendants to have gained access to ether this early in life. I suspect it has something to do with our interaction, as well as that arcana of yours, but it is an impressive feat nonetheless. Thank you. It's a shame you'll be killing me now. Edward smiled. Don't act so smug. You know I won't be doing that. Besides, now that you can see with your mind's eye, have you not noticed already, that your friends are not dead? Edward's eyes widened instantly. Perhaps it was because he was still a novice, but Edward hadn't noticed anything of the sort until the martial blade god spoke about it. However, now that he was well aware, he could finally see his friends. Sierra and Lamy. They weren't yet dead. They were right beside him. They stood right beside him, just like the mind blade had been above him before. I simply made them one with nature. One of your allies, the beast folk ASA, possesses an inherent talent that can do the very same thing. Usually, those in the natural plane cannot interact with those who have become one with it. However, with enlightenment, you can see them with your mind's eye. And, with transfiguration, you can touch them. Edward had simply begun his journey as a newly enlightened martial artist. He knew this was simply the beginning. However, if there was something he feared, it would be. Do not worry. Once your mind's eye is opened, it can never be closed. Enlightenment cannot be returned. Even after this battle is over, and even after your arcana's effects run out, you will remain on this level. You have now advanced to the transcendent realm, Edward. Indeed. Even as he deactivated all of his buffs and returned to his original state due to exhaustion, Edward realized that he was still in the transcendent state. The distance between the lower level and the middle level of transcendence far exceeds the distance between the basic level and your current status. It is nearly unfathomable. And the higher you go, the more you will realize this. Still, Edward did not understand one thing. Why are you telling me all this? Why are you helping me? The martial blade god simply smiled and warmly answered, because it is necessary. May I ask one final thing? What level are you on in the spectrum of power? Edward's heart throbbed with excitement for some reason. It was almost as though he had become a little kid at this point, leaping with joy and excitement at the sight of something beautiful. You do not need to know. It is unnecessary for the path you have chosen, and the path that I am threading. In response to his words, Edward nodded, instantly realizing his error but also noticing something even more significant. The martial blade god, he respects my path. It is time for our farewell. I cannot let you interfere with the scheme at work, so you and your friends will pass out as soon as I leave your presence. You will not wake up until it is necessary. And once you do, all three of you will find each other safe and sound. Edward responded with a light nod. He was already more than grateful for the fact that his life, and that of his friends, had been spared. You three hold value. You will all grow. And that will indeed be worth seeing. The martial blade god was correct. To be honest, if Edward had to be more grateful for anything else, it would be his encounter with this man. Thank you, martial blade god. The auburn-haired man nodded and decided to take his leave. As he turned his back on Edward, the boy felt relief course through him. They had fought for quite some time, after all. Even if they hadn't been able to subdue the martial blade god, his team did their best in stalling for time and holding him down. At least. Edward fell to the ground, a smooth-surfaced ground, which was different from the devastated landscape he had known just a moment before. However, he was too far gone to consider just why and how such a thing could be. We held him for as long as we could. Jared, everyone, please do your best. Closing his eyes, Edward finally rested. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 713. Where am I? Sarah Crimson found herself in a strange location, all alone and not sensing anyone around her. Her crimson hair danced slowly as she began to walk around, refusing to stay idle for any reason at all. Finding herself in a strange region, surrounded by white sands and recognizing nothing, Sarah realized that she needed to be on the move. Where did everyone go? Was this caused by the enemy? She suspected something similar could have happened to Naren. If the enemy was capable of interfering with their teleportation, then it only followed, or at least, it was possible that Naren could have been caught off guard the same way. But, even in Timeless World. Ultimately, though, Sarah knew that simply asking questions would get her nowhere. As such, she needed to investigate the area. Her heart was pounding in both fear and worry. The plan was going wrong before it even started. However, she refused to give in. She had to rejoin the group, but there was something more that weighed heavily on her mind. Something she resolved to do no matter what. Naren. I'll find you no matter what. Asterisk. Panday, n0ve1.com asterisk. Asterisk. Sarah considered following Jared's initial plan of a stealthy advance, but after realizing that the enemy probably knew their position since they were most likely responsible for their sudden division, Sarah decided to resort to more drastic measures. Flying at an immense speed, she swept past the white expanse, looking around her for any sign of Naren. It felt like the island was much larger than she had been led to believe. Even though she had reduced her speed to better allow her to process her surroundings, Sarah was still moving very fast. Yet, it seemed like the landscape was endless. Fortunately, her doubts were quelled by the facility she finally saw in a distance. It looked like a massive dome, and something about its aesthetics told of a research facility. Sarah was glad to finally see an observable structure, something more substantive than sand and the endless sky. She rushed towards the structure, her eyes widening in anticipation, and her mind prepared for whatever she might find. And then after a moment she made her descent. Should I first investigate the outer parts before venturing in? Something about this building prevents me from seeing through or sensing anything within it. Sarah wasn't specifically a sensory mage, but her instinctual abilities and immense proficiency in magic made something like this basic. Yet, she found her senses being blocked by the material. I should be cautious, but... She took a step forward, determined to get what she wanted. I'm going in. Hold it right there. A voice commanded from above Carla, instantly halting her in her tracks. She swiftly leapt from her location, coating herself in dense energy as she looked up to see someone floating above the massive dome. This entity was a female with crimson skin, black hair, and violet eyes hidden behind her glasses. She donned a white lab coat, but that did very little to hide her big bust, one which appeared even bigger than Sarah's, and her overall attire made her look like a scientist. However, this entity's large wings that flapped behind her, as well as her dangling tail coupled with her red skin and sharp fang-like teeth, made it apparent that she wasn't human. She was a crimson demon. The succubus demon, are you the third seat? Sarah asked, her glare intensifying as she maintained eye contact with the demon. Keto is dead, so I got promoted. The floating demon spoke, almost as though sighing. She descended from her heights, landing on the ground with her classy, heeled shoes. Something about her rang of a dedicated, official lady. Someone who simply wanted to get back to work. I know you. You're one of the invaders, right? Sarah, the Grand Mage. Though, this is surprising. The succubus murmured, looking quite thoughtful as she placed her fingers under her chin. What is? Sarah was already prepared for conflict. Her arcana was ready to be activated, and she could instantly conjure her other abilities to handle the threat. Sarah still had no idea if she could win, but... I have to try. Her mind echoed in resolve. The martial blade god should be the one taking care of you. I find it highly improbable that you escaped his surveillance. the succubus replied. However, after appearing to be in thought for a while, she simply sighed and shrugged the whole thing off. She muttered something like, "Who could possibly know what he was thinking? Hey, can you just pretend you never saw me? I'm actually very busy right now. You could just keep going straight down, and I'm sure you'll spot some of your friends." Sarah couldn't believe what her opponent was saying. Isn't she a member of the cult? Why wasn't she engaging her? I'm her enemy, no. Sarah found all of this incredibly suspicious. Could it perhaps be that this wasn't the succubus Biruel had told them about? No, she matched his description quite well. Her eyes, her outfit, her looks, her chest. Sarah felt somewhat intimidated by her enemy's slightly superior knockers, but she tried her best not to dwell on that. There were more important things to consider. Look, I don't want any trouble. It's like I said, I'm busy. Don't worry, I won't harm you. I'm pretty sure you'd end up facing my colleague along this path. Your allies are also in that direction, so it would benefit you to just ignore me and move on. Sarah found the whole thing even more suspicious. Why was this lady so adamant about convincing her to pass through? Could it be? What exactly are you busy with? You don't want me to intrude on your research facility, it seems. Obviously. But why? What do you have hidden there? Sarah narrowed her eyes. Personal stuff. None of your business. Now, just go. The succubus appeared tired already. She adjusted her glasses in the right position since they slipped out of place thanks to her constant sighing. I can't just leave. Sarah's resolve intensified as she prepared herself even more for a direct confrontation. What? Sarah's crimson aura shrouded her entire body, and she swiftly began running many strategies through her mind. Possibilities swirled within her mind, but one primary motivation kept her from leaving her opponent. Naren. Naren could be here. You won't find anything here. Really? No matter what the succubus said, it only made Sarah suspect her more. It's nothing personal, but, not only are you a member of the cult, but you might also be holding the man I love. Thus, Sarah prepared herself not to show any mercy or hesitation. I have to fight you. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 714. Is this woman an idiot? Carla thought to herself in exasperation. You don't have to do anything. Just go, like, really. This was what made her tired of people in general. Why couldn't they simply listen? It puzzled her to no end. Carla, the succubus, was very busy with her work. Even the Nether cult understood its value. They knew not to waste her time, and they even allowed her to do her research and everything else in their territory. That was how important this stuff was to her. Yet, she really is an idiot. Carla sighed to herself. Still, she didn't want to engage in pointless conflict. As someone who despised violence, she preferred experimenting and developing new things to further her goal. Not only did she see fighting at first glance as barbaric, but she also considered it to be counterproductive. Of course, people like the martial blade god had her respect because they simply lived by their philosophy, and their goals required them to fight. If her goal was the same, she would be the same. But, I'm really not into this. Carla didn't remember the last time she had killed someone. She didn't like the idea of killing without due reason, especially when it wasn't her job. The martial blade god can contact me at any time, so he would have told me to handle it if he couldn't. That meant this woman was his to handle. She didn't want to have anything to do with it. She'd have to go through him to get to the leader too. That left the whole matter out of her hands. If there was something that piqued her curiosity, though, it would be the fact that Sarah Crimson was all alone. Why are they scattered around the island like this? Carla asked herself. Still, she could simply chalk it down to a fault in their plans, or perhaps they chose this approach to cover more ground. The latter seemed stupid and dangerous to her, but what did she care? I want to get back. I'll try convincing her one last time. Listen, human, I do not wish to fight you. You are searching for people, no? You also have a mission you must complete, right? Why bother with me? You'll only find our exchange to be a waste of time, really. Carla watched how Sarah Crimson's eyes narrowed further in suspicion, and she observed how her determination grew. That was when it struck the succubus. Damn! She'll fight me regardless of what I say. Trying to convince her any further would only be a waste of time on her part. If she wanted to get back to her important tasks, she just had to give the human what she wanted. A satisfying fight. Asterisk. 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 I'll have to go all out. Sarah realized she needed to use her full power due to the nature of her opponent. This succubus was now the second seat within the cult. That made her extremely powerful. Biruel warned us about her, but even he doesn't know the full depths of her power since he was weaker. She braced herself, ready to use all the cards at her disposal. Original magic. Invincible. Her body instantly surged with fiery power, and she was doused in it. She instantly took on the form of energy, shimmering with crimson radiance. Not yet. Now utilizing the power of her arcana, Sarah fused the sun with her transformation, causing her bright form to take on a darker shade instantly. She turned dark crimson, and all over her body was a brighter radiance than before. It appeared like she was covered with the sun itself, and her body was as unbreakable as the strongest substance. This heated form of hers was truly invincible. Yet, she wasn't done. Mage mode. Around her flowed several shimmering balls of light that seemed to dance in response to her will. They seemed like stars, but each had heat and pressure that burned brightly, each of them suns in their own rights. Now, in this form, Sarah was confident of a good fight. Let's go. Sarah zoomed past the distance as though she had simply teleported. She closed the distance between her and Carla in a flash, creating a blade the instant she stepped within range. In an instant, a crimson longsword appeared in her hand, and she swooped it down to cut through her opponent. Everything around suffered the brunt of the damage. In just one hit, the area had become a sea of flames. What appeared to be molten magma now served as the new landscape, and a blazing heat covered the area for at least a mile. However, her opponent, the succubus, seemed perfectly fine. She didn't even dodge it. Sarah thought to herself. The enemy had been completely still throughout the attack, and she also felt her blade connect to something. It had to have hit her. Even the building behind her is unscathed. How tough are they? Sarah knew she wasn't at full power yet. In fact, that was the whole point of her original magic. She would keep growing stronger as time went on. Stronger than any adversary she would ever face. Mage mode increases the rate at which I grow stronger, and it provides me with a variety of ways to store magical powers. As for the sun, it had the properties of ether, thus making it effective on opponents like those in the Nether cult. By fusing her original magic with it, she could inflict far more damage than before. There was one other function, but Sarah was saving it as a trump card after she had gotten enough information on the enemy as well as to serve as a last resort if she ended up in a pinch. For now, though, she simply had to be satisfied with the destructive capabilities her form provided. After all, even Jared and Naren admitted that no one packed a bigger punch than her in the whole team. We'll see about that. In a flash, Sarah ascended to the sky and threw one of her crimson suns at Carla and her territory. The effects? A massive dome of crimson light spread for miles, consuming everything. It covered the landscape, swallowing all within its reach. In an instant, the solid earth became a sea of magma, and heat rose to the sky in form of smoke. With just a single attack, Sarah devastated everything. Everything but the enemy and her massive dome-like building. What? How? The most astounding part was the fact that the enemy simply stood still, and she didn't have a scratch. How is this possible? Sarah stared, a bemused expression on her face. Ha, this is why I said you'd be wasting your time. The crimson demon beneath her sighed, spreading her wings as she floated to the sky. Her lips seemed to be forming a smile, and something akin to a demonic smile spread all over her face. Sarah could feel the chills just by looking at it. On one part of her body surged miasma, and on the other rained mana. They flowed and merged at the center, thanks to the effects of ether. In this magnificence, she rose to the same heights as Sarah. I am truly immortal. Nothing in this world or in any other can kill me. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 715. Carla was regarded very highly in the cult for her vitality and durability. That was perhaps why whenever she really had to fight anyone, she could just take all of their attacks and remain standing while they tired themselves out. Of course, she still had immense combat potential, but that wasn't what she took pride in. I have absolute immunity to damage and negative status ailments, Carla announced to the astounded woman in front of her. They were both floating above a sea of flames, yet neither of them focused on what was happening beneath them. As for Carla's dome, it safely remained stationed in place. Thanks to the materials she had used to build it, as well as its sturdy foundation, not even 1,000 of Sarah's blows would be enough to devastate it. As such, Carla remained confident in the defensive ability of the dome. What are you talking about? Sarah murmured in surprise. It means nothing affects me negatively. My cells are built to completely adapt to any change. They instantly nullify any negative status ailments like freeze or burns. They are also sturdier than any attack you can dish out, and they can adapt to any attack that comes in contact with them. I also have instant regeneration, so my cells immediately heal in the unlikely scenario that I get hurt. Which, as I said before, I can't. Sarah was astounded. Her expression depicted absolute shock. It seemed very impossible that such a being like Carla would exist. It was more realistic to believe she was bluffing, but she wasn't. You can't die? Don't screw with me. Even if your body is sturdy, your soul will be. My soul, eh? Which one? I have infinite lives, my dear. Just as my cells are resilient enough to regenerate instantly and can adapt to anything, my soul can do the very same. Besides, I have a stockpile of infinite duplicate souls within a special dimension that will instantly activate in a scenario whereby the original is extinguished. They multiply every second, and even I don't know how many souls I have now. That's why they're infinite. Carla's explanation felt rushed, and she glossed over the most important points as if she was simply telling Sarah what she'd had for dinner. Everything she had spoken of sounded impossible. No living being could be without limitations. No one can be that perfect. Sarah responded. Of course not. I'm not perfect. I never said I was. But these abilities of mine are real. At this point, I don't think you can kill me. I'm not even sure if the martial blade god can. I did the calculations, and even if this world explodes and turns to ash, I won't perish. Sarah's eyes narrowed in concentration. She truly didn't see a way out of this one. However, she couldn't just turn tail and run now. Is Naren really in that building? Maybe I should ask her? No. Who's to say she'll tell the truth? But, she has been honest thus far. Sarah was still contemplating whether or not to retreat when Carla sighed heavily. Since this situation seems hopeless, why don't I let you in on the only weakness I have? You look pretty, and you're strong too. I don't want to discourage your efforts too much. Hey! Weakness? What is she talking about? What do you say? Do you want to know? Panda NVE1, you're just going to tell me? Just like that. Listen carefully. I'll only say it once. My weakness is that I have no weakness. Ha 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 ha. Veins instantly appeared all over Sarah's energy-based face, and her eyes burned with fury. Carla had simply been making fun of her from the start. TCH. Look, I mean, if you could try restraining me, that could work. As long as it doesn't negatively affect me, it should be effective. With that said, I'm pretty strong, so it still won't guarantee you victory. You're someone who relies on brute force, though. You can only destroy stuff, so I doubt you'd be very skilled at sealing and all of that. Sarah's eyes bulged instantly. It wasn't out of rage this time, but simply recollection. How could I forget? She had been so distracted by Carla's grand abilities that she forgot about hers. It was a bit early, but I'm going to use my trump card on you. Do you have a familiar? Carla suddenly asked. For a moment, Sarah flinched. Something about Carla's question shook her at her very core. It was unbecoming of a woman of confidence, so after a few seconds, she shrugged it off. That's none of your business. Okay. I'll be getting serious now. I already told you. There's really no. Suddenly, a burst of sun-like energy ascended to the sky. It shined so brightly that it seemed like space was being warped. No, it was more than that, it was being destroyed. Hey! Carla noticed something happen around her. Gravity just stopped. She could feel the atoms and elements around her become destroyed in moments. Everything is getting destroyed. Even space? Don't tell me. She stared, wide-eyed, at the massive beam of light that was now concentrated on a single person. That person was Sarah Crimson, her enemy. The power that was strong enough to destroy invisible concepts, even laws, now rested in Sarah. Another effect of the sun, makes sense, considering its destructive nature. Carla said with an uncomfortable smile. Sarah was now shrouded in crimson and golden light. Her entire body was covered in it and her arcana's symbol was visibly implanted on her chest. The very fabric of space and time seemed to break, or rather, burn in her majestic presence, and the pool of flames beneath her slowly began to ascend due to the nullification of gravity. Everything was slowly turning weird thanks to the devastation she was causing. This is why I have to end things quickly. Sarah glared at Carla, as her eyes lit with resolve. Since you were honest with me, I will do the same. Sarah spoke, walking on the air as though it was a sturdy platform. As she moved, more of nature was altered. No, it was destroyed. Distance seemed irrelevant, and the very concept of time seemed obsolete. It felt like a drawn-out, yet instant, moment. I am currently capable of destroying anything, burning it all down till there's nothing left. Carla stood, unmoving, as she stared at Sarah with wide eyes. Therefore, I am curious about something. Misty breath escaped Sarah's lips as she clenched her fists in resolve. Which will prevail, my unstoppable destructive power, or your perfect immortality? Asterisk. 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 Chapter 716. Sarah had realized that her arcana was capable of destroying concepts during one of their many training sessions when she had sparred with Naren, during the group's preparation week. She had completely rendered time useless and had even been able to fight a Naren who couldn't use his time abilities. All the time around her burnt up thanks to her abilities, and he was left with only his other abilities. Of course, Naren still won, but in Sarah's defense, she hadn't gotten the hang of her abilities yet. If she had, no matter what Naren threw at her, it would have been rendered meaningless by her unstoppable power. After practicing it and learning how to apply it to her other abilities, Sarah finally found a name for this power: unstoppable. Combined with her invincible and mage mode, Sarah found the perfect name for this new combination of hers. Asterisk. 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 Invincible, unlimited. Nice name. Carla commented in response to Sarah's declaration. Thanks. Everyone said it sounded repetitive. Nah. It's cool. Mine is called Perfect Immunity. As if immunity doesn't already mean perfect resistance. As both ladies spoke to each other, they understood more about these abilities of theirs as well as their personalities. Before long, they realized something. They were both curious. I want to see, just how far you can go. Sarah grinned devilishly. Of course, she considered her power to be invincible. She knew it was capable of destroying anything and everything. This opponent of hers would suffer the same treatment that everything around them would get. Utter annihilation. This is worth studying. When I win, I'll be taking that arcana to study it. I wonder if I can tap into the secrets of unlimited energy through it. Carla's smile was just as malevolent. She had thought this encounter would be a waste of time, but her mind changed the moment Sarah revealed this trump card of hers. I am yet to possess perfect offensive abilities, just passive defenses. One more question before we fight. Why do you not use your arcana to fight? It could help, you know. Sarah asked with both curiosity and excitement. She didn't want any holds barred. Her confidence reigned so high that she was guaranteed victory even if Carla used every arsenal at her disposal, arcana included. Ah, that. I actually have. What? Sarah was surprised. Had there been any effects that she hadn't noticed yet? Or, could it be? It's not exactly what you think. You see, my arcana isn't an offensive type. It's called the Lovers, and its essential function is to completely merge two properties and make them one, or perfectly separate the distinct properties of an object. Thus, it can also reverse its effects. I mean, I could use it in combat as well, but I prefer to use it for my research and experiments. Alchemy can be pretty useful when attempting to. Carla stopped before she could finish her sentence, after realizing that she was already getting carried away with her explanations. Her arcana was actually back in her facility as it was serving its function. She could summon it at any time, but what was the point of disrupting the process? It's thanks to the arcana, I was able to merge all the various resistance and abilities I obtained over the years, granting me perfect immunity. I've also merged several other abilities to make them more powerful, so I don't really need it in a fight. I see. To be fair, even in the eyes of an invincible being like Sarah, Carla was just too impressive. She seemed to have too many abilities at her disposal, none of which she had even seen yet. Still, no ability could stand a chance against invincible power. Here I come. Sarah's grin widened, and her eyes turned bloodshot as she sped towards Carla. Even the wind was non-existent sound as well as Sarah appeared before Carla. There was no oxygen or any other element around. The only things present were these two. Normally she would have been destroyed, but her resistance is strong. A direct hit should do it. In one swift thrust, Sarah sent her fist flying in Carla's direction. However, I didn't say I would let you hit me, though. Carla was right behind Sarah. I didn't even see her move. Space should have been warped, so how did she do it? Teleportation was impossible, movement should have been greatly impeded due to spatial and gravitational malfunction. How could she have gotten behind her so fast despite all that? I simply moved. I told you before. I'm strong. TCH. Sarah had to admit that her opponent was powerful. Ultimately, she needed to also do better. Be faster. Stronger. Quicker. Carla was avoiding her attacks because she knew the damage they would cause. In essence, her perfect immunity wouldn't work. One hit. I only need a hit. Moving swiftly much faster than before, Sarah launched another attack. This time, Carla didn't get out of the way, perhaps she couldn't due to the sheer speed causing her attack to connect. However, it didn't hit Carla directly. Rather, an energy wall. A wall of power blocked Sarah's fist. Such a thing should have been impossible for a mere energy wall, as her attacks would have eaten right through it. However, Sarah recognized the properties of the shield. This is the sun. Hope you don't mind. I borrowed some of your energy to deflect the attack. I have to say, though, it's hard to even take any. Carla's smug smile vexed Sarah. Rarg. In a fit of rage, her power increased, intensifying to the point whereby even someone as powerful as Carla wouldn't dare to take power from it. Yikes! In a brilliant move, Sarah ascended to the sky. She joined her palms together and created a massive blast of energy. One that would utterly envelop the entire region in pure, unstoppable power. Eat this! A brilliant, yet dangerous orb of light manifested at the edge of Sarah's joint palm, and it was pointed at Carla. This time, though, the succubus appeared worried, thus giving Sarah the sign to release the energy. And then, with nothing in its path, the ball of concentrated power went straight for Carla. Rather than attempt to escape, Carla hurriedly charged in the direction of the blast, a determined expression on her face. I can decide to escape its range. I'm fast enough, but... Her gaze went to the massive structure beneath. It was her research building. It most likely won't survive the blast. As such, Carla decided to make the ultimate sacrifice, take on the blast, and try her best to contain the explosion. Whatever happens, happens. Thus, both the succubus and the ball of destruction clashed, creating the most devastating silent explosion ever. It lit up the entire island, no, the whole world. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 717. The brilliant detonation flashed throughout the sky like a flare, illuminating everything around for miles. Just as Carla intended, she was able to contain the blast so well that it barely scraped the top of her building, consuming everything else around it. In a single strike, everything dissipated into nothingness. Carla included. Sarah's eyes widened in both shock and relief as she saw nothing left of Carla. She was utterly consumed, after all. I won. I won. Inasmuch as she had forged a kind of bond with Carla over the short span of their conversation and their fight, they were still enemies. Sarah knew that what she did was just, hence the relief. Ha! Sarah huffed, finally releasing herself from her invincible state. Her original magic began to have a strain on her once it reached a particular threshold, but it wasn't simply the power that exhausted her. It was the sun. The overwhelming power is still a lot. I can't control it for very long. Sarah heaved. She was still floating in mid-air, staring at the havoc all around her with both a sense of pride and dread. That last attack should attract the enemies to me as well as my allies. Now torn between staying to reconnect with her allies, and fleeing in the direction Carla had shown to her so she could encounter her comrades, Sarah stared at Carla's building. First of all, I'll need to inspect it. That was the main rationale behind fighting Carla, after all. The moment Sarah moved from her position, she suddenly felt something behind her. Yet, the feeling was chilling, to say the least. Sarah found herself paralyzed for a few seconds, simply because of the dread she felt oozing from behind her. And then... I told you already. A very chilling touch caressed her shoulder. An entity was right behind her, whispering into her ears as she oozed the very stench of danger that petrified Sarah. I can't be killed. Quickly mustering her strength, Sarah swiftly propelled herself forward, escaping the reach of the whispering figure. Upon putting a considerable distance between herself and the enemy, she twisted mid-air to spot who it was, though she already had a fair idea. Why, you! That's right. The Crimson Demon stood right in front of Sarah, completely unscathed. Even after telling you countless times, you won't listen, hey! How? Sarah was sure she had completely consumed Carla in her concept-destroying blast. By all means, Carla was meant to be dead by now. I told you already. With the lovers, I already defeated the concept of death. Even in the very unlikely situation where I am supposedly killed, I have infinite souls. A human needed either a soul or a body to be resurrected, considering either served as a tether for the other. The dynamics between the two concepts made it possible for revival to be possible as long as one was present. Even if it's just my soul, I can be revived instantly thanks to my absolute immunity. My body also adapts to the changes and causes of death just like the previous time, so it doesn't experience it again. So congratulations, you've given me one more thing I'm not going to die from. So, I can't die because of that blast again. Sarah had to make the blast more potent and dangerous, or alter something about it to ensure that Carla would even have as much damage as before, let alone death. On another note, you really shouldn't invade my research facility. I also told you this before, but you have no business there, not that you'd be able to get very far inside, anyway. Carla smirked while shrugging. The cult members were all aware of how much Carla valued her privacy, so none even dared or bothered intruding on her safe space. It wasn't just due to courtesy, though. My facility is poisonous to anyone who isn't me. You'll simply die before even realizing it. Sarah was still amazed by how her opponent was alive, so she didn't hear that last part. It wasn't important either, considering she was not going to be intruding anytime soon or ever. Well, I've seen what I wanted. I'll be taking your arcana now. No hard feelings, okay? Sarah felt an unknown source of anger surge from within her. Could it be due to her wounded pride, or perhaps the fact that her opponent so casually wielded such power? Despite attaining her current height with a good amount of effort, how could she meet an opponent who was impossible to beat? It made Sarah grit her teeth in anger and frustration. It was quite infuriating. If you're this strong, if you have this much power and knowledge, why are you here? Sarah suddenly mumbled. Excuse me. You could make a real difference in the world. Why are you doing all of this? What's making you side with this cult? Sarah unintentionally raised her voice. She truly did not know where this anger was coming from. Something about Carla gave her the presumption of someone incredibly intelligent, and she was also very strong. If she had used all this power and knowledge to help her people or the world, then wouldn't that have been a more productive venture? That. The thing is, I need the cult. I have a goal, you see? I lost someone dear to me. I want to bring him back. Carla suddenly revealed a sad smile. Her demeanor completely changed, and the floating figure of the succubus suddenly seemed more vulnerable. I have neither his soul nor body, so I need a miracle. Gathering the arcanas will give me what I require. That's my reason, plain and simple. What? Just that? Yes. Perhaps you wouldn't understand, but, do you have someone you care about so immensely that nothing makes sense without them? Sarah tried to fight the thought that she would do the same for Naren, focusing instead on the damage caused by the actions of the Nether cult. Carla was justifying the deaths and conflict caused by the cult events in which she partook because of her selfish interests. There was no way Sarah could overlook that. Your entire race was doomed to death because of the conflict instigated by your group. Those were your people. They were all massacred. Sarah's voice was surprisingly loud, but at this point, she didn't care. The Nether cult has wreaked so much havoc. Have you grown so insensitive to their actions simply because of your desire? Sarah's heart resonated with Carla's cause, but at the same time, her sense of justice told her it was wrong. What Carla was doing in the name of her cherished person was wrong, plain and simple. I believe you are misunderstanding something here. Carla suddenly spoke. Her eyes seemed utterly empty as she made this statement, and her face looked completely blank. With this stoic, unfeeling gaze, she completely alienated herself from the inner turmoil Sarah was experiencing. I have been spending all of my spare time trying to seek an alternative. Even now, I still search for it. However, up until now, there has been nothing. Carla's words echoed from a deep abyss that even Sarah couldn't fathom. How long? How many years had she been on this quest to revive this loved one of hers? Sarah could not understand. Besides, all I want is to bring back the one who gave meaning to my life. That's all. Carla's voice trailed as she stared into the sky. The world can burn for all I care. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 718. Moments earlier. How long has it been now? I murmured to myself as I looked around me. It seemed like I was surrounded by an endless expanse of land. I wondered how big the island was, or if perhaps some sort of magic was at work here. It's probably magic. I once again felt the chill of nether course through me, reminding me to not relent in my efforts to protect myself from the hostile energy. It hasn't been very long, though. 10 minutes, to be accurate. Considering the importance of our mission, quite a lot of time had passed since we arrived here. We needed to converge and fast. But, if I move too fast, I run the risk of alerting the enemy. If I use teleportation again, I could end up at another random location. I decided to patiently walk for a few more minutes, making an elaborately new plan as I trekked. Even if I hurried and met my allies, I still needed a plan. It's possible the enemy already knows our location due to teleportation, so there might be no point in conserving it. But, all that has happened so far seems to suggest that is not the case. If a cult member indeed knew where I was, they would come storming here. After all, considering how they had been attempting to kill me since I was a kid, I had to envision some sort of aggressive assault on me, did I not? No one has arrived yet, so let's scrap that. That meant I could probably rely on teleportation. The only thing bothering me was my ignorance of everyone else's location. If I did, I would have gone to them by now. My senses were already spread out, yet, nothing. Everything is going badly. I think we should retreat, but I can't even gather my allies. This was a trap right from the start. Hey! Maria's words suddenly popped into my head, and I slowly relaxed my hurting head. This was the best solution, so even if it failed, I couldn't beat myself up too much. That said, I needed to work hard to find out where my allies were, while also devising a concrete strategy for our next move. Alright, Jared. Let's do this. There's no need. A voice suddenly emerged, causing me to instantly flinch in surprise. My vision my entire senses was left in a state of shock as I noticed a man standing a few meters from me. I didn't sense him until now. What in the... The man had a long, flowing blue kimono, and his long auburn hair danced in the direction of the blowing wind. He had a calm gaze, his eyes filled with resolve. Based on all I was observing about this man, I could already conclude about his identity. Are you the first seat? I asked, my body readied for action at any given moment. Indeed. I am the martial blade god. You must be Jared Leonard. It is a pleasure to meet you. His tone was polite, his words cordial. It was difficult for me to believe that someone like this was responsible for slaughtering thousands of people, an entire civilization, with a single hit. He isn't even oozing unfathomable power. This guy. I watched him with both caution and curiosity. Who was he exactly? You look startled. Shouldn't you have been expecting my appearance? The martial blade god, as he called himself, asked me calmly. He was right. I had been expecting a member of the cult to come to greet me, but with Naren's disappearance, I was sort of expecting this man to be the one keeping him occupied. If he's not the one who is keeping Naren occupied, then who could it be? Legris Damien is with Naren Khalid. As for your allies, I have already taken care of Lamy, Edward, and Sierra. And as for Sarah, she's about to engage my colleague. Legris is the one with Naren. My eyes widened. Could it be that my suspicions about him were correct? Did he have the means to defeat Naren, or at least impede him for so long? It turned out that that was indeed the case. Unfortunately, this discovery was simply the start of my headaches. He took care of those three. Does that mean they are? They're alive. They will be fine. Phew. I heaved a sigh of relief. If what this guy said was true, then they were most likely incapacitated. According to the vibe he was giving off, as well as Naren's testimony, I saw no reason to doubt his words. Plus, martial artists didn't have the disposition to use tricks or be cunning unlike magic users. Seasoned martial artists simply had a straightforward approach to life. The stronger one was as a martial artist, the more their responses became straight and simple. Only the weaker ones resort to tricks. I stared at him cautiously, wondering where my comrades were. Also, how the heck was he completing my thoughts? Could he read minds or something? It wasn't impossible, but you do not need to worry too much about those details. That's because, unlike those ones whose lives I have spared, you will be dying here. His tone was so flat and assured that another chill ran down my spine. Still, I should have expected this outcome. Just because he spared my comrades, that didn't mean he would show me the same courtesy. Considering the damage I had caused them and the danger I posed to them as a singularity, it was pretty obvious they would want to eliminate me. You know, you're quite an interesting person. Lewis Griffith. Huh. My eyes widened in shock. Indescribable, unimaginable shock. How does he know? We never met in your past life, and this is our first meeting in this one. It is indeed a pleasure. He bowed slightly, still speaking calmly, but none of his courtesy could stem the shock assailing me. He knows my identity. Does that mean, the cult is aware? Do they know of my reincarnation? But that makes no sense. If they did, they would have done things differently from the start. I always assumed they simply considered me an anomaly without knowing the exact cause. However, with this, I could already conclude that their members knew who I was. If that was the case, then this plan had been doomed to fail from the start. Do not be startled. I did not know of your identity until I met your daughter, and I knew not of your past until I met you. Though a great deal is shrouded in mystery. It must be the interference of the root, thanks to your status as a singularity. Or perhaps, no, this magic is distinct. It belongs to someone something. The martial blade god was mumbling unintelligible words that made me more confused than ever. His whispers caused me distress, but I was at least relieved to hear that he had just found out my identity. Whether he has related to his headquarters or not is another issue. Jared Leonard, I have discovered something quite interesting about you. The martial blade god interrupted my thoughts with a statement that gave me yet another feeling of apprehension. He smiled slightly and narrowed his gaze at me. You are being protected by someone else. This signature, this causal link, its initiator is not Ether herself. It's a distinct entity. What in the world was he saying? Once again, the martial blade god was assailing me with incomprehensible words. Have you ever wondered the cause of your reincarnation? If I were to assume, I could simply call it the will of the root, considering your status as a singularity. Huh. I still didn't know the cause of my reincarnation. What did he know? Did he find out the truth? But it seems I was mistaken too. Jared Leonard, someone caused this reincarnation of yours. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 719. What? My eyes nearly popped from their sockets in surprise, but I made sure to comport myself. Still, the martial blade god's words gave me a feeling of shock. He sounds so definite. He's been right so far too. Plus, he has no reason to lie. I was still curious as to how he knew all about me, but, so far he had been telling the truth. Someone caused my reincarnation. But who? How? Could it be that Jane's many rituals and experiments had some sort of effect on me, after all? No, it felt completely off. Even Jane and I had agreed that her past efforts couldn't have had any effect on my life after death, especially causing something as complex as reincarnation. Certain portions of your soul contain this signature, but I do not know its origin and neither can I trace it back. Hearing that there were certain things he could not do brought me relief. However, the things he could do were overwhelmingly stacked against me. He knows my identity, and he's strong enough to easily dispatch Lamy, Edward, and Sierra in such a short time. If I assumed that we all arrived at the same time, then this martial blade god fought with them for 10 minutes max. Could I even hope for such an easy win against all three, especially with their troublesome arcanas? Maybe he swiftly eliminated them before they could use any special move. Did he ambush them? No, that doesn't seem to be his style. So far, he seems to be a strong martial artist who believes in his strength. Besides, I was more dangerous than them, and yet he did not sneak up on me. This was a man who believed in his strength. He could also sense all of us from our respective distances. His senses are extremely sharp. I also can't fathom the depths of his power. As for his level of threat, Naren himself had been unsure of the outcome of a fight between the two of them, and I'm not on the level of either of them. Still, before I delved into combat, or changed the topic, I had to learn more about what the martial blade god knew about me. This was about my reincarnation, after all. Let's also start planning from this point on. My comrades still need me. With that in mind, I focused my gaze on the stoic martial blade god. What else do you know about my reincarnation? Do you have any? Don't bother. It's shrouded in mystery. His response was so flat that it outright rejected the possibility of extensive study. Besides, you don't need it now. Why? You want to fight me? I smiled wryly, prepared for what might come. No. I am here to execute you. There appears to be a difference between the two. The martial blade god took a step forward, and I instinctively took a step back. My gaze never left him, though. I wondered what would happen if he decided to move just a little faster. Why don't we converse some more? There are still certain things I wish to know, after all. I cautiously spoke. Do you not fear that by stalling for time, you are leaving your friends in a greater likelihood of danger? A smile formed on my face the moment he said this. He was right, after all. The longer this mission dragged on, especially my conversation with him, the longer everyone had to fight on their own. And I didn't just mean everyone on this island, but even far beyond it. The mission I gave everyone wasn't a walk in the park. I was aware of that. Thus, the wise thing to do would be to try finishing things quickly for the sake of everyone else. However, there's no need to rush, is there? You've placed us in a special space, haven't you? The moment I said this, the martial blade god flinched. His eyes contained a hint of surprise, but he smiled and nodded not long after. I see. That is impressive, Jared Leonard. The other three, despite how impressive they were, failed to notice this. I see. So he probably took longer when fighting them. He simply encased their battle in a somewhat isolated space where the concept of time was different. My question, however, was, how? You seem surprised by my abilities. He stated calmly. Of course. It seems like magic, at this point especially arcana level magic. Even I would need an arcana for such a complex process. Sure, this guy was old and he was most likely the person my friend, Gawain, fought in the past. However, how could he have mastered martial arts to the point whereby his results were indistinguishable from magic? Martial arts is a practice of one's will. It is about controlling yourself, and exerting that control over all that is around you. You use your fists to break rocks, but your fists may also mold the air currents and propel you. The most difficult to control, however, is the mind. With oneness of the mind, and the control of one's thoughts, you can exert dominance and mold your surroundings to suit your will. I had never heard of such a philosophy regarding martial arts before. It was just as his name implied. This man in front of me had transcended what would be called natural for martial artists. If what he says is indeed true, and he can exert his will due to the full control of his mind, then, he is a god. Now, then, that's enough chatter. The martial blade god unsheathed his blade as he stared at me with utter calmness. I take no pleasure in this, and fighting you will bring me no satisfaction whatsoever. However, I must fulfill my obligations. I gulped and readied myself. The man in front of me sought to end my life with his blade, and he seemed perfectly capable of doing so. To win, I had to use all my brains and brawn. This feels almost as dangerous and unfair as my fight with Naren. Ha, isn't this great? A boy with black hair and a dark cloak said with excitement. His eyes were glowing red at this point, and he floated in the skies while staring at all the landscape surrounding him. Something about the twinkle in his eyes rang of nostalgia, but also mischief. At long last, I'll be visiting the place I once called home. This boy was Stefan Netherlore. His excitement was obvious, and evident also were the legion of beasts and men that stood still beneath him. They stood, motionless, all awaiting his command. Your comrades are about to land on the borders of the other nations. Stefan smiled at the substantive army he had under his command. We shall now commence the invasion. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 720. Western Continent. Here they come. The stench of an unstoppable army tingled the noses of all the elves who stood, prepared to engage with their opponents. They had determined faces, depicting how willing they were to die for their nation even with no hopes of a revival. The elven army stood right outside their city gate, and they filled the plains that made up the distance between their outskirts and the capital. All the elf civilians were safely tucked into the capital, so the soldiers knew full well that the only thing that stood between their enemy and them, was them. The elf queen led the army at the forefront, her daughter and the head of army both bravely standing beside her. Aurora was comforted to have both Freya and Clara with her, but she also wondered what the intensity of the battle would do to them. Would this be the last time she would see them? Aurora couldn't help but wonder. Important, yet powerful fighters like Maya, Claudius, Darius, and all of the royal elves remained behind the queen, ready to support and fight to the best of their abilities. They led various units of the elf army, taking the lead as commanders. However, two people stood out from all of this chaos. They didn't have pointy ears like the rest of the elves. One had red hair, and the other had auburn hair. They were both boys appearing to be the same age. While the redhead had a rough and wild demeanor, his partner had a calmer, more cautious expression. These two, Yvonne and Jerry, were also prepared for the battle to come. Unlike the others, they stood at the forefront of the battle, and beside the elf general, Clara, herself. The formation of the elves was impeccable, but they knew something as technical as that wasn't the most important element in the war they were about to engage in. Their opponents were incredibly powerful, they could sense the dread as they drew closer. Panda NVE1 nether beasts, creatures made up of a grimy black substance, appearing to be the embodiment of evil itself. They looked incredibly monstrous and savage. Some walked on land, while others floated in the air, but these weren't the only opponents. They also had to fight the corrupted. The corrupted were sentient entities who were granted the ability to use nether. Thanks to their intelligent disposition, they were leading the nether beasts into battle. They all had dark cloaks, and each had obsidian staffs and necklaces, while some had rings that they seemed to be channeling their powers from. With the corrupted leading the group of monsters, and the elves preparing for a clash, it almost seemed like a massive disadvantage for the latter. Which was why I will protect you all with my life. The elves had backup in the sky. Gawain, as well as several thousand constructs, floated above the elves. Their major goal was to reduce the number of casualties the enemies would cause by contributing to the defense, healing, and general support. This legion of metal, coupled with the elves and the two human mages, stood united. Thus, they now had a much better chance of defeating their opponent. All they now waited for was the order of the Elf Queen. She would lead the charge, and they would all follow for better, or for worse. Aurora Vindil realized this, causing her to sigh. She remembered the faces of her sister and her dear niece. Something about this moment felt sullen, so she closed her eyes. Surprisingly, she felt tears form there, and an unknown sadness assailed her. She looked to her right and saw her dear daughter. To her left, she saw her most trusted friend, Clara, as well as the humans Jared sent to support them. Louis, it seems like this is it. Aurora smiled sadly, finally opening her eyes. Her gaze instantly became hardened, and she raised her staff in resolve. A fine energy shrouded her, and she steadied her first attack, which would signal the entirety of her forces. May the spirits watch over us. Asterisk. 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 Boom. It didn't come as a surprise, but the first strike still packed a punch. The surroundings were devastated by an immensely concentrated ball of nether, as it destroyed everything around it. The elves had already put up a barrier as a contingency, but as expected of the properties of nether, the blast ate right through it. Debris flew around, and the devastation stopped only a few inches away from the elves, thus serving as something of a warning shot. However, this was the error of the enemy. They should have done their best to eliminate as many elves as possible in their first strike. However, it was now too late. Here we go. The army advanced swiftly, closing in on each other. Jerry and Yvonne were especially fast, both shrouded in dense mana. For the auburn-haired boy, he was in elemental chamber, white armament, now shrouded with the white flames of ether he received as a gift. His body was completely covered with the powerful flame, and his eyes were lit with passion, prepared to win. As for Yvonne, he was completely covered in white wax, with balls of flames flying around him like wisps. He was encased in his guardian form, completely protected by his extra dense layer of wax, but that was only the beginning. After training for so long, these two had finally developed what made them worthy enough to stand on the battlefield. Mage mode. Both Yvonne and Jerry now donned mage mode, alongside their fusion mode, ready to rush their enemies with full power. The elves followed behind them, and the automatons hovered in the air, intercepting the nether beasts. Some remained behind, though, like the Elf Queen herself. Someone like her was best suited to attack from behind with her long-range magic abilities. Especially her infamous spell, Harbinger of Rupture. One she had gotten even better at. Thus, the army charged forward with conviction. They clashed with the nether beasts while the corrupted watched from behind. The first few seconds usually decided how a battle would progress, but this was too big a mess to understand. Both sides were simply locked in a brutal fight, and only a few outstanding people could be seen amid the carnage and destruction being wreaked around. However, after the first few seconds, the direction of the battle suddenly shifted, and it was in favor of the elves. The nether beasts were suddenly getting pushed back, much to the shock of the corrupted. Their faces morphed into surprise, and disbelief was displayed all over their faces. They were led to believe that their power was ultimate, unrivaled. Yet, what was this? Why were the nether beasts getting pushed back? How were they able to fight against nether? It made no sense. Certainly, this was ridiculous. The pale expressions of the corrupted depicted this quite well. How are they doing this? This shouldn't be happening. Curses! Elves were rich in mana, and not much else. Yet, the corrupted were sensing the only power that served as their very antithesis. And that power was ether. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 721. This wasn't what they were told. No way. The corrupted were never informed of this possibility. How is this happening? They had expected the elves to be crushed so pitifully that the battle would give them great pleasure. They had hoped to see despair, pain, death, and even more destruction. However, their expectations were shattered by the unprecedented performances of the elves and their allies. How do they have ether? Asterisk. 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 Aurora grinned softly as she focused her gaze on the maddened corrupted who stood a far distance away, writhing in both awe and rage. She was once again grateful for the introduction of ether to the elves, especially in preparation for this fight. Aurora realized now that without such a powerful source on their side, their demise would have been a foregone conclusion. How, then, did they gain access to this power? The answer was simple. They didn't. None of them could generate any ether. They could hardly even control the energy that was introduced to them so abruptly. However, because they couldn't generate it, didn't mean that they couldn't manufacture it. Thanks to a brilliant human girl named Annabelle Frederick, who came up with the process, and the investment made by Jane Ursula, they were able to create something revolutionary. The ether conversion mechanism. Simply put, it converted mana or miasma into ether by condensing it and isolating the purest particles while dispersing the other foreign elements, thus creating a fluid and clean energy known as ether. Of course, this was simply the energy itself. Converting the energy into useful stuff like spells and magical techniques was another huge leap. The whole technical process had gone over Aurora's head when they had tried explaining things to her, but the gist of it was quite simple. By making devices that could conduct the energy, while also imbuing magic formulas on them, they would be able to utilize ether as magic. This was a more practical adaptation of Jared's spell cards. Weapons, artifacts, and even automatons were imbued with magic formulas that allowed them to transform the raw ether into energy. With this revolution in magic and technology, however, came a problem. Resources. Limited mana reserves. Aurora began to use her staff, already possessing the ether property. The problem with the ether conversion mechanism was how much mana it consumed. To produce ether suitable for one person, they had to sacrifice over 1,000 people's worth of mana. As such, they could only produce a limited amount of ether. Any more would adversely affect the elven lands and the climate. Another major problem with artificially utilizing ether was the finite nature of the energy. Sooner or later, they would run out. Aurora knew her people couldn't keep this up forever. We have to end this, and fast. With that single thought, the energy around her staff climbed to a terrifying degree, and 3 arrows materialized in an instant. They were aimed at various locations, and they spun swiftly, increasing in power with every rotation. Harbinger of rupture. Threefold. Aurora directed this blast at the leaders of the army, the corrupted. In a flash, she released them, sending a swift and powerful strike to the enemies. Thanks to their paralyzing shock, they could not react quickly enough to defend themselves. And as a result, ha! Aurora heaved a sigh as she prepared her next volley. Normally, she would be doing her best to conserve her energy. No, everyone was supposed to be managing the resources given to them. Yet, with the way every elf and automaton fought their enemies, they used their powers without any restriction. They did not waste the power they had been given, but they were not frugal with it either. They simply fought with all their strength, and that was for a reason. The more drawn out the battle was, the more disadvantageous it would be to them. According to Jared, the nether beasts had adaptive and extremely dangerous regenerative features. As a result, it was much more effective to not hold back on any of their attacks when dealing with them. Trying to conserve power would ultimately waste time and resources, a luxury they couldn't afford. We have to end this fast. Aurora rained her spell on the opponents once more. This time, though, they were more prepared. The corrupted raised a barrier, like a canopy above their heads. Aurora knew this would be a waste, so she redirected her arrows towards the nether beasts instead. As a result, more deafening explosions followed. Aurora noticed the murderous glares of the corrupted, and they all acknowledged the fact that she was the most dangerous of all the threats they faced. As a result, with all their animosity concentrated on her, the corrupted left the nether beasts to deal with the elves and automatons, all swearing to do the queen in. Aurora, however, had anticipated this as well. Causing the most damage was bound to draw the attention of enemies to you. Which was why I sent those 3 already. She smiled. Asterisk. 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 The corrupted were the riff-raffs of the nether cult, nothing more than foot soldiers, really. They had no redeeming qualities, and most were referred to as numbers or codes. Their significance was better felt as a group, and not as individuals. Some were satisfied with this status quo, happy to simply be gifted with such power that made sure no normal person or mage stood a chance against them. However, some wanted more. Way more. I will prove myself in this battle and take the glory. A corrupted told himself in excitement. He knew he was among the strongest of everyone present, and his level of sync with Nether was extremely high. Even his direct superior Stefan Netherlore had told him this. Stefan also told him about the empty positions within the 12 seats of the Nether cult. That had been enough to spark his ambition. I want a seat at the table, he muttered with both delight and greed. He had once been an exceptional mage who struggled due to an illness that clogged his mana, and even though he was brilliant, he was still so powerless because of this infirmity of his. One could only imagine the frustration he had felt when he watched others surpass him, despite his sheer experience and skill. All due to this weakness, he had watched as others gained fame and fortune, while he was left with nothing. The likes of Naren Khalid, Sarah Crimson, and even Damien Lawcroft had made a name for themselves, the latter, by becoming a member of the Nether cult's 12 seats. That could have been him. If only he hadn't been so afflicted, he could have done the same too. There's nothing special about them. They're just privileged. Even as this man stared at his comrades, he could only see privileged and entitled idiots. They, unlike him, didn't have to work so hard to attain the power they now possessed. They hadn't felt the despair he'd felt. They didn't have the ambition he had. Plus, he was far superior to all of them. Which is why I will prove myself, and get that seat. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 722. Eyes gleaming with ambition, the corrupted focused their attention on Aurora, the elf queen. They had 2 options. The first option was to kill her with their volley, while the other was to make her fall on the defensive. The corrupteds definitely preferred the former, but the latter wasn't a bad alternative either. That way, she won't be causing any damage on the battlefield and to our troops. The nether beasts were the major members of the army when it came to brute force and numbers. The corrupted were simply there for guidance and coordinated assault. If they lost their muscle, that would be too bad. I'm gonna kill that bitch. If I do, the seat. A certain corrupted grinned with desperate determination and pride. His name was Chaos, and he was simply brimming with ambition. He and his allies were inside a dome made by Nether, all 100 of them, causing the Elf Queen to turn her attention to their troops. They had already lost 200 thanks to the Elf Queen's first attack, so they didn't plan on losing any more. Since they were protected by their overpowered ability, they could send some devastating attacks to the Queen. That was their rationale. However, an explosion suddenly rang behind the 100 corrupteds. It seemed like the eruption came from beneath, and as it did, debris flew off the earth. No one was killed, but the damage was extensive. Plus, the corrupted became distracted from their main task. After the blast, 3 beings suddenly emerged from the hole the explosion came out of. As they ascended, their forms became much clearer. 2 humans. 1 elf. That was a loud blast, Jerry. Not that I couldn't pull off the same. A loud voice pierced the air. Haha, Thanks. I guess. A gentler tone emerged next. Young lads, you have done well. It was indeed impressive. An older-sounding tone emerged as well. The two youths were humans, individually covered in their respective elements. One had white flames while the other had white wax. The older fellow was an elf dressed in white. He barely had any armor or element on. He simply donned an astounding white suit, as well as a matching white coat. His expression was prim and proper, and his gaze calmly rested on the 100 corrupteds who now glared at the intruders. Old man, how strong are they? The wax warrior asked the older elf. He has a name, you know? It's Darius. Ah, yet. Chaos watched as these three made a stable entry into their stronghold, his face twisting with both shock and anxiety. They bypassed our dome by moving underground. They had been so focused on protecting themselves from the Elf Queen's aerial attacks that they had neglected to defend the area beneath them. It was indeed a cause for worry. However, they sent just 3. Really? 2 of the 3 were kids. Kids who had shown talent when fighting the nether beasts, but kids nonetheless. Fools. Chaos grinned to himself. He looked around, and it seemed his comrades felt the same way. Our nether barrier is still active and it functions independently from any other attacks we use. That was why they were planning to defeat the Elf Queen while remaining in their haven. That will have to wait, though. For now, let's get this over with. Hee. Chaos glanced at his comrades, and once again, they agreed on this issue. There was no need to waste any time conversing. All they had to do was win. Before Chaos could think any further, the redhead among the trio punched the earth with his fists, and all of a sudden, it shook. The quake destabilized all of them, though a lot of them instantly took to the sky. I've got the ones below. Take those in the sky. Jerry nodded, bursting into more flames as he ascended to take care of the floating corrupteds. Chaos was one of the flyers, but he made sure to maintain a stealth spell the moment he did so. He had been caught off guard by the opponent, and he refused to fight blindly. I'll need to be subtle about this. Observe, then attack. It burns. Gah, save me. Save me. Hearing the agonizing screams of his brethren beneath him, Chaos realized what was going on. Is that lava? His mind echoed. Underneath him, flooding the corrupteds on the ground, was a mix of white and crimson. It seemed like wax, yet the fiery elements, as well as the extreme heat it emitted, proved it to be more. Even from his position above, Chaos could feel the heat. Just how many degrees? He thought to himself, watching as his comrades got drowned in an ocean of heated wax. Before long, it hardened, completely burying them in an utterly suspended state. Shit! Chaos thought to himself. That redhead, he's not all talk. The wild youth was grinning, smiling at the older fellow beside him. They were being so carefree on the battlefield, and it pissed him off. Boo-hoo-hoo-I-am. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-I-am. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-I-am. Suddenly, even around him, he could hear multiple explosions. Stifled screams of his comrades pierced the air as they were each consumed by white fire. Their opponent was too fast. In white streaks, he navigated his way through the air. He used the flames generated from his feet and hands as propellers, easily dodging the spells the corrupteds threw at him. In a flash, he dispatched 1, then 2, then 5, and it went on forever. Chaos was gritting his teeth in frustration at this point. Why were his comrades dropping like flies? Why couldn't they handle a single kid? Besides, you idiots! Can't you see that the ones below are distracted? Kill them first, Chaos sent a message to the minds of all his comrades. Once he said this, their eyes bulged, and their focus shifted from the man in flames to the 2 people who were discussing beneath the ensuing chaos. Hee. First, we'll kill those 2, and then Nothing was going to stop him from gaining his prize. He had successfully reduced his competitors among the corrupteds, but now? Now was the time to get serious. We'll kill you all. We'll kill you all. Chaos watched his comrades descend upon the old elf and the other youth, mostly focusing on the older elf, considering the young fellow had just drowned a good number of them, and they were all targeting the weakest link. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't have been more wrong. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 723. Darius was not suited for battle, at least according to him. He despised violence, and he was also a very cautious elf. Even his original magic, absolute insight, wasn't attack-based in any way. He had always preferred things this way. Thus, when the youngsters had told him to leave the battle to them, Darius had agreed without even putting up a fight. He was actually relieved that he wouldn't have to fight. Preferring to be a spectator, he watched Yvonne and Jerry work their magic. Yvonne was able to merge his flame attribute with his wax emperor's ability, in order to form his bond magic, boiling wax. He used this technique to raise the temperature to thousands of degrees. However, that wasn't all. He was also able to harden his wax, instantly freezing the enemies in a completely static state as the wax covered their whole bodies. Thus, the corrupted suffered a very brutal death. Impressive, Darius thought to himself. As for the second one, Jerry, his battle prowess was off the charts. His speed, his precision, his destructive power, they were all a step above what he had expected. He was a blur in the sky, and the way he naturally displayed his abilities was amazing. According to Jerry, back when they had been revealing their abilities to one another, before finally engaging the enemy, he had told them he was a fire-based mage. However, with the speed and skill he currently displayed, Darius believed he had more than simply flames. Once he studied his familiar, using absolute insight, he realized why he felt that way. His familiar is a pard, regarded to be extremely fast. Enough to even combust itself. So, that's it. He's using bond magic to boost his speed and he's not even in fusion mode yet. Darius found both young men to be amazing. Even as Yvonne kept talking to him and boasting about how awesome his skills were, Darius was enamored by the two youngsters. They were certainly strong. As Darius was enjoying the company of his ally, the corrupteds shifted gear from Jerry and lunged at him. With all their focus on the old elf, it wasn't difficult for him to sense their bloodlust. The problem, however, was what he was going to do about their joint assault. They're fast, Darius thought to himself. Their desperation must have given them the boost they needed, and they closed in on him too quickly. Darius noticed Yvonne had finally spotted the enemies, but he knew the young boy would be too slow to deal with the enemies. Plus, he's exhausted from that last move. I can tell. Darius sighed, realizing he would have to do something if he didn't want to die. Very well, then. He gave a cold stare at the approaching enemies, not moving from his current position, but instead, he snapped his fingers. The mere snap of his fingers echoed across the field. However, before the corrupteds could make sense of this, or even care to understand it, the most shocking thing happened. Suddenly, they found their heads swelling. They were swelling, growing larger and larger, and at the same time hurting the corrupteds. Every one of them collapsed to the ground, gripping their heads as they screamed in agony. Unfortunately, there was no one willing to hear or help them. As such, their heads all exploded at once, causing bursts of black blood to fly around. Fortunately, none of the gore touched Darius, as an invisible wall shielded both him and Yvonne. Darius! Jerry yelled, descending from the sky as he finished killing the last corrupted he was engaged with. He descended, now utterly out of breath. He had used up too much of his white flames, and now all that was left was a flicker. Panda and VE1, are you both okay? Of course, seeing the corpse on the floor was enough to deter Jerry from asking any further questions. Ivan was just as shocked. Who would have expected an old and gentle fellow like Darius to slaughter so many corrupteds, with the mere snap of his fingers? "I'm afraid I have exhausted most of my ether," he murmured. "Yeah. Me too. What about you, Jerry?" "It's the same here." It seemed like the three were nearly out of energy. Fortunately, they had managed to subdue all of the corrupteds, so it was all good. Asterisk. 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 The monsters. Chaos thought to himself in horror. He had just witnessed all of his comrades die, dropping like flies. Their power was nothing compared to the three. However, being the optimist that he was, Chaos decided to focus on the good part of all he had experienced. All my competitors are gone. Besides, they're already out of power, aren't they? The deaths of all his comrades had also caused their barrier to go down, so he could leave this place. Yes, he could leave and call for backup. Looking at the current tide of the battle, it seemed that the elves were already being pushed back, so there might be no need. However, just in case, at least he should watch from a safe distance. "I'd better not approach those three," he gulped, taking flight as he moved to escape. Then, he heard the finger snap. "O-N. Asterisk. 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 Why did you snap your fingers again? Wanna blow us up too?" Ivan yelled, seeing Darius use the same attack he'd used on the corrupteds. It was too frightening to imagine what would happen if he was affected. "Don't be rude, Ivan. It's fine. I understand your concern. However, I just used a little frequency and increased the pitch. Of course, this takes a ton of power, and I am almost out of power. Sound moves fast, so I had to resort to it." "Oh, and what about now?" "Don't worry about that. Just testing something out. Besides, we don't have time to worry about that right now." Darius and the youths decided to ignore the heavy thud that echoed behind them, the fall of a corpse, no doubt, and focused solely on the battle in front of them. "This is bad," Darius muttered. The two humans couldn't help but agree with him. "Why? The nether beasts are already overpowering our forces. They're also getting stronger and bigger." The problem stemmed from the fact that they had run out of ether. Since that was the case, things were about to get unbearably more difficult. "We'll need a miracle to win, at this rate." Darius was right. They had suddenly reached a huge wall, one that was now closing in on them. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 724. The Southern Continent. "Oi! Hold your ground!" A very rough and loud voice echoed throughout the extremely noisy battlefield. Mecha tanks and golems ran through the battlefield, fighting violently with the invading nether beasts. Missiles and various bombs were used in this magical and technological warfare. This was dwarven territory, and the huge walls that protected their city could not be allowed to fall. Every dwarf donned their armor and used their respective tank armors or vehicles to fight off their invaders. The problem now was that their ether had run out, so they were currently at a disadvantage. Still, they were determined to slow down the advance of the enemy even for one more second. The nether beasts were especially ferocious, while the surviving corrupteds attacked from behind the wave of monsters that threatened their lives. A good number of dwarves were still alive, thankfully. Due to their reliance on their golems and tools, most didn't have direct contact with the nether beasts. Unfortunately, those who piloted their magic golems manually had to be in the crosshairs, and they had already lost a good number of them. Still, the struggle continued. "We're not fighting in vain. Buy more time." The thunderous voice of the dwarven chief motivated his people to go on. That's right, the dwarves were fighting a meaningful battle. Yes, they had run out of the only thing that could beat these creatures, but they were currently working on making more. "How much longer, ASA?" the chief's thunderous voice echoed. Just a little more time. The response came from a child. No one could see the child, nor did they sense the presence of anyone like that. It was most probably due to his special ability which allowed him to become one with nature. Still, what would explain the chief's reliance on Asa for ether? Well, that was quite straightforward. Asa had an arcana, the magician, which poured out seemingly unlimited mana. Thanks to the technology developed by the fairies, they could transform mana into ether. And as a result, they were waiting for Asa to refill their blasters and weapons so they could once again fight the enemies. But the process of turning mana into ether took time, and they also had to fill up each individual's weapon. At this rate, things were going to get pretty bad before it was complete. Still, the dwarves held their ground. Beyond the walls were their families, everyone and everything that mattered to them. They were willing to fight till their last breath, and some did so. "Kman, Asa!" A certain red-haired man grunted as he piloted his giant golem from within it. This was a courtesy gift from Jared, who called it Hugo. Not only was it massive, but it had many controls and functions that rendered it extremely powerful. Unfortunately, without mana, these abilities would not affect their enemies. Still, by using Hugo's bulky size, this man was able to hold the enemies off. He was Maro and he served as the major support for the dwarves, along with the many golems and automatons around. They were on the verge of winning. They just needed more ether. Asterisk. 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 "Come on, Asa!" The blue-colored beast folk growled as he directed his concentrated mana blast towards the device in front of him. The device seemed like a very complicated contraption having a large bowl-like container, with a pipe that Asa had to keep pouring mana into. The container processed the mana and turned it into ether, releasing the final product from the other end, through yet another pipe. Asa's duty wasn't very difficult, but he had to be careful with the output of his mana. Too much would overwork the device. Besides, there was only so much mana he could control at the same time. Normally, the enemy would have detected activity of such a scale, but Asa was currently using his special ability not only on himself, but also on the entire contraption. Almost there. A strained smile formed on his face. Once he was done, it would be time for a turnaround in the battle. Everyone was being pushed back, exhausted and dying. It was up to him to bring them back to their feet. The issue is, after it's done, what next? Sure, he would have the help of mechanisms and golems, but he would need to distribute the ether. That would take more time. Damn it! In the end, they still needed more time. Unfortunately, it didn't seem like that was something they could afford at the moment. Don't worry about that. Just do your B. A loud eruption echoed across the area, causing even Asa to lose his balance, further distracting his focus from the mission he was given. At this point, however, the mission was hardly on Asa's mind. After all, what in the... Right at the center of the battlefield was another beast different from the others around it. It was massive, about the size of Hugo, with several heads, eyes, and multiple tails. It had the appearance of a black dragon, but its numerous eyes made the monster more repulsive than usual. It had slimy drool dripping from its mouth, and emerging from its body were several spikes. This enormous monster was so intimidating that Asa found himself trembling in fear. His nether was too much for even he to resist. And he was not the only one. The dwarves were all paralyzed due to the overwhelming surge of this nether beast's nether. Unknown to Asa, while he had been so focused on his mission, several nether beasts had gathered to form this monstrosity. Its invincible form easily took Hugo down, sending a couple of tails towards it and crushing it to pieces. The components of Hugo instantly turned black, and soon after faded away. The nether beast had made it non-existent, and it was just getting started. The paralyzed dwarves expected this to be the end at this point. Even Asa was too scared to focus, thus turning his entire body visible. He could hardly see with his blurry vision, but he was able to witness Mayro's escape from Hugo before it completely got destroyed. Still, what of it? The great nether beast could not detect Asa, as well as the contraption. It even stared in his direction, grinning evilly as its menacing glare told the kid he was not going to survive. Rumble! 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 It approached slowly, killing the stationary dwarves in its way. The very few nether beasts who were left stood behind their champion, and they proceeded to take the lives of everyone present. Asa, utterly powerless as he watched all of this, could do nothing but mumble unintelligible words. Wide-eyed and deep in despair, he saw the monster draw closer and closer. Yua! He felt like breaking down. It felt like he was being crushed by boulders, like he was being stabbed by millions of needles. Simply maintaining eye contact with this terrifying nether beast and watching as it eliminated all of the dwarves in its path. Asa could only think of one thing at that moment. Father! Tears flowed down his face as he completed his thought. Father, save me, please. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 725. The Northern Continent. Roar. A deafening roar emerged from the head of the United Beast Council. The mighty Dragon King, Zeark, let out a powerful sound, causing all of his followers to follow his charge into battle. Dragons, griffins, minotaurs, centaurs, manticores, and many more magic beasts trailed behind him, all letting out various battle cries. Their powerful roars and screeches echoed across the battlefield. With the elderly, pregnant, and young ones safe in the shelter, the able-bodied adults, both male and female, did not hesitate to move towards the enemy. They understood only one tactic in battle: fighting until the bitter end. And as such, showing neither fear nor hesitation, the mighty magic beasts began their clash with the nether beasts and the corrupteds. Their immense numbers, alongside their savage strikes, easily won them momentary victory. The corrupteds were easily the first to die. They could not match the savage brutality of the magic beasts, thus leading to their immediate eradication. They all suffered under the breath of the mighty dragons. Spikes and arrows appeared from more magic beasts. The variety of attacks they possessed made them too much for the corrupteds to handle. In no time at all, thanks to their all-out attack, the corrupteds were exterminated. The only ones left were the nether beasts. Damn it! Zeark growled as he floated in the air. He was running low on the ether he had lent from the ether generator, so he had every right to worry, especially now that the nether beasts were merging to form massive creatures. They're too much. The Dragon King thought, his eyes narrowing on the 5 giant nether beasts. Their size towered the clouds, and the amount of nether they had was nearly enough to overwhelm him. However, my people are counting on me. This land. I will not let our race down. With an intense glow evident in his eyes, Zeark decided to exert every ounce of his strength. He had to fight the nether beasts in place of his already weary soldiers. He could tell from their expressions and body movements that they too were running out of strength. It's now or never. No delay was allowed. Original magic, breath of creation. Pouring every drop of his mana in combination with the ether permeating through him, Zeark generated a massive surge of power from his mouth. The mix of energy swelled, condensed, and then swelled once more. Zeark ascended to the sky, flying far beyond the clouds so he could reach a level above his enemies. Once this estate was reached, the energy bomb in front of his open mouth was ready to be launched. One shot. I have one shot. He pointed the breath of creation in his target's direction, squinting his eyes to confirm his target for the last time. Now, widening his eyes, he launched the huge bomb at the very center of the 5 magic beasts. The closer the orb got to its destination, the faster it became, and the larger it got. In a flash faster than light, the blast became much larger than the nether beasts. Then, It encompassed the entire location. Fortunately, Zerk had telepathically informed his subordinates and allies to leave the area. As a result, the bomb was able to completely envelop the nether beasts. Ha! Ha! At this point, he was certain. The mighty Dragon King had exhausted all his power. Damn it, should I have asked for backup from Jared? He huffed even more. Jared Leonard had informed them of the brewing crisis, but the number of allies and support were limited. As such, the priority of support was going to be determined accordingly. The Magic Beast Council was currently the most populated nation. Plus, they were the strongest in terms of manpower. As such, it was expected that they would get minimal support. However, thanks to Zerk's compassion for the defense of the other nations, as well as the pride of the magic beasts, he insisted they could handle the threats. Did they send more nether beasts here, accounting for our strength? He strained his breath. Fortunately, he had managed to execute his magic. It's not over, though. Zerk's eyes narrowed on a particular location. His original magic was not really based on destruction. As an expert on matter manipulation, he could assemble and disassemble them at will with enough mana, of course. However, his current stock was not enough to achieve that feat on such a large scale. As such, he had to compensate. The 5 massive nether beasts were not yet dead. They hadn't been atomized, not even close. Rawr! They screeched. However, unlike their massive and intimidating forms, the 5 nether beasts were now the size of an average dragon, not too small, but not too large. Zerk had managed to cut down their mass, but he couldn't kill them completely. And now, he was out of energy. The people are exhausted too. Even though only 5 nether beasts remained, it seemed the magic beasts were at their wits' end. Without ether, they couldn't damage the nether beasts. This means trouble. Asterisk. 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 The Western Continent. Hold them down. Biruel yelled. He knew he didn't need to shout commands at his legion of soldiers, but he did so anyway. His clones were decimating the nether beasts, and they were pretty much done eliminating the corrupteds. On normal terms, they would have won a long time ago. Even though all the nether beasts invading them were massive, Biruel thought he would be able to handle them with his clones, the fairies' defenses, and the soldiers who were fighting alongside him. However, there was a big problem. They just keep coming. The nether beasts invading the fairies were far more formidable than the ones attacking the other nations. Not only were all of them massive, but they were too many. More and more kept appearing despite Biruel's best attempts to contain them. The worst part was that the nether beasts were learning from each assault, thus becoming even more powerful. His clones, who had the upper hand initially, were now being pushed back. Things weren't looking too good. The fairy forest defenses had already been rendered obsolete. The only thing they had going for them were the many machines that Biruel built, as well as the few fairies who could actually fight. With their ether running low, though, they soon became liabilities up to the point whereby only Biruel and his clones remained. Only he was hanging on. Come in, you two. Anna. Jane, hurry up. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 726. The vibrations and echoes of war leaked into the facility where Jane and Anna were. The two could be seen quickly operating on their devices. Jane was swiftly configuring some keys, moving faster than any eye could process. As for Anna, she was running around, ensuring the reactions of each and every subject was stabilized. The thousands and thousands of tubes around them did a lot to hurry them up, as well as the battle cries and booms they perceived from the outside. If there was one thing these two were aware of, it was the fact that there was no time. Literally. All my calculations have been thrown out of the window. Damn it. Why did Naren's Arcana effect stop working? Our time ratio is back to normal. Jane thought to herself in a panic. If only they had the time right, things would not have escalated to such a degree. I calculated everything perfectly, yet. She had tried contacting Jared, Naren, and whoever else followed the main group, but no one was responding. As much as Jane was determined to remain optimistic, she couldn't stop the dreadful thoughts that constantly crept into her mind. She cast a sideway glance at Anna and noticed the girl was also looking worried. Of course, this was a natural reaction. Considering her friends had gone on said mission, this much was expected of her. But we have to focus. They were almost done with the final configuration. Just a bit more time to process the final variables. Her people were busy fighting out their and one other person. Biruel. Even Jane had to admit how much Biruel had assisted them in the project of creating the ether conversion mechanism. The conductivity issue, as well as the assembling of the materials, were both done by him. His arcana was extremely useful. After the battle, if they survived, Jane decided to keep Biruel by her side. The possibilities of his arcana, especially regarding her private project, made the possibilities of success far higher than normal. But, all of that would have to wait. She knew they were all relying on her, them. Anna was trying her best, and so was she. Jane knew she had to do her best to protect this place. The enemy couldn't interfere, no matter what. Not only because of her people's safety, and it was certainly not because of Anna and Jared's project. No, there was something else. I can't let them near Louis' soul. It's still gestating, and it's in a critical state. Worry spread all over her face, but her hands were just as steady as normal. Nothing, absolutely nothing would stop her from this mission. Just hang on, everyone. Asterisk. 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 Ga. Biruel grunted, feeling a hot sensation permeate his insides. His arcana was demanding more ether from him, but he now had none. He was all out. His clones, those who were yet to be consumed by the corrosive effects of the nether beasts, were all on the ground. They, like him, were out of energy. The nether beasts were still quite a lot, and he knew he could barely hold them off for a few more minutes. Scratch that. A few more seconds would be generous. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr realized he was about to meet his end again. Damn it! He still feared death. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to meet a fatal end now. If I put in my best, I can escape. I can use full speed, utilize my mana stockpile, and race out of here. Yes, the thought crossed Biruel's mind. However, to his amazement, he found himself not fleeing. Here he was, taking a hard stance, even though common sense told him to run away. Why? Why wouldn't he budge, even though death was simply a few inches away? Perhaps it was because of the hopeful looks the fairies behind him were sending. Their respectful gazes washed over him, and they were all looking at his back with reverence and amazement. As the only one standing between the enemy and them, Biruel had become their guardian. No one could see him as a tyrant. Rather, there was only one word that could describe the kind of being Biruel was at the moment. A hero. Fairy King Biruel. Fairy King Biruel. Fairy King Biruel. Screams and yells permeated the air, and he could feel his heart thumping. How can I back out now? He asked himself, donning a crazy smile on his face. It wasn't an expression befitting royalty, but Biruel's wide eyes and disheveled hair screamed of desperation. The genuine desire to win. I won't die, and I won't run. A sword of light manifested on Biruel's hand, and several mechanical blades formed behind him. He daringly smiled at the group of nether beasts who had almost reached him, ready to launch all he had at them. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr and he readied himself for the launch. Right no. Bohohoam. Bohohoam. Hohoischa. Sweeniescha. Hwayuayuayam. Before Biruel could complete his commands, several beings suddenly charged toward the nether beasts, each donning blades, blasters, staffs, spears, or simple gauntlets. These entities were shrouded in pure ether, and they lunged at the nether beasts within moments, tearing them to pieces at the same time. The remaining monsters stood no chance. All were eradicated by the legion of beings that trooped from beyond the sanctuary's dome. Their ferocious strength, their heightened utilization of ether, their immense battle prowess, their violent strikes, these beings depicted their primal instincts for chaos and destruction as they wreaked havoc all around them. "Well done, Biruel!" A voice called out for him, causing him to remove his eyes from the amazing sight in front of him and instead look behind. Anna and Jane floated from the sanctuary, both approaching him with a smile. He knew instantly from their smile, and the chaotic creatures around him, that they had succeeded in their task. "We did it, Biruel!" Anna yelled, jumping excitedly at the smaller being. His small frame was almost squished by the overenthusiastic girl's swift hug. N0ve1 Biruel, whose body was already worn from overexerting himself, screamed out to him in pain, and his eyes turned bloodshot. "Let him go, Anna. You're hurting him." Jane smiled calmly. Sorry." She quickly detached herself, laughing awkwardly. "It's no problem, ow." Biruel groaned in response. "You don't need to hide your pain. Judging from the landscape, it seems you've done a lot to hold back the enemy, Biruel." "No need to mention it, Jane. I was just performing my duty." "Perhaps. However, you still have my respect." "I admit I was wrong about you, Biruel. You have indeed changed." To Biruel's surprise, Jane extended her hand in his direction, giving a very genuine smile. The Fairy King never expected such a thing from Jane, though he had desired it many times. Of course, he took her hand. And so, as they both shook hands, Biruel and Jane smiled at each other, not as enemies, or as strangers, but as comrades. "Apologies for interrupting you all, but I must now speak." A deep voice, containing authority and power, snapped the two fairies from their friendly exchange. They both glanced in the direction of the voice, and sure enough it was a heavily built man. He was the leader of the beast folk, known by all we the Beast King. This entity was right in front of them, his people floating behind him as he approached Anna, Biruel, and Jane. He was Gerard. "You uploaded the necessary information to us in our comatose state, so I am up to date on the current happenings. I am also aware that we are meant to provide backup to the other nations." "That's right. It's all according to the plan, though it is a bit late in schedule." Jane nodded in response to the Beast King's words. "I understand. We will now be leaving for our respective regions to provide backup to those who require the assistance. However, I have one question before I leave." There was hardly any time for discourse, they all knew that very well. However, Gerard's serious demeanor, and his narrowed gaze, showed how serious he was. "Ask away." Jane smiled. With a wide grin and a determined gaze filled with nostalgia, Gerard asked the only question on his mind. "Where is my son, Asa?" Asterisk. 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 Chapter 727. It became a swift victory for the allied nations after the beast folks were awakened. They swept through the battlefield, displaying such power and speed that the tides were easily turned in the favor of their allies. Nether beasts were eradicated by the ether-based weapons that the Bios folks possessed, and they did not stop until they were all destroyed. The elves were fortunately rescued in the nick of time. Many had been killed, and far more were injured. However, the moment the beast folks arrived, they were saved. The same happened in the north, and then the south, with Gerard leading the charge there personally. One could only imagine the joy on Asa's face when he saw his father. Their reunion, warm and charming, seeped through the despairing battlefield, and with the hope of victory growing, everyone celebrated. With the nether beasts and the corrupteds vanquished, they were done with the incursion of the cult. However, there was a stagnant fear in the minds of everyone who had faced this crisis. What would happen if even more monsters appeared? As such, the beast folks stationed in each nation remained on standby. The soldiers, after resting and pulling themselves together, also remained on high alert. The worst thing that could happen at this point would be a devastating ambush. However, despite all of this caution, they also realized how little the chances were for such an occurrence. As a result, there were two more concerns on their mind, far more urgent than the initial one. We have yet to spot the leader of this coordinated assault. Jane Ursula used her magic to communicate with the allied nations. Right in front of her, in the vast expanse, several screens popped up, revealing the faces of each leader she was referring to. The Elf Queen, the Dwarven Chief, the Dragon King, the Beast King, the Human King, and finally she, the President of the Fairy Sanctuary. Beruel and Anna were beside her while she made the call, and a look of concern was etched on her little face. Adjusting her glasses a little, she gave them all a serious expression. The leader has to be an upper seat in the cult. We have yet to see anyone like that. Jane was worried that as long as he remained unaccounted for, their problems were far from over. And she was right. And what's the second concern? Gerard asked in an excited tone. He had just woken up from his slumber, only to fight nether beasts and see his son become a warrior. When he arrived at the scene, he had seen Asa fighting so bravely even though the boy was powerless. This was a perfect day for him both as a father and as a beast folk. Thus, he itched for even more action. The second problem has to do with the main team invading the nether cult. I have lost contact with them, so I can't tell how they're doing, but I suspect it's not very good. Really? Lack of communication shouldn't be sufficient reason to think that, though. Aurora added. I agree. I'm connected to Jared's soul due to our bond, and so far he doesn't seem to be in any kind of mortal danger. Then. But Naren's magic suddenly stopped working, and the entire plan was almost thrown out of the window. This battle strategy that we developed is so intricate that it falls apart if even one side does something wrong. Fortunately, we pulled through at the last minute, or else. Jane heaved in relief. At this point, the faces of the other leaders were beginning to show just how dire the situation was. What do you think the problem is? Ziark asked in his deep tone. Please visit panda1.com. I'm not sure. Fortunately, the assault of the enemies while being very precarious was not as terrible as Jared had predicted. As a result, we were able to finish much faster than expected. I think we should all try to assist Jared and his team. Wouldn't that risk our stronghold? The one we're protecting. I get your point, Dwarf Chief. We can leave enough capable individuals to defend our territories while we leave. It's risky, sure. But my gut tells me something is going down at the headquarters. I believe, even if it's just a few, we should send our best forces to assist Jared. Fair point. That is the enemy's base, after all. Jared and his team might have trouble doing it alone. Yes, and if they fail, all of this would have been for nothing. The whole plan hinged on the nether cult being totally wiped out. If Jared's team failed, it would affect everyone terribly. As a result, their mission had to succeed. But still, all of this is due to Naren's magic not working as it should. Yes. If something has happened to Naren, then I can guarantee that the team will be out of whack. Knowing Jared and Sarah, they'll want to rescue him. Things could get messy quickly. Jane sighed. But, if Naren is in trouble, and Team Jared won't be sufficient to handle the mission, what is the guarantee that we can? Well, there's no guarantee. But we need to increase our chances. Jane added stubbornly. Panda1.com, may I make a suggestion? An aged voice interrupted the back and forth. After a brief moment of silence, Jane conceded. Sure, King Albion. Why not send an elite team to go after Team Jared? Let it comprise our strongest warriors. It would be a waste and a shame if we sent a crowd, only for them to die. Once everyone heard this suggestion, they immediately appreciated it and thanked Albion for his wisdom. He had been silent throughout the meeting, but who would have thought that he had such smart words? I would have brought that up eventually, but... Jane smiled. All right. Let's go with that instead. I'll personally assemble the ones that will be going. By the way, King Albion, it's a surprise that no nether beast has invaded your kingdom yet. I am as surprised as you are. My mages and warriors have nothing to do here. The king chuckled. Nevertheless, I'll be sending some beast folks your way, just in case. That would be much appreciated. Thank you. Jane nodded with a smile. Caution was necessary in times like these. As such, they had to be on guard at all times. As for the elite team she wanted to form, Jane had an idea of the members she wanted for it. Whatever is going on, I'm gonna make sure we don't lose this war. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 728. Ha! Albion Lest Rome Indieval, the current king of the Eastern Kingdom, heaved a sigh as he ended the call he was having with his allies. Something about meeting with far more powerful and influential leaders than him made the king feel on edge. He hadn't spoken throughout their exchange simply because he had been nervous. However, after having a good enough idea, he finally spoke up. Thank goodness I wasn't shot down, he said with relief. The leaders adopted his idea, and he was even praised for being wise. How gratifying! Currently, the king and a few of his nobles were in the royal court. They had prepared for this historic day, but those who couldn't fight like Damien Leonard remained in the castle. Those who made it their duty to protect the Eastern Kingdom like the Helmsworths and Crimsons and practically every other powerful individual in the kingdom, stood and guarded it with their life. This was somewhat unnecessary since Ilrich had kept all the citizens in his special space, thanks to the hermit. However, there was one factor he had to consider. Their pride. Just as the king wouldn't abandon the capital, even though the rest of his family had done so, these few nobles and soldiers had the strong will to defend their capital. They refused to back down. Of course, the ones who were allowed to remain behind consisted of the best. Archmages, and those who were archmage candidates. For martial artists, the most powerful ones were chosen. They were in the peak stage, all 5 of them, and they were resolved to fight to the very end. The only exception to this rule was Damien Leonard, Jared's father. Pada and that was simply because he was their fallback in terms of strategy. Once things got too dangerous, Ilrich was determined to instantly place him in his special space. All the archmages, archmage candidates, and head warriors gathered on the capital's outskirts where they determined the fight would take place. Their numbers were about 50, although they mostly consisted of candidates. With 20 archmages, Alphonse alongside another from his household, a couple from the Helmsworth family, the Crimson family, and also one from the Frederick household. There were also 25 archmage candidates, thus, the number was a total of 50. A good number of them were left behind to protect the king, so only 30 were left standing on the battlefield as they awaited the enemy. Several automatons and golems also stood guard, making their numbers skyrocket to the thousands. According to Jared's instructions, if the enemies were too powerful, everyone was to simply retreat to the special space. There was no reason to throw lives away unnecessarily. However, judging from everyone's hardened faces, Ilrich's included, none of them had any intention of retreating. Right here and now, they would fight against the enemy and win. Leading this charge were the 2 most exceptional mages that were currently in the kingdom. The Grand Mage and the Royal Court Mage Ilrich Lendertwal. And Maria Helmsworth. With these 2 standing strong, the defenders rallied behind them, ready and waiting for the enemy's strike. Though, after some time and yet no attack, they had to wonder, just where was their opponent? Several automaton scouts are scouring the kingdom for signs of an enemy, but none has been spotted yet. Ilrich thought to himself, glancing at Maria. Her serious nod told him she was thinking the same. We'll just have to wait it out if that's what it takes. We're never letting our guards down. According to the king's reports concerning the other nations, the attacks were harsh and brutal. The nether beasts overwhelmed them so greatly that it was too difficult to win. However, with the awakening of the beast folks, things changed. A legion of them was coming over for backup, ensuring the fortification of the Eastern Kingdom. It'll be fine. Ilrich and Maria thought to themselves, waiting for the rumble that would indicate the approach of the enemy. Dark clouds of despair. Quakes of devastation. Roars of savagery. They waited for the assault of the nether cult, or at least the signs of their coming. However, apologies for being late. A gentle voice greeted all those who waited. It came from the sky. Floating in the air, with a long flowing cloak, dark hair, and a menacing smile on his face, was the enemy. It was a single person and he looked like a young man not qualified enough to be labeled an adult yet. His blue eyes watched them intently, and while one of his hands was in his pocket, the other hand held something akin to a metal head. I had a bit of disturbance on my way here. The boy in the sky threw down the metal head, and from what Maria could decipher, it had a familiar form. Jigawain. The automaton's head landed on the ground, echoing emptily and lifelessly. Obviously, it was long dead. Please visit panda1.com. This, and a couple of others, tried to interfere with me and my troops on my way here. I had to take care of them. Both of his hands were now in his pockets as he descended. As his hair fluttered with the wind, his face came into closer view. Of course, Maria already knew who the boy was from his voice alone. However, as he drew closer, so did everyone else. He was none other than Stefan Netherlore. I hear you've been treating my family well. He grinned widely. That must be nice. Why do you ask? You want us to free them of their crimes? Ilrich narrowed his eyes as he stared at the young boy. He was prepared to fight at any moment, but something else bothered him. Where is his army? Did they get destroyed on his way here? Nah. There's no need. Do with them as you please. Stefan shrugged. His expression told them that he truly did not care about his family. His gaze was simply filled with one element: himself. You must be wondering where my army is, right? Even now, you're using your senses to scour for their whereabouts. I'll advise you not to. What? I came alone. It makes this easier for me, and all the more satisfying. He's bluffing, right? Ilrich was dumbstruck by Stefan's words. This sort of confidence was on another level entirely. Who did Stefan Netherlore think he was to be able to fight the whole Eastern Kingdom by himself? Oh, don't give me that look. Stefan grinned, especially at Maria, who had a glare on her face. This makes things easier for you people, doesn't it? There's no need to be worried. His tone was condescending, and he seemed to be enjoying the attention. If you beat me, then you win. As for me, I'll have to crush all of you. That's sufficient as a handicap, don't you think? Do you really think you'll win? I do. Stefan brought both of his hands out of his pockets and pointed in the direction of the capital. First, I'll destroy that place, then I'll deal with you all. Ilrich's eyes widened in both surprise and rage. His body was pulsating with energy, and his heart raced as he gave a swift prompt to move. However, seemingly in a flash, Stefan was no longer in their presence. It seemed like he had vanished, but was that just his speed? Just as he'd proclaimed, Stefan was now atop the capital. He had a mischievous expression on his face, and his eyes were glowing red. No, you don't. In brilliant bursts of light filled with ether, the team of 30, and even the strong ones within the capital, leapt to the sky. They all went straight for Stefan, their expressions depicting desperate valor. Unfortunately. Watch and learn. Witness true power. It was already too late. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 729. It all happened so suddenly. In a single stroke of power, a mere thrust of the wind and a mighty push, the royal capital was destroyed. It started at the center, the push effect of Stefan's technique. Buildings, and everything else, were sent flying. In violent, dystopian imagery, everything in the capital was reduced to rubbles. They were all sent vacating through the holes in the huge walls that were also broken down. All of this occurred within seconds. All the individuals who tried to protect the capital, those who rushed towards Stefan, were all pushed back by his power. Some were affected more than others, causing their instant deaths, while many others sustained serious injuries. All in all, it was an overwhelming victory for Stefan. No one stood a chance. Asterisk. 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 I see. So, no casualties in the palace. Stefan thought to himself as he observed the ruined landscape. Did the court mage teleport them to safety before it was too late? So he did that instead of teleporting to my location. A wise decision. He had been well aware of Ilrich's ability to teleport ever since the demon incursion. Jared, that bastard! Why did he keep giving out arcanas? He should just keep them for himself. Stefan sighed. Still, he could not be too upset. The destruction he caused was enough to satiate his pent-up annoyance, at least for now. The nether beasts and corrupteds in the other nations have been destroyed, and so quickly too. This is thanks to you, isn't it, Jared? It upset Stefan that Jared had planned ahead and ensured the victory of the other nations. It was also annoying that he sent some automatons to intercept him. While they were quite formidable, especially because of the special weapons they had, they still didn't stand a chance against him. Did he really think I would be so easy to kill? Or did he simply intend to stall me? I have no idea. Stefan sighed in frustration. Still, all of this wasn't going to be a waste, at least, he hoped so. Maria is here. Ah, and the court mage too. Both of them should make for formidable opponents. I want to fight them so badly. His grin widened maniacally. Groans of the injured echoed through the air, and their voices annoyed the hell out of him. He didn't like how the battlefield was filled with weaklings. To him, only the strong were worthy to stand in his presence and fight. I came here to fight strong people, after all. Stefan. A scream emanated from beneath him, causing him to look in its direction. Ah, Maria, that's a lovely expression you have on your face. Do you finally see how much I've surpassed you? You can't do stuff like this, can you? Stefan had always been compared to his cousin, and it had always irritated him. He was always considered inferior to the true genius, and that was beyond annoying. His family had pressured him persistently, and Maria never understood how he felt. But now, the situation had been flipped. I'm stronger. You're weaker. And while this fight wouldn't be as satisfactory as his intended battle with Jared, it would have to suffice. This is just a show of strength. I'll advise you to teleport all the dregs around to safety. They'll only slow you down. Ah, and I'll kill them if they remain here. Ilrich's face twisted instantly, much to Stefan's delight. He loved seeing their faces, how they showed the anger, shock, rage, and multiple other emotions that were directed at him. His favorite, though, was despair. Ilrich, as he'd expected, obeyed and teleported the wounded and weak to whatever safe location he had in mind. It doesn't matter. I'll be taking both your arcanas and then I'll destroy everything in this kingdom. Stefan grinned with delight. This was going to be fun no matter how he thought of it. He versus the great genius and the court mage. Show me your best moves. Asterisk. Asterisk please visit panda1.com. Asterisk. In a flash, Maria donned her mage mode, fusion state, and allowed the power of her arcana to course through her veins, granting her even more power. In essence, she was in a more heightened state of archangel drive. Her familiar was an angel and archangel class 1. It was supposedly a star, and it was certainly very powerful. Her power was rising at a fast rate, but Maria felt that it still wasn't enough. Her body glowed white, and a glistening apparel covered her pure white armor, white feathered wings, and a white crown. In this archangel drive, she was strong enough to decimate most targets. However, after witnessing all Stefan had done, how he had killed her father who had been close to the impact, as well as her other relations, she knew she had to do far more. Golden and silver designs began appearing all over her armor, and her wings grew even longer. The crown on her head appeared more majestic, and several feathers floated around her. PNDD1.com everything around her bloomed, and white flowers began to blossom all around her. This was what happened when she poured enough power from the Pope into her archangel drive. It became something else. Celestial archangel drive. Glancing to her side, she could see Ilrich also donning his magic items and entering mage mode. He fused with his familiar, one that happened to be a centaur. Centaurs possessed great minds, and their intelligence was said to have reached a transcendent degree. Chiron, let's do this. Ilrich muttered. He didn't have hooves, neither did he have any particular horse feature. However, several tattoos formed on his body, especially his face, and his body also turned ebony. Along with the effects of mage mode and his magic items, he appeared to be a dark red entity, with cracked marks of power covering his skin. Bursts of energy, like flames, covered his body. A magic grimoire floated in front of him, glowing with several colors. He also held a staff, and the necklace on his neck glowed ominously. Maria, do not hold back. His warbling voice was stern and intimidating. The girl beside him nodded, and the both of them faced the enemy. I should return the favor. Stefan grinned. Dark scales shrouded his body, and his cloak was stained with red energy. A tail formed behind him, as well as a pair of dragon wings. Horns appeared on his head, and his dark hair grew far longer than before. Cackles of red and black lightning surrounded him, giving more credence to his form. He appeared to be a dragon, and quite a majestic one, at that. My former familiar was removed by the cult, and I got this one as a replacement. Haha, isn't that great? The dragon's power was indeed impressive, and the surge of power he was currently depicting had to come from mage mode. With these two factors, along with his arcana's power, Stefan was more than prepared for their challenge. Maria now understood the weight behind Ilrich's words. Stefan was too powerful, and dangerous. Thus, all three stood 2 against 1 as they prepared to clash. With no one around to witness the battle, or get in the way, they were free to fight without worry or fear. Let's go! Asterisk. 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 Chapter 730. I would love to use my grimoires analyze, with my staff's link and activation effects, to counter Stefan's abilities, but doing that against an arcana was a tall order. Perhaps that would have worked for other spells, but Ilrich was unsure. He would simply use them when the need called for it. His major options in this battle were his arcana, the many items that heightened his raw power, and the necklace that would shield him. He also had his rings, each having various elemental attributes that would be somewhat useful depending on the situation. His familiar had many uses, most of it involving precognition, battle analysis, weakness identification, information supply, and complete awareness of the details around him. His current mode also vastly improved his cognitive ability, so he could think very fast, much faster than his body could move. His familiar, while not having any major offensive ability, was perfect for support. The gem on my forehead can allow me to redirect an attack, but depending on the intensity of the attack, I don't know how many it can handle before expiring. Stefan was far more powerful than his precious opponents, so he was unsure of how the battle would go. However, Ulrich didn't despair. After all, he wasn't alone. Maria was right beside him, and based on raw power alone, she was pretty much his match. He wondered how someone so young could possess such prowess, but this wasn't the time to delve into such things. Besides, their enemy was about the same age as Maria, and his power appeared to exceed theirs at least on an individual level. Working together, using our arcanas, we can win. With this in mind, Ulrich signaled to Maria and she made the first move. Asterisk. 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 Maria sped through the expanse of space between her and Stefan, instantly appearing right behind him. Not bad. The boy arrogantly commented. At that very moment, Ulrich teleported in front of the target. Both he and Maria coordinated their strikes, prepared to destroy Stefan. However, fools! He grinned, perfectly capable of sensing both Maria and Ulrich as they closed in on him. With a surge of power, he sent Maria and Ulrich flying away. At least, he was supposed to. However, the moment he tried this, Ulrich had already teleported Maria and himself far away from Stefan, thus wasting the attack. Smart move. Running away from me like that. Stefan grinned, watching them from their distance. Thanks to Ulrich Lendertwal's teleportation ability, they could easily evade attacks. Thus, making their increased mobility very difficult for Stefan to counter. Humph! Is that what they really think? He watched as the two prepared another set of attacks, this time from their distant range. Maria's energy appeared to be condensed into the form of a spear, while Ulrich was using 10 different elements to form a massive sphere. Both were dangerous attacks and they were sure to cause considerable damage to any target. But I can easily repel it. What are these idiots thinking? Stefan thought to himself in disappointment. It was as though they were using their abilities without much thought. It ruined the experience for him. Whatever. He stretched out his palm, and a black orb appeared in front of him. Crimson cackles formed all around him, and the orb kept expanding. I'll play along with their farce. Both Maria and Ulrich released their attacks, and they clashed with that Stefan's. A blast ascended to the sky and burrowed itself into the earth. In mere moments, the area around them was covered in char and smoke. Emerging from this smoke were Ulrich and Maria, once again choosing to attack Stefan with their joint efforts. My senses transcend sight alone. Even with the smokescreen, I can clearly sense them. He nearly sighed. The moment they struck, he utilized his repulsion once more, and this time, while Maria teleported away, Ulrich took the hit. As expected, he was sent crashing into the ground. He quickly picked himself back up, though. Once he recovered from Stefan's absolute defense, Ulrich returned to Maria's side with a brilliant smile on his face. Please visit panda1.com. What are you idiots up to? Stefan asked in exasperation. So far, they were hardly putting up a challenge. It was almost too boring. Come on, Maria. One last time. This time, both Ulrich and Maria teleported right in front of Stefan. They prepared their attacks once more, and this made the boy extremely upset. Are you kidding me? He decided to get a bit more serious, utilizing his power of motion to halt both Ulrich and Maria in their current position while sending his push ability to decimate them. However, it didn't work. What? While he was in this state of shock, Ulrich and Maria swiftly unleashed the trap they had been preparing for Edward from above. A beam of light like a kaleidoscope pillar of many colors descended from above and consumed their target. With Stefan completely baptized by the pillar, and its influence spreading to consume Ilrich and Maria, both vanished from their position and retreated a far distance away. Ha! Ilrich heaved a sigh. Even though he was used to the basics of his abilities, and even got around to mastering a few other tricks, using the arcanas in quick succession especially in split-second intervals was a bit of a bother. If it weren't for the abilities of his familiar, he wouldn't be able to keep up with such speed. Still, it seemed they had dealt their first strike. And it was all thanks to their cooperation. Asterisk. 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 Maria's arcana, the Pope, created a purification effect that eliminated anything considered evil, and as such, anything labeled with malevolence. It was especially effective when battling Nether. This contrast allowed her to nullify Nether and its influence. Just as it was possible to operate an arcana using mana or miasma, Nether apparently also worked. Since Stefan was using it, Maria could nullify it, at least that had been their belief. To test this out, she encased Ilrich in her energy and allowed him to intentionally receive Stefan's attacks head-on. Of course, Ilrich was sent flying but only as an act. The arcana's effects didn't work on him. Through this short interaction, they were able to figure out a way to escape the influence of Stefan's power. Who else could have thought of that? Maria was Stefan's natural enemy. Stefan emerged from the light pillar, a little roughened by its impact. His wounds soon healed, however. PD new 1, I'm done playing. Why don't we kick things up a notch? Asterisk. 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 Chapter 731. The Star. That was the arcana Stefan Netherlore possessed. It could control motion. Up, down, left, right. Its influence on motion spread to that of gravity. It had an irresistible pull, an unstoppable push, and an unrivaled inertia. All in all, the star was an ultimate tool in terms of attraction, repulsion, and stasis. A fine example would be how it blew up the royal capital in a matter of seconds. That's right. Such was the power of an arcana. Asterisk. 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 A heavy feeling of gravity suddenly permeated the area, causing both Maria and Ilrich to wince, bracing themselves as they resisted. Maria unleashed her Pope ability, instantly shielding both Ilrich and her from Stefan's influence. However, the moment she did this, Stefan appeared right in front of Ilrich, with a blackened hand that oozed concentrated nether. Ilrich, whose mind operated over a dozen times faster than his body's reaction, saw his opponent closing in on him and quickly chose to utilize his arcana. Rho Alpha D Nu L, M, Ua. Ilrich's eyes bulged the moment he realized something. Why isn't it working? One look at Stefan's wide grin told him that the young boy knew what was going on. However, before he could find out. Squelch! Stefan drilled a hole through Ilrich's chest, going for an instant kill. Good arc! Ilrich, whom Stefan's hand was now impaling, coughed out blood and shuddered with pain. Elriach! Maria sped in his direction, but Stefan seemingly vanished, appearing a further distance from Maria, the Grand Mage still impaled on his hand. Pathetic. I expected more from the Grand Mage of the Eastern Kingdom. Stefan grinned devilishly, as he slowly removed his hand from the Grand Mage's chest. Ilrich writhed and groaned as a result, his eyes turning bloodshot, while Stefan simply enjoyed the old man's expression of pain. I've destroyed your heart core. I've also infected your body with highly concentrated nether. You won't survive. It seems you thought that that measly protective layer of ether could protect you, but I easily went through it with a far more powerful amount of nether. Ilrich was grunting and groaning as Stefan spoke, while Maria did her best to strike him while he still spoke, all to no avail. Don't do it. Don't use it. Not yet, she heard a voice within her, and it prompted her to simply rely on screaming and pointless attacks to stop Stefan. Ha ha ha. It's no use. The enemy grinned at Maria's sheer stupidity. I'm much faster and stronger than you are. I don't know how you resisted my Arcana's ability, but it won't happen again. Besides, with your space magic now completely out of the picture. Stefan fully removed his hand from Ilrich's chest, leaving a gaping hole in its place. No matter how one looked at it, the royal court mage was going to die. Asterisk. 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 There was something not many people knew about in this world: the interaction between the laws of existence. How did time interact with space? How did space interact with gravity? Understanding these factors would have shown them the truth about what would happen when two laws conflicted. As such, when Stefan and his enemies fought, the latter assumed that they had the upper hand due to the nature of Maria's arcana. But, could it not also have been the other way around? Gravity was the very glue that held space and time together. Please visit panda1.com. Once Stefan realized this about his power, he often wondered what it would be like if he created a highly dense gravitational field encompassing an enemy who could use either space or time magic. He didn't leave this untested, though, as he sought the aid of the cult. This theory of his was personally tested by Legris, of all people, who had the ability to teleport through his dark portals. And what would you know? Space magic couldn't properly function within a highly dense gravitational field. It would grow unstable and collapse. Once he realized this, Stefan's joy knew no bounds. He had finally found it, the power he would use to lay waste to those who had looked down on him, acquiring even more power by doing so. Asterisk. 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 Ilrich could feel his body turning cold, and his consciousness fading. He had been struck in both his first heart and his backup heart. As a result, he was going to lose his life very soon. Stefan's attack had been a surprise to him. Perhaps he had miscalculated and underestimated the boy's abilities. They hadn't been the only ones holding back, after all. It was a shame his grimoire couldn't mimic any nether ability, so he couldn't be of much use in the fight. Sure, he had a few more cards here and there, but Stefan was either too fast or too strong to resist it. He really has grown very strong, hasn't he? Ilrich smiled to himself. Perhaps that was why he had allowed himself to get hit. Even though his body moved at a set speed, his mind was much faster. He had processed Stefan's approach before the act had actually occurred. Space magic didn't work, and Ilrich surmised it had to do with the gravitational field Stefan set up. I'm such an idiot. Why didn't I see it earlier? But it was too late. It was already in course. Ilrich thought of various routes he could use to escape, and while he came up with one or two, he also realized something. I won't have a chance like this again. The next time he attacks, which will most likely be immediate, I'll be dead for sure. As a result, he had to make a decision. Thus, he did. Ugh. Groaning and glaring at Stefan, he let out the last bit of his strength. What are you doing? Still struggling to, Ilrich, despite the influence of the gravitational field, was utilizing his arcana. The blue energy turned purple, and then black, ever expanding like a vortex, as it emanated from him. What are you? You can't use it now, it's destabilized. Exactly. When space gets destabilized and collapses, and yet gets bigger and bigger, an anomaly is formed. And, that anomaly is. The vortex grew extremely large, appearing between both Ilrich and Stefan, as it suddenly started swirling and twisting, forming a gaping black void. A black hole. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 732. The black hole instantly began sucking everything around it into its pitch-black void. The air, energy, and the two beings who stood right in front of it, were all being taken in without discrimination. Are you crazy? If you do this, you'll die. You'll kill us both. Stefan yelled, both in disbelief and desperation, as even he could not slip his way out of the almighty pull. The black hole's gravitational pull was much stronger than what he could muster so suddenly. Thus, as Ulrich was getting sucked in, he too found himself being pulled closer. "I've lived for long enough, Stefan, so this much is fine. Still, no matter how much you resist it, you're coming with me. And never. One last parting gift, though." Ulrich grinned, and suddenly, the gem on his forehead cracked. The moment this happened, Jiga, a hole appeared in the middle of Stefan's chest, completely out of the blue. Dark blood flowed from the boy's chest, thus reducing any form of resistance he previously had. His body was now powerlessly drifting into the singularity, while Ulrich was practically immersed in it. "The rest is up to you, Maria," Ulrich whispered before finally getting consumed whole by the void. Taking with him, Stefan Netherlore. That's enough. Or so he thought. Asterisk. 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 Stefan was desperate. He knew he had lost the moment the black hole appeared. He knew he would have to rely on more of his power. However, doing that would be insulting. "How can I use my full power here?" His pride wouldn't let him go all out. He still believed that if he waited out the storm, resisting the tides for long enough, the black hole would lose its stabilizing source and ultimately implode. Once Ulrich died, no one would be left to control the tower, thus, it would lose its form of sustenance. His only fear, however, was that he had no idea if the black hole had reached the point of self-sustenance. This position of his, however, changed the moment Ulrich used another one of his trump cards, the mirrored attack he had used on him. Since it was an offensive move that was used with the intent to kill, Stefan felt the brunt of it quite well. "This is my attack," he had thought to himself, groaning and feeling the pain that accompanied being hit with his own power. Once things got to this point, and Stefan could feel himself slipping into the abyss, he had no other option. He had to let go of his ego and claw his way to survival. He had to win, no matter the cost. As a result, he finally unleashed his most primal instincts, as well as his most powerful form. His body completely turned black, and red cackles surrounded him. Even his face was completely dyed in darkness, leaving only his red eyes visible. His wings became larger and more crooked, spikes emanated from his body, and his dragon-scale armor became one with greater darkness. Once he attained this state, Stefan had enough power not just simply to escape, but also to destroy the very thing that threatened his life. Thus, in a brilliant eruption of dark power, Stefan destroyed the black hole and liberated himself. He floated in the air, heaving as his glorious new form created a blot in the sky. He could see the despair written all over Maria's face. He took this as his reward for trying so hard. Still, despite not dying as Ulrich had wanted, he had to give props to the old man. "You made me use my full power. That's impressive. Please visit panda1.com." He swiftly discarded this transformation, returning to his fusion state. After all, using such a form on Maria would be too boring. Her face told it all how frightened she was as a result of his immense power. What have you become?" Maria's shuddering voice echoed in his ears, but Stefan felt nothing stir within him. If she was trying to gain his sympathy, it wasn't going to work. "Look at all you've done, all you're doing. How can you truly enjoy this? Are you really Stefan?" Hearing her whimpers made him both disgusted and delighted. Maria had always been a goody two-shoes, a personality he had grown to dislike over the years. He had initially started out with respect for her. He had felt frustrated about his inferiority, yes, but that didn't blind him from seeing her sheer ability. In terms of talent and skill, she was superior and he didn't deny that. However, as time progressed, the respect he had towards Maria, the reverence slowly became something else. Some called it envy, others called it resentment, but to Stefan, it only meant one thing: disgust. He felt disgusted towards Maria, and towards himself as well. For someone who had so much power, her actions annoyed him. He often imagined what he would do if he had that power, no, if he had more. Finally, just when he had been about to be swallowed whole by the despair of weakness, his family revealed to him just who he was, what he was. To his surprise, Legris Damien had also conspired with them. He was promised power if he followed Legris and joined the cult. The promise was well kept. The cult leader personally supervised the procedure, and Stefan was integrated with so much nether enough to kill anyone. However, according to the leader, and the lady in white, they had not seen anyone as compatible with nether as he was. It turned out that he was truly a genius among geniuses. He had always been special, and the depths of his powers had yet to be reached. He had just been looking in the wrong direction all this time. But now... Stefan grinned as he gazed at Maria. She was still on the ground, but she was covered in a dense dome. He stretched out his hand towards her, using the effects of his arcana to pull her in his direction. However, much to his chagrin, nothing happened. "Ah, so you're the one responsible for that interference. Your arcana must be countering mine. Very good." Maria remained on the ground. Her expression was stoic, but her eyes hid so much pain. "Why don't we try something a little bit different? If I won't use my arcana, then..." Suddenly, various colors of light began appearing all over Stefan. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, P alpha D alpha nu 1, once these 7 colors danced around Stefan, his grin widened even further, and a dark gleam entered his eyes. "Why don't we try original magic? Asterisk. Asterisk. Asterisk." Chapter 733. Original magic was the pinnacle of a mage's personal journey with magic. After familiarizing themselves with the concept, they could weave the very formula they had been practicing and create their own unique brand. Mages could choose to either start from scratch or tweak the ones they could already use. The more unique an original magic was, the more unpredictable it would be. And the more versatile it was, the more useful it would be. However, no one could argue the power an original magic user wielded. After all, even the arcanas were formerly the original magic of certain individuals of old. Asterisk. 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 Original magic, Dance of the Celestial Lights. Stefan smiled, both hands folded as he looked at Maria in a condescending way. "At this point, using original magic should be enough for you." Maria said nothing as she kept her gaze on him. Her calm face always bothered him, but he soothed himself by staring into her eyes. They were filled with emotions, most likely fear. However, just when he decided to strike, Stefan noticed something. "They're here," Maria whispered. The people who had arrived, who Stefan had also sensed because they had gotten within his range, were none other than the backup forces. The beast folks. Asterisk. 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 Baraja was a powerful, well-renowned beast folk among his people. Some even said that he was second only to the Beast King in strength. When he had been younger, he'd even dreamed of having that position. That would be the greatest honor, he thought to himself. However, with Gerard's emergence, someone much more powerful than he was, Baraja accepted his fate. He would always come short against the Beast King no matter how hard he tried. Sure, he was a dragon beast folk, just like the former Beast King Vizer. However, Gerard was a different kind of monster. He was a variant with so many transformations and bloodlines that it was impossible for him to compete against him. In both strength and versatility, he was inferior. And Baraja accepted it. He decided to accept his lot, refusing to compare himself to Gerard any longer. Rather, he chose to cultivate his strength at his own pace. He was currently a well-to-do warrior. He had enough fame and status to last him a lifetime. He had a good family, and the satisfaction he experienced when he attained a new level of strength without comparing it to Gerard was indescribably pleasant. All in all, Barija was the best he could possibly be, which was why he was sent, alongside a squadron of 5,000 beast folks, to the Eastern Kingdom. According to the last report they got, the Eastern Kingdom wasn't under siege at all, so he and his forces took their time getting there while taking close looks at their surroundings to spot where the enemy could be hiding. They didn't spot anyone or anything until they neared the capital. Once they did, however, he and his team were overwhelmed by the horror. The entire capital has been destroyed. What amazed Barija the most was that there were still no nether beasts in sight. Just chaos and destruction all over the place. However, almost as soon as they spotted the destruction, Barija was able to spot two people on the scene. One was a young woman, who was on the floor, and the other was a young man. The latter seemed to have the advantage, and Barija could spot highly concentrated light energy emanating from the man's direction. Is this the enemy? Is he the one responsible for all of this? Barija whispered. He recognized the young lady once he got closer. She was one of the people of the Eastern Kingdom, his ally. The fact that no one else was around, not even the Grand Mage he had been told he would meet, meant the enemy had either wiped them out, or something unfortunate had occurred. Either way, he and his team would have to help. Asterisk. 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 Halt there, Nether Cult member. Stefan watched himself become instantly surrounded by the beast folk army. They gathered around him like flies, and he felt that they would be a bother to him and his little rematch with the genius of the Eastern Kingdom. Please visit panda1.com. You're in my way. He sighed. Of course, the beast folk soldiers were not going to back down simply because he was dissatisfied. Thus, he had to make an example out of them. Guess I'll use this power on them first. Stefan eyed the dragon beast folk who appeared to be the leader of the army. He had a dignified appearance, and he looked powerful. However, the guy was nothing compared to him. Red. A red beam of light formed in front of Stefan, and it seemed to be getting larger as seconds passed. Everyone, defensive maneuvers. Useless. Stefan thought to himself as he released the red ball, which was now twice as big as he was. Instantly, the beast folk erected a barrier made of ether using their tools and took their formation as they prepared to attack. However, the red blast expanded, destroying the ether shield instantly. Just a little bigger, and it would have consumed Barija and the subordinates he had around him. Red is simply for destruction. The malevolent boy smiled. Should I try a different color? Stefan's original magic, Dance of the Celestial Lights, was a technique that involved 7 different colors, each with its own distinct effect. Not only did it ensure versatility, but their nature as light also guaranteed their speed. In the end, it was an original magic perfect for him. Red stood for pure destruction. The bigger he made it, the more powerful the blast would be. However, because he didn't want to waste any time with them, and he wanted to render their defenses obsolete, Stefan decided to opt for P alpha D alpha nu iota indigo. Instantly, an indigo light shone, spreading around Stefan like mist. The brilliant surge of light traveled faster than the beast folks could react to, though their defenses held up. Hee. Unfortunately, even the defenses could not prevent what happened next. My heaad. Gur. My arms. Stefan reveled in the screams of his adversaries as he stood at the center of the army. All the beast folk soldiers that surrounded him were suddenly afflicted with something beyond their control. Indigo. I've affected their minds. Their synaptic responses are in overdrive, so they're seeing hallucinations and experiencing a lot of pain. Once it reaches a certain threshold, they'll die. The best part about this technique was that it was incorporeal, so unless the target escaped its effective range, it would keep on affecting them. With this, I've won. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 734. Screams of despair echoed across the vast field. The devastated landscape displayed the chaos beneath, and the agony above. All the floating beast folks crashed to the ground, stripped of the mental fortitude and focus required to maintain the flight effects of their items. Even as they fell, one after the other, their screams continued. It would only be a matter of time before they met their end, their painful, agonizing end. Rho Alpha D Alpha Nu L, M, however. That's enough. A voice suddenly emerged from the chaos. In an instant, the entire area was covered in white light. The white light stretched on for miles, and white flowers bloomed all over the earth, even in the fully destroyed locations. A white dome shrouded everything across the area of influence, and a bright glow could be seen emanating from a single person. This person rose from her low estate, her body completely transfigured into that of an angel. No, it was something even more divine. To anyone that saw her, there could only be one word to describe this holy entity shrouded in white, silver, and golden light. A goddess. The screams instantly ceased and were replaced with utter decorum. The beast folks fell unconscious, and white flowers suddenly shrouded them where they lay. The goddess, covered in light, and oozing sheer purity, looked around her to ensure that all the beast folks were safely under her protection. Once she confirmed this, her gaze shifted in the direction of the malefactor. Stefan Netherlore. You, what did you do? He snarled. Asterisk. 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 Maria felt like the most powerful being alive. This was only an illusion that her sudden boost in power offered her, but it was enough to grant her a much wider perspective on everything. Her aching heart and trembling face were suddenly frozen in place, and an aura of gentle authority took over. The beast folks who suffered would suffer no more. Once she produced that thought, her will was carried out. Maria encased the entire area in her protective sphere, and with all the preparations finally made, her focus finally converged on the enemy. Stefan! What did you do? He asked her spitefully. She owed him no explanation, so she didn't speak. Why did she need to tell him how she and her familiar had fused past the allowed integration level? Usually, in fusion mode, the host had an equal or higher share in the power distribution. It offered a balance and some means of control for the host. The highest synchronization rate would be an equal distribution, so both host and familiar would be CO drivers partners in the body. However, Maria had exceeded this level. Her synchronization rate was currently 30:70, the lesser number being her current position in the body. As a result of this, she was granted even more power, and the flow of power from her archangel familiar was increased dramatically. This, in turn, allowed her to siphon more ether from her arcana and utilize it more efficiently. In essence, she was far stronger than before. However, with his new power came some dangerous effects. Maria's personality had gotten numbed, and her self-awareness plummeted. In this state, she was seemingly in a daze. It felt like she was not the one piloting her body, though she still had a good idea of what was happening. Finally, even with her lack of complete consciousness, Maria's main objective remained the same. Stop Stefan Netherlore, no matter what. Original magic. Maria muttered, staring at Stefan with focused eyes. Suddenly, a circle similar to a wheel appeared underneath her right beneath the sole of her armored feet. Maria's angel wings flapped, and feathers fell from them. Please visit panda1.com. What? I don't. I haven't fully developed my original magic. What is this? This isn't. It didn't take long for Maria's inner self to realize what was happening. This wasn't her original magic. It was the original magic of her familiar. Starlight of heaven. Suddenly, the magic circle began to shoot rays of light upon Maria, and the feathers around her took the appearance of stars. The stars burned brightly, and they radiated gloriously. From the circle also emerged something akin to a wand. The wand floated into Maria's hands, and she held it lightly. Her gaze remained on Stefan, and despite the amount of time she was taking for her preparation, there was a reason she hadn't been attacked by her opponent yet. That was because he was frozen still. From the activation of her original magic, and the manifestation of the circle underneath her, she had already transcended the speed Stefan could reach. Albeit only temporary, due to the activation sequence, Maria was currently moving faster than the flow of time itself. Star bright, starlight, stars with heaven's delight. She muttered, swinging her staff slowly as she controlled the glimmering stars around her. The circle slowly disappeared, and time finally went back to normal. Stefan could be seen in a confused rage, as he directed multiple light blasts, all possessing different colors. Still, none of them seemed to grab her attention. Maria's focus seemed to be on the stars that were focused on a particular point. Once the stars converged and formed a more massive one, Maria's smile finally appeared. I hereby wish, O star, for you to hearken to my heart's desire. Wish upon a star, and the star shall heed your heart's desire. So, reverse the harm done and set causality right. Such is the wish of this constellation, one of the 12 watchers of this life. Stefan's multicolored lights instantly disintegrated the moment they neared Maria, but her light kept getting brighter and brighter. It ascended far into the heavens, shimmering in all its glory. Up above, it went. Finally, upon reaching a precipice, it exploded. And then... Everyone was blinded for a moment due to the sheer intensity of the blast. However, once the dust settled and sight returned to their eyes, they were all greeted with the most amazing sight. All had been restored. The entire capital, no, even the areas beyond that had been restored, down to the last bedrock. And, as if that weren't enough, the people who had died, and the ones who suffered were all present once more. It was a miracle from the heavens, a sight impossible to comprehend. All of this wonder was induced by a single source. The single star that ascended to the sky, illuminating everything with its light, restored everything to what was right. Such is my wish, answered by my starlight. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 735. Stefan was stupefied by the sudden occurrence around him. Why you? The disaster he had caused was completely reversed, and the casualties all appeared alive and well. It was as though time had been reset to a time before his appearance. How? Stefan knew fully well what had affected this change. It had to be the star his opponent sent flying into the sky. It contained such dense ether that even he had felt shaken to his bones. However, that didn't answer the crux of his question. How is Maria able to use such power? He watched as even Ulrich Lendertwal appeared beside her, completely unscathed. The Grand Mage seemed surprised as well, but after a few moments, he calmed himself and backed down from the fight, leaving only Maria to face him. You're looking down on me too much. Stefan growled. Something had changed about Maria, sure. She seemed more capable and certain of her actions, and the energy she emitted was beyond ordinary. However, so what? I'm still the superior one. The moment he made his triumphant thought, Stefan created 7 large beams of light, each containing 6 of the 7 colors of his original magic. Let's see if you can handle this bombardment. As a safety measure, he created a gravitational field that would collapse any spatial rift that tried to interfere with his offensive move. As far as his senses went, Ulrich Lendertwal seemed to be protecting everyone below. He didn't need to worry about those small fries. The surge of multicolored lights leapt from his direction, and with such a speed and veracity that could not be described. They reached their target in no time, surrounding her from all angles. With each light promising the most fatal of injuries and damage to every portion of her being, they struck. However, before they could even get to her, the giant balls of light dissolved into particles glittering as they were swept away by the wind. Stefan was taken aback by this. Not only did his attacks not work on her, but they were easily done away with. I see. So you've also reached that level, hey? He realized he would be foolish to underestimate her. With the amount of power oozing from her, refusing to acknowledge the girl's strength would be the very definition of stupidity. Guess I'll go all out. Dark energy slowly began to rise from Stefan as he made those thoughts, and the intensity kept climbing to an overwhelming degree. It is no use, Stefan Netherlore. You have already lost. Maria spoke, her tone sounding hollow, and her gaze completely focused. Ha ha ha. Shut up. Just because you deflected my attacks, you think you can run your mouth. A violent, raging storm surrounded Stefan instantly. Wrapping itself around the boy to form a cocoon of darkness, the black power, coupled with dark red flashes of light, kept growing stronger and stronger. Unlike the last time when he entered this form half-prepared, Stefan decided to fully transform into his most powerful state, a form that Maria could not trump no matter what. I'll show it to you, Maria, despair. Asterisk. 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 Ilrich Lendertwal stood among the gathered beast folks, and all of them watched from the safety of their distance. He wasn't sure if he would consider this range to be safe, but he had been assured by Maria, whoever she was now, that it was. Who is that female, please? Visit panda1.com. Amazing. Such power. He could hear the beast folks around him murmuring and marveling at Maria's power ceaselessly. Ever since they awoke a few moments earlier, they had been talking about the same thing, how powerful the goddess-like figure in the sky was. Some even bowed and prayed to her. As much as Ilrich found that to be extreme, he also couldn't blame them. He too was in awe as to how Maria was able to generate so much power. The dome she created spanned several miles, and the white flowers that blossomed and covered the entire landscape flowed with smooth energy. The destroyed capital was restored in the blink of an eye, and all the dead were returned to life. It was a reset, something he could not have fathomed. Even I am alive. It truly is amazing. He remembered how surprised he had been to find himself by her side. It was only when she telepathically communicated with him that he sort of understood what was going on. He was also given a task, which was to teleport the previously dead people to the safe storage space and to protect the beast folks. He realized none of them would agree to be sent to the pocket dimension for safety, considering the sight that was about to unfold before them. Even Ilrich didn't want to miss it for anything. Somehow, he had the reassurance that everything was going to be fine now. And so, like the other spectators, he knelt and watched the clash between light and darkness in the sky, hoping to see light prevail. Show me. He smiled at the shimmering goddess above him. I pray thee. Asterisk. P alpha D alpha nu 1, asterisk. Asterisk. Ha 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 ha. Stefan cackled. His body was now covered in darkness, and everything around him radiated pure malevolence. His size had also improved, as he became a bit over 3 meters tall, with sharp distinguishing features that made him resemble a devil rather than a man. Witness my power. Dark lightning flashed all around him, and the intensity of his arcana peaked. The power of motion began expanding beyond his area of influence until it covered the entire capital and even beyond. I'll destroy it again. I'll destroy everything and everyone below. And I'll destroy you. His power was unstoppable. He was currently covered in highly concentrated nether. Who could be his match? Perhaps if Stefan had paid a bit more attention to his surroundings, rather than obsessing over the goddess in front of him, he would have noticed something. The impotence of his power to everything around him. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 736. Nether naturally corroded anything it touched. The more intense it was, the more powerful the decay would be and the quicker it would take for anything to devolve into nothing. That was what made this radical, perverse element so dangerous. One would expect the magnitude of Stefan's nether to have the same effect, considering how incredible the power was. But, it didn't. The air around him remained the same. The ground remained the same. The city, the beast folk, the flowers, everything maintained its purity. And it was all because of one being. Your last chance to stand down is now. You cannot emerge victorious. Shoot you up. Stefan went critical, gathering all the nether that leaked out of him so he could expel all of it at once. The moment he did so, not only would the entire area be destroyed, but the corrosive effect of nether would return everything to nothingness. I'll ruin everything. Just as the climbing energy reached its threshold and was about to explode, Maria suddenly appeared right in front of Stefan. She stood right in front of him at the center of the nether storm that surrounded his exploding self. His eyes met hers, and he could not sense any emotion this time. It was simply glass reflecting the kind of face he was making. It felt like everything had slowed down, and Maria's appearance in the nether storm brought everything to a halt. You've lost. She whispered. Shut up. That power of yours is unnatural. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. It has to go. Shut up. 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 Unable to bear her presence any longer, Stefan released all the pent-up nether and initiated the explosion. However, all of the force he released slowly converged in a single direction. Rather than spreading to destroy everything as was his plan, the nether explosion gathered around Maria's outstretched palm, unable to escape. In no time, what was supposed to be a massive nether explosion became a tiny orb that floated atop her palm. What are you? Before he could complete his thoughts, she crushed the orb, purifying it with light. All the nether vanished instantly. And no. Stefan's eyes widened as Maria drew closer to him. That was a huge amount. That would have wiped out everything. How could she have, just like that? P alpha D alpha nu 1, like I said. Maria slowly raised her hand as she spoke. She brought it closer to Stefan, who shuddered as he watched her powerlessly. I can't move. Stuck in place, even in his almighty form, Stefan could only quiver as her hand neared him. What are you doing to me? Stefan barked in his loud, distorted voice. His growl, meant to inspire fear within others, had now become nothing more than a powerless whimper. It's not about what I am doing, but about what I will do. You have devastated the balance of this world with this power of yours. I am going to correct that. Her words could only mean one thing, and Stefan realized it instantly. And no, please no. Don't do it. His voice suddenly peaked as he begged. Maria did not stop, even though his face depicted desperation at this point. She continued toward his head, and he dreaded every moment of it. Don't do it. Don't take it away from me, please. Visit panda1.com. Nether made him special. Before cultivating this power, he was nothing more than an inferior genius, someone who was destined to stay behind Maria and Jared as they both crossed the boundaries of magic. He was destined to be the side piece, never allowed to shine. But, once he was given power, the Nether and the Star, he became relevant. His words mattered, and he possessed authority. Words could not describe how happy he felt when he was told of his immense compatibility with Nether. For the first time, he felt like he had won over everyone else. That he had become a true genius. Yet, don't take it away from me. That's the only thing that makes me special. He begged, his devil-like face cowering at the mercy of his enemy. A gentle smile formed on her face, and she gave him an expression of pity. If it's of any comfort to you, you were never special. The Nether didn't change anything. With that, her hand touched Stefan, and the most electrifying sensation shot through his body. Urgh! His scream pierced the heavens as the dark, forbidden element rose from their depths. All the Nether around and within him gathered on Maria's hands, and her purification effect took complete control. The Pope wards away all evil, and purifies the darkness that lurks around. She whispered, closing her eyes. Stefan's bloodshot eyes leaked out the dark mass of energy. The same went for his nostrils, his mouth, and his ears. Even the sweat pores in his skin brought forth all the Nether they had, leaving no room for escape. The screams went on, as Stefan's body slowly started to shrivel up. His face turned pale, and his skin dried up. He grew thinner as more energy was drained, and his hair soon began to fall out as well. Do not fear. You will not die. Just endure this pain. You will be reborn anew. Garrrrrgghhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. Stefan's voice finally went stale, and the loud noises he made slowly diminished. Why you? His vision blurred as he looked at Maria. You took everything from me. How dare you? You, how could you? I hate you. I hate you so much. He had no strength to speak, but his thoughts raged with malevolence and evil. His heart cried out for power to kill this person, to destroy her, but nothing responded. He was drained of all of it. Why you took it all away from me? Tears flowed from his eyes and his body powerlessly fell to the ground. Just when he had found the perfect power to rise above his past and surpass all those who trampled upon him in the past, it was stripped away from him. Why can't I be powerful too? Why can't I be a genius as well? Even after all of this time, Stefan realized nothing had changed. Even though he tried his best to fight his fate, everything ultimately led to this moment, his defeat. And now, even as he descended from his heights, his blurry vision could only see one thing, one person. It seems I can never be the star. The glowing figure of Maria filled his sight as she drew closer to him. You're the true genius, after all. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 737. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Thunderous cheers echoed in the air as Maria descended from her high estate, cradling Stefan as she landed. The beast folk were all in joyous moods, all addressing the power she displayed with reverence. Their eyes no longer saw a human girl. No, they saw someone even more impressive than a true warrior. What they witnessed was the act of a god. You did it, Maria. Ilrich Lendertwal approached her with a smile. Even I don't believe it. Maria undid her transformation, reverting into the 16-year-old human girl with regular albeit beautiful features. Groans could be heard from the beast folk audience, who would have preferred her remaining in the form of a goddess. Now, things had become too awkward. It wasn't me. I had help. My familiar, she helped me. Yeah, I understand that. No. She really did. I don't know how and why, but... Maria stepped back in exhaustion, and she almost fell to the ground as a result. Easy, there. You used a great deal of power back there, more than I thought was possible. You should rest. Ulrich supported her, guiding her to sit among the white flowers that slowly faded. Unfortunately, Stefan did not get the same treatment, so his frail body fell to the ground. Thankfully, he was already too unconscious to care. Will he live? Ulrich suddenly asked, his gaze shifting from Maria to Stefan. He was drained of all the nether in him. He still has mana, so he should be fine. His soul is badly damaged, though. A huge chunk of it was already corroded by the power. He would have died in a few more months if nothing happened. I see. Ulrich stared at Stefan's still body. It looked about as good as that of a corpse. I wonder what will happen when he wakes up and realizes what happens. Will he be thankful that his life was saved? Or will he be bitter that he lost so much power? Ulrich was willing to bet on the latter. With this, we've quelled the Nether cult's attacks on all nations. You've also captured the leader. Well done. Berija, the beast folk general, walked up to Ulrich and Maria, showing his respect. They all looked around them, and it was doubtful that a battle even occurred, in the first place. If it hadn't been for Maria's godlike ability, things would have been very different. Stefan Netherlore, while I understand what drove you to this path, you're going to pay for your crimes just like your family. It was perhaps more of their fault than his. Stefan didn't choose to be born into the Netherlore household, and he was probably used as a major subject in their experiments. Being exposed to Nether at such a young age, it must have contributed to the downward spiral he experienced the older he got. Still, that did not excuse him of the horrors he had committed. He had the chance, the choice, not to follow through with his deeds, yet he did not. Rather, it seemed he even enjoyed all the havoc he wreaked. It was plain obvious Stefan Netherlore was guilty. I only wish I could have helped him more. Maria's voice trailed sadly. Don't beat yourself up over it. You saved my life and the lives of others. That is more than enough. Ulrich responded, placing his hand on her shoulder. Listen to the man. He's right, you know. Berija grinned energetically. With both grown men telling her what a good job she did, Maria couldn't help but feel a surge of pride in her achievement. She was happy she was able to live up to all their expectations. Especially Jared's. Please visit panda1.com. I hope you're well, Jared. We're already done here. She raised her head and smiled into the distance. The image of a blond boy pervaded her mind as she inhaled the fragrant scent of the wind, enjoyed the company of her allies, and settled down to rest her head a little. What now? Her voice echoed. We rest, I guess. Ulrich shrugged. Once we catch our breath, we should rendezvous with the others so we can assist them. Maria knew Ulrich was being considerate of her, considering she was the only one who appeared to be exhausted out of everyone else. Jane Ursula is already gathering a team to venture into the Nether headquarters in order to assist Jared and his team. From what I heard, they could be in trouble. Maria's eyes instantly flashed open once she heard Berija say this, and her heart thumped with worry and anxiety. What did you say? The beast folk general scratched his scaly head in a bid to remember more of what was asked of him. As was prevalent among most of their people, he wasn't very bright. Something about the plan being delayed and a lack of communication. I don't know the details, but Jane is seriously concerned about the success of the mission. So, she's sending an elite team there. Who knows, you may get called. I see. Maria could only mutter in response. Jared? In trouble? She couldn't help but think about the conversation they had many nights before about how uncertain he was about the plan. She remembered how she had encouraged him back then. P Alpha D Alpha Nu Iota, and now. If Jared is in trouble, we have to go. Her thoughts echoed. Ulrich, why don't we, arg? She suddenly felt faint, an unbelievable pain shot through her body. The effects of using power that would normally be too much for her to handle were finally catching up to her. Somehow, Maria knew it was too good to be true that all she got from exerting herself so much was nausea. Damn it, not now. Her thoughts faded away, and the last thing she could hear were voices calling out to her. Jared needs me. Upon making these final thoughts, Maria passed out. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 738. Tension among the nations fizzled out once the news of Stefan's loss and capture reached them. Apparently, the Eastern Kingdom had the showdown against the fourth seat of the Nether cult, and they emerged victorious, boasting no casualty or damage at the end of their confrontation with the enemy. Once the nations got the news, relief spread through the people like wildfire. The tired soldiers were finally able to rest, and the beast folk were left with nothing to look forward to. Security was certain among their people, and the only location left to strike was the Nether cult headquarters itself. And this was why Jane prepared herself for the important mission. I already know the people I'm going to employ. The heroes from each nation, and the most useful personnel on the battlefield, those were the people she was after. Ilrich is looking after Maria and the seat member, so we'll leave them as standee. For now, though, the rest of us will have to do. Her thoughts focused on those she had in mind. Aurora. Delum. Ziark. Gerard. Jerry and Yvonne. Asa and Maro. Of course, Biruel and Anna would accompany her as well. Once Maria recovered, she and Ilrich would join them if necessary. There's the risk that we'll end up facing just as much danger once we get there. If that's the case, wouldn't it be unwise to pack our strongest cards into the enemy's base? Jane wondered if she was acting purely based on emotion. While she was extremely level-headed in terms of objective analysis, she was well aware of her limits as a strategist. In battle, many unforeseen variables could surface, and she wasn't very good at dealing with such unpredictable elements. That was why she needed Lewis. But, if we don't make a move, the enemy will eventually wipe us out. It's better we create a united front to fight against them. Once she made up her mind, she decided to contact the affected parties. For something of this scale, they needed all necessary hands on deck. Only then could they show the true force of the alliance. Still, this all started going downhill when that guy's magic suddenly failed and I couldn't even detect him at all. Jane thought to herself as she got to work. What the hell happened to you, Naren? Asterisk. 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 Pitch black darkness covered everything, and the whole expanse was filled with malevolence. One of the many figures in this dark world calmly stood, gazing into the abyss that enveloped him. His dark hair, pitch black eyes, and completely stoic face told of his identity. Naren Khalid. Welcome to my domain. I've been expecting you. Wondered if you'd actually fall for it. I had no doubts. And now you're trapped. Various voices overlapped, echoing emptily in the vast expanse that didn't seem to end. The voices all sounded like the same person, yet they were spoken by different people. Legris Damien, I presume. I have to admit, I'm impressed. Naren finally spoke. He could feel the rigidity of his body, and how the laws of this world restrained him to a terrifying degree. He could barely move, and it took a great deal of effort to speak. However, that wasn't the scariest part about this place. I can't access my time magic, and even the hermit isn't functioning properly. Naren could instantly tell why all of this was happening. Ha 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 ha. As expected of you, Naren. You figured it out. That's right. It is as you've seen. This place is completely made up of nether. This is my domain. The various voices seemed to approach Naren slowly, and he could feel the darkness around him closing up on him, pressuring him even more. Please visit panda1.com. A world filled with nothing but darkness and nether. No wonder my magic isn't working. The concept of time, space, and the other things that arcanas control aren't present here. It was simply a perverse world that Legris owned. Who are you, Legris? Naren's eyes narrowed, glowing brightly as he focused ether into them. Thanks to this, he was finally able to see. But, what he saw? Who am I? That's a funny question. How to answer that? I wonder. Make a guess. You could get it right. Or wrong. Either way. It doesn't matter. What Naren saw defied logic. All around him as far as his eyes could see and his senses could reach were various versions of Legris Damien. They all had distinct markers, so Naren was certain they weren't mere clones. Some had slightly distinct facial features. Others appeared taller, some looked shorter, some had different colors of hair, others wore various attires. However, they all had one thing in common. They were all Legris Damien. Ah! I see. Naren whispered as he closed his eyes. The numerous people surrounding him suddenly halted, and only one of them stepped forward. That was the Legris he was most familiar with, the sixth seat of the Nether cult. This is your trump card, isn't it? Original magic. Who am I? Legris completed Naren's words, grinning widely as he did so. With a single Legris right in front of him, and many around him, he was obviously trapped. He was in a world where his magic was ineffective, confronted with many enemies that had powers and strength rivaling the one who stood in front of him. It's been a while since I've been pushed back like this. Who knew you were hiding a card like this? You do, or rather, you should. Legris gave him a knowing smile. That smile was enough to finally shatter the mask of ignorance that pervaded Naren. His bright eyes darkened a little, and his stoic expression slowly transformed into something else, something similar to a grin. Both men stood opposite each other, yet the tension that once filled the air was nowhere to be found. Well said, Legris, or should I call you old friend? Naren finally spoke, his tone sounding a lot more confident than earlier. I thought I told you already. I never considered you a friend. Fair enough. Naren's eyes narrowed even further. Images of his dreams slowly began to overlap, and the pieces began connecting. It didn't take him very long to recognize the domain he was in, and the nature of the man in front of him. His smile widened the more he looked at Legris. Still, Naren, I have to say. Legris returned the expression. It feels good to have you back. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 739. Is that how you really feel? Naren and Legris stood opposite each other, a short distance dwelling between them. While the tension in the dark expanse was non-existent, and both of them kept up a smile, there seemed to be something more to their reunion. Something darker. Nope. You're already a threat to me now. Who knows what'll happen when you gain all your memories? So you know all about it, then? Legris instantly erupted into laughter. Yeah, well, I guess I never really told you about my origins. That spell you used at the end, while it got the job done, it didn't erase my memory, or should I say it didn't reset it. How much do you know about it? Neon's eyes narrowed slightly. Not much. I was quite surprised to see what happened too. I knew it had to be you, so I monitored your progress. That's the reason why I became a teacher at Lark, to be honest. Legris shrugged, a smug smile spreading all over his face. Isn't it because of Jared? His status as a singularity, that's what the Nether cult wanted you to eliminate, right? You are also a singularity. The only reason you haven't been targeted yet is that I made a deal with the cult. Even though you are currently weaker than before, and you don't have those memories, I still don't know if you'll resort to something so pesky again. Oh? So that's why you kept up your charade until it was finally time to catch me. Is that it? Naren's smile grew wider. Yes. That's right. You can't use your powers here. You can't break out as well. Even if I kill you here, you won't be able to resort to that trump card of yours. Legris placed both of his hands on his waist, nodding emphatically. Looking at the conversation between the two, one could only conclude that they were either best friends, or the worst of enemies, perhaps somewhere in the middle. Then why didn't you set up a similar trap earlier? You're smart enough to do it, aren't you? Well, you know me well. I was simply curious about what you were planning. That's why I decided to observe a little. Legris and Naren exchanged piercing gazes, and both parties appeared to be searching for clues in the eyes of the other. This wasn't purely a discourse between friends, neither was it coated with hatred either. Suddenly, just as the silence was about to recreate the tension of before, both men burst out laughing again. You're an intelligent man, Naren. I don't know why you would do what you did without accounting for your loss of memories. The routes you took this time were also quite different from before. I never pegged you for the type to attend the academy, or even become a teacher there. Naren remained silent, simply smiling and watching Legris. What were you thinking, though? And how is it going with Sarah? You guys are together now, right? That's cute. Hey, does she know about? She does. And she doesn't care, just as I predicted. Nice one. Look, Legris. I know what you're trying to do. Naren sighed, his arms drooping. Do you, now? Even back then I never told you everything. Plus, it doesn't seem like you remember everything. Am I right? Believe what you want. However, I still won't concede. Everything thus far has led up to this moment. Do you really believe I didn't know you enough to predict what actions you would take and what actions you wouldn't? Naren's face suddenly grew tired, and his smile began to vanish. Before long, his expressions returned to their old state. Even with my loss of memories, I still get nudgings from what I call my intuition. That's how I have been able to veer away from certain paths. Ah, I see. So you were the one that put those intuitions there? As a measure for when you lost your memories? That would mean you've plotted out everything, hey? Including this round. Legris' grin was also disappearing. Who knows? Pfft. A snicker suddenly came from Legris, and he hugged his stomach to laugh a little. Tears formed on his face, and he gave a roar of amusement that echoed across the vast hall. Ha 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 ha. Naren, you're so funny, please. Visit panda1.com. Amusing. Exciting. Scary. It's not possible. The multitude of Legris Damians joined him in his amused laugh. Enough with the tricks, Naren. You won't fool me with that nonsense. Your so-called intuition would have warned you about this place. Even if you could see all of it, you can't see through my nether domain. It's cut off from your reality, after all. Fair enough. Besides, I've already narrowed down what your plan is. Legris mused. Oh? Why not enlighten me? It has to do with Jared Leonard, doesn't it? There's something odd about that kid, and I can smell your influence all over him. Naren's face darkened a little, and his eyes narrowed slowly. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. You think I wouldn't have figured it out by now? It's clear that Jared is an anomaly. He shouldn't be here. That is why he's a singularity. Naren remained silent, his thoughts completely unreadable by anyone who witnessed his stoic face. After observing you two, I realized it. You're using Jared Leonard to do what you can't, aren't you? All of these things, the demon incursion, the arcana search, heck, even back at Lark, during the invasion. You really did plan ahead. Still, no reply came from Naren. But how did you do it? Why did you use Jared, of all people? I'm not sure. But, well, it doesn't matter anymore. What do you mean by that? Naren finally asked. It's getting closer to the finishing act. The Nether will soon return, and Jared is sure to perish just like the rest of this world. Naren's expression intensified immediately, and a glare manifested. Why are you looking at me like that? Didn't you plan for this situation? Ah, right, you weren't the only one planning, after all. You. Naren growled. Things are a bit different now, but my plan will still triumph. Besides, you shouldn't be overly concerned about others. The surrounding versions of Legris slowly began to move, all seemingly prepared for a showdown with Naren. You're not leaving here alive, you know. A burst of ether shot from the surrounded man, and a defiant expression coursed through his face. We'll see about that. Asterisk. Asterisk. Chapter 740. Guark. The destructive blast of the martial blade god's attack was too much for even my shield. One hit was enough to send me crashing into the ground. I groaned, rising from the massive crater which had formed as a result of my impact. When will you begin to fight earnestly? A voice spoke from above me. It belonged to the man who had kept me here all this time. Rather than searching for my allies, I was stuck engaging this person nearing death many times already. Who said I'm not fighting earnestly? I muttered, grunting as I glared at his looming figure. The martial blade god truly, he was worthy of his title. A mere glance around revealed several craters some 10 times as large as the one I currently stood in. Whether on the ground or in the sky, this man remained unmatched. I tried various tactics to escape, but he always cornered me regardless. I understand why Naren said he wasn't sure who would win. Even I am not certain. I still hadn't seen the true depths of Naren's abilities, so I couldn't judge. But, from what I could see and also estimate, it seemed like the martial blade god was superior. Not only did he have precognitive abilities, and speed which I hadn't seen Naren exhibit, but even when I used my original magic and supported the arcana abilities stored within with my ether, he found a way to counter everything. Time was ineffective against him. I tried. Perhaps Naren's mastery over time would make a good difference, but the martial blade god could see through time. That was how he was able to decipher my identity. That was also why he could be so confident of my demise. Damn it! I thought to myself. Fortunately, with the few exchanges we had mostly consisting of me fighting for my life, I was able to figure out something. He can see through time. But other than that one time he used it, he supposedly hasn't utilized it anymore. I can't be too sure, and this plan hinges on that assumption, but I'm running out of options. When the martial blade god supposedly looked through time, he would take in the information of the present, and it would split into the past and future. However, while the past is certain and fixed, the future can be malleable. He can't possibly see through all the versions of the future, so he simply takes in the present and it branches off to the more probable future, creating a more streamlined set of foreseeable events. Thankfully, the martial blade god was honest. It wasn't too difficult to extract enough information from him. Now, for my counter. I watched as the martial blade god rushed at me with another strike. To be honest, I couldn't evade his assault. Space wouldn't warp properly, so my teleportation wasn't going to function well. Displacing an object of mass, leaving a vacuum behind, that wouldn't work at all. As I watched him get closer, barely able to move my body due to how fast my senses and his speed moved, I knew it was impossible to evade or block. Even though my familiars currently buffed me up, and my elemental chamber was active, and I was relying on my arcana, something he wasn't doing, I could barely keep up with him. He did tell me something amid our fight. You're making me exert full strength at base. Impressive. Those were his words of praise, yet I couldn't help but feel insulted. Here I was, pouring out all I could, using all of my power, while he was simply relying on his normal strength. Despite all of that, the martial blade god was superior. And now, he was ready to perform the execution. Would I see my 2 lives flashing before my eyes? Would the images of those I cared about overlap in my head? Would regret and sorrow fill me up? Would I desperately cling for life despite all the hopelessness? The only answer to these questions was simple: I wasn't going to die here. Thankfully, it's ready. The martial blade god swooped down from above, well past the speed allowed to any mortal. Shockwaves and earth-shattering pressure surged from him as he sought to finally execute the young boy. He put up a good fight, more than the rest of them, apparently. Truly, the martial blade god felt like Jared Leonard was worthy of the nether cult's attention and troubles. However, what of it? Ultimately, the boy was going to die by his blade, just as he had seen. The attack connected, and the entire area suffered for it. For miles, the radiation of battle surged forth. Everything within that range was pulverized instantly. Please visit panda1.com. It meant victory. However, the martial blade god whispered in shock. He was usually composed, but the sight in front of him, what he held in his palm, was surprising, to say the least. This is... A metallic odor tickled his nose as he held a scrap part of a supposedly artificial being. In one move, he crushed the metal object, most likely a heart, and inhaled deeply. He tricked me. The martial blade muttered, staring far into the sky. Jared was nowhere in sight, and the martial blade god even had trouble sensing him. It made him instantly realize what had just happened. P alpha d alpha nu iota, not bad. A smile formed on the swordsman's face. Not bad at all. Ha! I survived. It was no mean feat, escaping the clutches of such a powerful man. I actually thought I was going to die. Thankfully, I analyzed it right on time. What did I analyze, some might ask? Well, it was something even I did not expect to come in handy. Damien Lawcroft's original magic. As much as I didn't like the guy, and as simple as his original was, it quite literally just saved my life. Damien's original magic allows him to switch places with any object he has marked, or to even switch the positions of two marked objects. Naren told me all about it during one of our conversations. I actually recorded his magic during the demon incursion, even though I never really completed the process since I was busy with other matters. However, during that fight with the martial blade god, I had no choice but to resort to it. Damien's original magic worked because, unlike my space magic, it wouldn't leave a vacuum once I escaped. If I timed it perfectly, and chose an object with similar mass to replace me, nothing about the unstable nature of space, at the time, could prevent the exchange from taking place. So, I replaced my body with an automaton with a similar structure and mass as me. The only limiting factor was the hallmark condition for Damien Lawcroft's magic, so I had to replace it with a more convenient one. It caused the process to take longer than it would have taken normally, but thanks to it, I was able to alter the original magic. I could swap places with objects I had control over or objects connected to me. All the automatons I remotely controlled shared this connection with me, so it was convenient. Finally, to bypass the martial blade god's precognition. Since he could only see the present, which could branch out to the most probable future, and he didn't check again after the first time, I was able to develop a new original magic that escaped his future sight. If he had been more careful, checking my future at every given moment, then it would have been my loss. Fortunately, his personality wouldn't allow that. Putting all these factors into account, I was able to secure my escape. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 741. Upon switching places with an automaton, I decided to utilize my space magic once more. I'll use a more powerful version of Unknowable to get in this time. I'll also steer away from my earlier location. I had to be extremely careful. If I was caught by the martial blade god again, I wasn't too sure of pulling the same trick twice. Since that was the case, I had to be more prepared. I'll move to my pocket dimension and use that chance to restore my strength while creating something better than Unknowable. Hopefully, I can still find the others and find a way around searching for Naren. As for completing the mission, I still had one more ace up my sleeve. Once I secured everyone else, I would use it. For now, though, everyone came first. Alright, Jared, let's get a move on. Garg. Sarah Crimson yelled as her body was flung to the ground, creating a massive explosion in the boiling surface. The earth rumbled, and the shockwave of the hit spread for miles. Ugh! She growled, glaring at the opposition who hovered above her. Her opponent, the succubus who had the second seat in the Nether cult, cast a condescending look on her injured form, causing Sarah's determination to soar even more. I told you already. The succubus, Carla, sighed in exasperation. Rho Alpha D Alpha Nu, she had repeated this very same thing to Sarah countless times, but they always fell on deaf ears. It doesn't matter how hard you try, you can't kill me. Trust me, I've also tried. Carla's demon wings flapped behind her, and her tail danced as she folded her arms while maintaining her position in the air. Her clothes, which had been destroyed many times by Sarah's attacks, instantly reappeared on her body. The succubus was not only immortal, but it seemed her lab coat and her accompanying attire were also capable of restoration. You're almost out of steam. Your power won't even be enough to damage me at this point. I've done well to adapt to it all. Ha, ha, is that so? Sarah huffed and put on a brave smile. Despite all her bravado, she knew Carla was right. She was already well past her limits, and the second seat was yet to break a sweat. Guess I have no choice. Sarah whispered. Carla appeared puzzled, but also curious. It initially felt insulting to Sarah that the succubus never showed any caution or fear when they fought, but after a while she completely understood. There was no real reason for her to feel threatened by Sarah's power. In the end, even if she was damaged, she could instantly heal. She could never die. She was virtually unstoppable. I can clearly see what you're doing. You're going to kill yourself if you attempt to use so much power. Carla spoke after watching Sarah keenly. Is that your trump card? Don't use it. I can't believe you care that much about my well-being. Sarah leaked out a smile as she huffed even more. Even though she was tired, her eyes contained enough resolve to carry out her mission. To save Naren, to protect her kingdom, no, the world, she wouldn't mind sacrificing her life. What are you even talking about? You'll just blow yourself up and me alongside you. Now, I'm sure I'll still survive, but my lab is still right there. I would prefer it if you didn't resort to that. Carla's face seemed redder than usual, for some reason. Was she angry at Sarah's stubbornness, or was she feeling some other form of emotion, perhaps embarrassment? But why? Well, I'm not a big fan of throwing my life away. But I have to do all in my power to accomplish my mission. Ha, you're so insufferable. Look, I told you already, I don't really want to kill you. Of course, you'll leave me no choice if you threaten my project. Haha, well, I also don't feel like killing you, not that I could, but we are enemies. That hasn't changed, please. Visit panda1.co, I suppose. Hey, I've been curious about this for some time now, but what exactly is your mission? If it is to stop us, then even if you sacrifice your life, it would be for no. That's not all there is to it. I want to save my people, and I want to save the world from your organization. But more than that, I want to save my man from your clutches. Sarah pointed at Carla with resolve. Your man? What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. Naren came here to scout, and we lost track of his signature. Clearly, he was taken by one of you. Oh. See? You know what I mean. It's just as I thought. You're guilty as charged. And no, wait. Naren wouldn't die that easily, so you've kept him in that lab of yours. The fact that I can't sense whatever is inside shows that if Naren could be anywhere, it's in there. Just hear me, oh you. I can only imagine what he's going through in there. Ah, Naren, don't worry. I'll save you. Sarah tightened her fist in resolve as she ascended to the air in order to confront the enemy once more. Are you finished? Carla sighed. No, I'm just getting start. Shut up, you idiot. I don't have Naren. Legris does. You For a moment, silence pervaded the whole area. Sarah blankly uttered at the succubus, who groaned as she slapped her head in annoyance. So you're saying? Yeah. This whole thing is a misunderstanding. Look, we were all assigned our respective tasks. Legris was to take care of Naren and neither of them is even on the island as we speak. Sarah's face slowly began to leak beads of sweat. Her body suddenly began to ache, and she could feel the flame within her quell. How do I know you're telling the truth? She asked her final question. Have I ever lied to you? Lies are something I can't stand, so I don't engage in them. So, there you have it. Sarah, an instant sense of awkwardness washed over her as Carla sighed. Everything suddenly felt like a waste of time and energy. Hey, Carla. Sarah mumbled, feeling nervous and embarrassed as she stared at the succubus in front of her. She never thought she would resort to this, but after hearing the truth about Naren, and that there was no longer any point in fighting, Sarah could no longer help but wonder. Does your offer still stand? Asterisk. 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 Chapter 742. When they first started fighting, Carla promised to look the other way and ignore Sarah if she left her alone. She rejected the offer back then because of her desperation to find Naren and also because she didn't trust Carla's words. Well, things were different now and on both accounts too. Sure. You look tired, though. You might as well rest here for some time. Carla shrugged, still watching Sarah with somewhat curious eyes. Sarah was surprised to see her enemy show her mercy, but she was too tired to complain or suspect. Besides, she somehow felt she could trust Carla's words. Ha! Sarah returned to the ground, exhausted beyond description. The heated surroundings instantly cooled down as she landed to have a seat. Surprisingly, Carla also descended from her heights. Both women stared at each other for some time before the succubus finally spoke up. So, you actually went through all that to save your man? You were even willing to die in the process, just for him. Well, yeah. I mean, he's Naren. Wow. That's totally badass. I have even more respect for you now. We're sort of similar, you know. Carla laughed. How? You're the bad guy in a group that wants to destroy the world. Sarah rolled her eyes. No, I'm serious. You're kind of right about the whole thing, but I'm only on this side because I have to be. Just as you were risking your life for your lover, I'm doing the same for mine. The one who died. Yes. I want to bring him back just as you want to bring Naren back. Carla sighed, sitting down as well. Well. I don't know what to say. You're still my enemy, but... It's fine. I get it. Another round of awkward silence enveloped the two of them. They could hardly even look at each other, at this point. So, what will you do now? You know, about Naren. Carla finally broke the silence with a question. Who would have thought the enemy was so interested in Sarah's actions when it came to finding the man she loved? Oh, that. I don't need to do anything. Wait, what? Carla's jaws instantly dropped in shock. She had thought Sarah was a selfless woman who fought for her lover. After all they had been through, and all the exchanges they had, it was clear how strongly she felt for the man. Yet, her current words were contradicting her past actions. I don't need to search for him anymore. I know who he's with, after all. Legris is an enemy. He's also dangerous. It wouldn't bode well to underestimate him, you know. I am well aware of that. Then, don't you care about Naren? Carla narrowed her eyes in disbelief. I do. It's just, if he's with Legris, then there's no need for me to worry. Naren will never lose. Oh? That confident? Hey. Yes. I am. Naren is the strongest. Sarah nodded, her chest swelling with pride. Do you think he can defeat me, though? Sure, he can. You think he can't bypass your immortality? I don't think so. Sarah burst out laughing. And how will he do that? Well, I'm not sure. And even if I was, why would I tell you? You're the enemy, after all. Sarah instantly interjected, looking away. Fair point. Well, even if he can, though, there's still one more person to consider. Carla's grin widened as she spoke. Her face suddenly displayed a dangerous smile, and a wave of pressure enveloped Sarah just by looking into her eyes. The first seat, the martial blade god. Naren would have to face him too. Well, he would still win. I doubt it. I don't think he will. Hey. Whose side are you on? Oh, wait. Sarah retracted her statement, slowly realizing something about it didn't add up. Haha. You're an amusing woman. I really like you. Unfortunately, you and your team made a terrible mistake by coming here. What do you mean? We have a plan. It doesn't matter. Trust me. I'm a scientist, and I study the data pretty closely. Based on what I've researched, and the evidence I've seen, you people won't be able to win. We have more arcanas, though. And what of it? Do you really think we need arcanas to win? I've not used mine at all, even though it's powerful enough to defeat you if used properly. The first seat also has his, and he could easily wipe out your team with it if he wanted to. Carla sighed. Please visit panda1.com. Her exasperated expression made it clear that she was trying very hard to convey just how hopeless the situation was. I was actually sending you on your way to meet the martial blade god, back when we first met. If you had gone, you would be dead by now. But, I've taken quite a liking to you, and I don't want you to die pointlessly. What are you saying? Leave this place. Honestly, it's the best option for you. That way, you'll be able to live on. I doubt you'd be considered so much of a threat if you hand over your arcana and retreat. You'll be safe. Sarah chuckled instantly. As tired as she was, her voice roared and ascended to the heavens. It contained amusement, as well as seriousness. Do you really think I would run? No. It was worth the try, though. Carla sighed, rising to her feet. Sarah followed suit, and both women stared at each other as they stood a good distance from each other. We might as well end it here. The succubus began to infuse her body with energy. What will you do? Sarah asked, her face showing nervous preparation. Don't worry. I won't kill you. I'll preserve you until everything is set. That way, you won't get in our way. TCH. You'll have to kill me first. I already told you I won. Whatever. A massive surge of energy burst from the two of them, and they prepared for their final confrontation. The power was enough to tower the sky and part the clouds, and the tension was so thick that it caused the earth to rumble. The final moment of attack, the clash between the two, was near. However, a sudden interference occurred. Rho Alpha D Alpha Nu, Sarah. I finally found you. The voice of a boy instantly pierced the air as he landed in the middle of the two women. His blonde hair fluttered with the wind, and his body was shrouded in multicolored energy. As the cloak he wore danced behind his back, so did his eyes, the ether enveloping him. The smoke cleared, and the dust settled, revealing the identity of the third party. However, the moment it became clear and all three people suddenly saw each other, the most unexpected occurred. Jared. You're back. Sarah smiled in both shock and relief. However, to her surprise, she wasn't the only one who felt this way. No, perhaps she was the one who felt the least of these emotions. Why you are? Carla. Jared's eyes went straight for the dazed succubus opposite him. His body was trembling, and his widened eyes wouldn't stop shaking. It seemed like he was having both the sweetest dream and the worst nightmare. He wasn't the only one, though. Opposite him stood Carla, just as shocked if not more so. Tears streamed down her eyes as her body froze in place. She would have been mistaken for a statue if not for the wind that swept her dark hair, and the tears that clearly depicted emotion. Her lips began to quiver, and her eyes gleamed with something she hadn't expressed in so long, the bright sign of hope. Only one word could emerge from her lips as she gazed upon the boy and he gazed back. L. Lewis. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 743. The last time we met, was so many years ago. The nations had all converged in a single location for a special event, the last days of Lewis Griffith himself. Kings and honorable people from all over the world graced me with their presence. They gathered to celebrate with me, and to mourn my passing. This started with the arrival of Jane Ursula in the morning, stretching until daytime, when even more guests arrived. However, soon enough, no one was present in the room. Per my request, they all left, and so I enjoyed my solitude waiting for the time death would come. However, who could have expected that I would still have one more visitor? You're definitely a sight for sore eyes. The melodious voice echoed within my room. My tired, old eyes widened the moment I heard the voice. I was too tired to raise my head, and my blurry eyesight couldn't completely pick up the person who spoke. However, this presence, this scent, this voice, it is. It belonged to a crimson demon, coated in black. Her enthralling physique was still evident despite the dark outfit that clung tightly to her body. Her tail danced gently, and her wings were retracted at the time. I couldn't tell when she arrived, and I also couldn't clearly see her face until she drew closer. Once she did, though, I noticed how shaky the smile on her face was. Carla, is that you? It's been so long, hasn't it? How could I not return her best efforts with a smile? I did my best to give a toothy grin, though I could only imagine how awkward that would be, given my old age. Several emotions ran through me. Nostalgia, relief, guilt, they all squirmed within me. Still, with all of these emotions, I couldn't dream of not staring at her. It's been very long to you, but not to me. Carla sighed, drawing closer to my side as she spoke. The cool scent of her alluring charm caused my body to relax. When did I last experience such a soothing sensation? The mere presence of this succubus brought me so much satisfaction. P Alpha Alpha No 10. However, I still couldn't forget what happened the last time we met, how I chose Amelia over Carla, and how much I hurt her. Even though I didn't stay with Amelia for very long after that, I didn't settle with Carla either. I lived out the rest of my life single, and while there were fulfilling points in it, I still felt that empty void that could only be filled with love. Still, with many people here to wish me goodbye on my deathbed, I let go of those regrets and chose to die a happy man. I chose to let go of the burdens of the past and focus on the present as well as my non-existent future. Unfortunately, Carla hadn't moved beyond her past, at least, from how she looked at me. How have you been, Carla? I asked warmly. I've been traveling around, exploring many things. I learned lots of magic science from you during those times we spent together, do you remember? Well, I've been expanding my knowledge. Oh? Is that so? Yes. I might even know more than you already. Ha ha ha. You really think so? Well, give it a couple of decades, and you'll probably surpass me. For now, though, I'll keep my title. He he he. Surprisingly, we both burst out in laughter. Even if it was just for a moment, it felt like old times, me and Carla, all alone in the room, talking and laughing. Please visit palpha1.com. We went on to discuss many other things. I told her of my escapades, and she told me of hers. It turned out Carla had been through so many adventures, exploring many regions of the world and experiencing so much. It was good to hear that she was finally seeing the world. I genuinely felt happy to hear all that she was seeing and the many more she would see. However, when I realized the point she was driving at, it saddened me a little. No matter how much I try, I can't forget it, Louis. Believe me, I've tried all I can to forget about you, about us. But, it is impossible. I know that I truly love you, and that can't change. It broke my heart to hear that. Here I was, on my deathbed, yet Carla still couldn't let go of the connection we had. Tell me, Louis. I truly want to know. Back then, when you chose Amelia over me, did you really feel nothing at all? I see. So she still hasn't let go. I thought to myself when I saw her glittering violet eyes. I was going to die very soon. If there was any time to be honest and spill out the truth, now was a perfect time. Even though I lived with regrets, I didn't want to die with any. I have always loved you, Carla. I loved you back then, and even now. I stared at her, unable to let go of the past too. I couldn't explain it. I couldn't ignore it. I couldn't avoid it. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why Amelia and I eventually broke up. I couldn't completely disregard my feelings for Carla despite choosing Amelia. And now, facing her, I couldn't lie to her any longer. Ha, is that so? I'm sorry for lying to you. I had to make a choice back then. So why didn't you choose me? I closed my eyes and inhaled deeply. I didn't know what to say at that point. Did I love Amelia more than I loved her? Maybe. Or maybe, with the way the situation had escalated with Amelia being my wife and being hurt by Carla's miasma, I instinctively chose her. I genuinely didn't know. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 744. So, it's like that, hey? I understand. Carla sighed. Why you do? My voice stuttered as I looked at her sad smile. I do, Louis. Thank you for telling me. She placed her hand on my chest and I couldn't help but fall deeper in love with her. The fact that I could see her one final time before I died meant a lot to me. Thanks for coming, Carla. I appreciate it. Strength was leaving my body, and I knew the time of my demise was already near. Any time from this point, and I would meet my demise. It was good to see you again. Even after all these years, you are still very attractive. Pfft. You little pervert. If you want to fuck me, just come out and say it. Ha ha ha. I'm afraid I can't do that now. We both burst out laughing, though mine was interrupted by a series of coughs. The fact that no one came in, even when we were making such a ruckus, meant Carla had probably enchanted the room. Well, maybe not now. Perhaps another time. She gave me a calm smile. Another time? What does that mean? It means I'm not giving up, Louis. I'll find a way to bring you back healthier and younger. That way, we can do it all we like. I smiled at Carla, appreciating the sentiment. Even Jane said the same thing before. However, there were certain rules in the world that couldn't be broken. And, just as I explained to Jane, I also said the same to her. You don't know everything, Louis. You can't be certain. Well, she was right about that. But, I didn't want the woman I loved to spend her whole life trying so hard for me, especially when she was finally experiencing so much of the world. Louis. I've given it so much thought already. I've done all I can to forget about you, to find a new purpose, or something else I can wholeheartedly dedicate myself to. But they always come short of you. Carla's words melted my heart. I appreciated her so much, but her statement also made me feel worse for leaving her just like that. My departure was causing so many people sorrow, yet it was only natural. I can't imagine a life without you, Louis. I can't. Tears were already falling from Carlia's cheeks. I didn't expect a woman so mature to become so fragile. Still, even amid the tears, Carla was so cute. Carla, thank you. Honestly, I thank you. However, you must live on without me. I have no right to tell you how you should live, but, please be happy. I can only die without regrets if I know you'll be happy. So please, stop crying. Louis, you're so unfair. I know. And I'm sorry for that. But I'm leaving now, and I want to make sure you're okay. My bony hands fell atop hers, and we had a moment of silence, one where we both exchanged smiles. I promise, Louis. I promise to live well without you. Don't worry about me. I won't be dying or despairing anytime soon. That's good to hear. Rho Alpha D Alpha N Nu from the depths of my heart, I was happy that Carla was going to be fine without me. Even though Amelia never saw me, despite my imminent demise, I still worried for her. At least, with this, Carla would be fine. I actually also have something I need to ask you. A smile formed on my wrinkled face. Honestly, I had no idea why Carla would care so much for this sack of bones. She was the epitome of perfection, and I was far from that definition. However, I loved and respected her enough to respect her feelings. Still, it didn't eliminate the question that plagued me for many years. It was always something that popped up anytime I thought of Carla, and I couldn't get it out of my head. However, now that things had come to this, I could ask her. No, I had to ask her. Only then could I rest in peace. Carla, back when we were together, do you remember? Yes. When we were having sex for the first time, please. Visit palpha1.com. Why yes. Why you said something. Where are you going with this, Louis? My tool. You said it was quite small. Oh, that. To be honest, I still hadn't forgotten that awkward moment. Her words haunted me, even when I got married to Amelia. I lacked confidence in it for years, even though Amelia told me it was way above average. The dissonance between Carla's opinion and Amelia's opinion left me confused. I could not get over it. No matter how hard I tried, those words remained stuck in my head. It was petty, but I have to know, Carla, is it really that small? Did she really manage with my equipment? I had to know before I died. Ha 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 ha. Louis, you idiot. That's what you're thinking about on your dead bed. Hey. Different strokes for different folks. You have your priorities, and I have mine. We both chuckled and laughed under the watch of the moon. It was a truly magical moment, one I wished lasted longer. Well, the truth is, it wasn't actually small, Louis. It was pretty average. She smiled, narrowing her eyes as she went on to lick her lips. Words could not express the relief I experienced the moment Carla told me that. I felt like all the things that haunted me in the past evaporated. Finally, I had inner peace. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Don't even try. I could already spot her gaze moving in the direction of my equipment, and I knew just what kind of mischief she could pull. Boo! You're no fun. Yet. As much as having one final go with you before I die will be the best way to go. I plan on my last moments being more solemn. I smiled, closing my eyes as I inhaled deeply. Want me to stay here with you? Thank you. I would really appreciate that. Carla moved closer and kissed me on my forehead, and she tightly held my hand while watching over me. It felt very good. Soon, all my guests and visitors entered the room, but none of them could see Carla. She was like a ghost. However, I had no doubt that it was really her I just talked to. There was no way it was my imagination. Jane, and pretty much everyone else, stayed with me as I closed my eyes for the last time. I saw all of them with my blurry vision, especially Carla's teary smile. As much as it pained me to see them go, I was happy they were here with me. Now, it was time to let them all go. And so, as I thought about magic in my last moments, I could hear Carla's voice overlapping with my thoughts. I will bring you back, Louis. And then we're going to live happily ever after, forever. A smile formed on my face as I felt my consciousness fade away. This was finally the end. Little did I know at the time. I couldn't be more wrong. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 745. K. Carla. L. Louis. As my voice overlapped with Carla's, I could feel a lot of emotions rush into me. They were overwhelming, too overwhelming. However, despite the myriad of thoughts that flowed into my mind, one of them popped out even more. How did you know it was me? She looked just as surprised as me, so that meant this came as a shock to the both of us. The reason I knew it was Carla was because she hadn't changed a single bit since we last saw each other. Well, she was using glasses now and was that a lab coat I saw on her, but she still had pretty much the same look. There was no way I wouldn't recognize the only demoness I ever loved. But what about her? How did she? Louis, how is this possible? You're Jared Leonard? What is this? Soul possession? Body augmentation? No, this can't be. Reincarnation. All it took were a few seconds, and she unraveled the mystery surrounding my return. K. Carla, what are you doing here? You can't actually be the succubus in the Nether cult, right? Logic told me to look at the facts around me, but I couldn't believe that someone as kind and as nonviolent as Carla would hold such a high position in the very organization that sought to destroy me. What do you think, Jared? She's the second seat. Sarah moved closer to me, speaking words I didn't want to hear. I was still stunned to the point of disbelief to find Carla here. I suspected she was alive somewhere, somehow, but I didn't want to interrupt her new life. I thought she'd take my advice and live happily. If she did that, then wouldn't I have forced her to make a choice between me and her new life just as I was forced to do back then? I stayed away for her own good. Who would have thought we would meet like this, and in such a way? Shit. Now isn't the time to think like this. I have to leave here with Sarah before. Like a meteor falling from the sky, a being suddenly landed a short distance from where I, Carla, and Sarah stood. It was just as I feared. He was. We meet again, Jared Leonard. Did you think you could escape me so easily? The martial blade god. He's tracked me down so quickly. Damn it. The plan was to cause a stir here, while grabbing Sarah and making a break for it. With the perfected form of unknowable, I could choose to reveal myself or stay hidden. My intention was to temporarily reveal myself here, causing the attention of the martial blade god to divert to this point, while I used the chance to look for the others alongside Sarah. Unfortunately, I faltered at the most decisive point thanks to seeing the most unexpected person. As a result, the timing, and everything else, was ruined. Shit. I swiftly clutched Sarah and decided to instantly replace our bodies with automatons. However, just as I suspected, that trick won't work on me again. The spell didn't activate. I could think of many reasons why this could happen. One would be that the martial blade god could already see our destination, thus eliminating the automatons before we had a chance to swap positions. There were a few other explanations, but the most straightforward approach, and the one I suspected most, was that he was simply hijacking my spell with his dominating pressure. You can use interference to disrupt spells. He could be resorting to that. No, he has to. I appreciate you keeping them here a while, Carla. I will be taking over things from here. The martial blade god took a step forward, slowly unsheathing his blade. I was frightened out of my mind, at this point. There was no way to beat this monster. If he's interrupting my magic, and his motive is to execute me, then I'm screwed. The worst part, however, was that my only backup Sarah looked completely worn out. I could tell that she went all out, and she was completely tired. Spellcraft would have been preferable, but it's useless because of all the nether around. Please visit palpha1.com. I was out of options, and my partner was a mess. Who's to say he can't simply interfere with all my spells and kill me as fast as possible? Damn it! Do I have to pull out my trump card now? But, if I do, then the plan is... Do not fret, Jared. I will make it quick. The martial blade god raised his blade right in front of me, ready to swing it and rid me of my breath. For a moment, I actually saw my life flash before my eyes and I felt like it would be over before I even realized it. However, just as he was about to strike, the martial blade god suddenly halted. Hha! His arm was still raised, but he didn't move it any longer. Instead, he slowly looked behind him and gazed upon the colleague behind him. What are you doing, Carla? Your bloodlust. I can feel its intensity. He spoke, narrowing his gaze at her. Carla. My gaze also went in her direction. She was transfixed in a single location, but I could see what the martial blade was referring to. Even though her bloodlust wasn't being directed at me, I felt myself shiver just by looking at her. Get away from him. Carla's voice sounded deep and imposing. Her fists were clenched, and her face resembled that of a ferocious predator. The bloodlust kept rising to an unprecedented degree, and it seemed her face kept morphing into a more dangerous scowl. Why should I do that? The martial blade god's voice was the only thing calm about the current situation. He's mine. I saw him first. No, I did. Ah, yeah, that's true. Unfortunately. I said, stay away from him. Carla began taking steps forward. Each move made me shiver down to my bones. Never before had I seen her like this, not even against the demon lords in the past. It made me wonder just how much she had changed, how I probably didn't know her anymore. No. What am I even thinking? I told her before I died, that I wouldn't dictate how she would live. I'm not about to judge her for her actions now. I had also done terrible things in the past, and even I had to give Carla the benefit of the doubt even if she was a nether cult executive. I won't make the mistake I made in the past. This time, I blamed myself. I simply assumed Carla would be living a happy life without me, never once considering the opposite. It gave me the perfect excuse to live my own life without worrying about her. Forgive me, Carla. I failed you. However, if I was sure about one thing, it was that she couldn't have changed. She was still the same Carla I knew. Just by looking into her eyes when we met, I could see the same woman I fell for all those years ago. P Alpha Alpha No 10. Even now, she's protecting me from her own group. There was no doubt about it, and I would be a fool to think there was. Hey, martial blade god! I tightly clenched my fist as I spoke. What kind of man would I be if I let her stand up for me without also standing up for her? With this resolve quelling the questions in my heart, I glared at the martial blade god. Don't look at Carla that way. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 746. Carla was locked in an endless swirl of emotions. Her heart constantly raced any time she saw Jared. No, Lewis Griffith in Jared's body. He seemed surprised that she would be able to recognize him despite his new form, but that was simply underestimating her sensory abilities. Since their souls were linked by her original magic, Carla could tell the moment she looked at him. Even though the bond wasn't as strong as a soul brand, the moment he appeared in front of her, she could instantly tell. I can't believe this. He's alive. Her heart was racing at an unbelievable speed. Through the years, for over 5 centuries, she had sought ways to bring him back, yet here Louis was, right in front of her. Oh, no. He must think I'm his enemy. I'm in the Nether cult, and I even wanted us to kill Jared because he was troublesome. Her thoughts suddenly surged. How was she going to explain her way out of this mess? Louis, Unfortunately, her words were interrupted by the arrival of the first seat. The moment she saw him, she realized her blunder, as well as what was to come. The only reason for the martial blade to come was for Jared's execution. Normally, she would have allowed it, even supported it. After all, Jared was one huge stumbling block that stood between her and her dream. However, now that she discovered Jared was Louis, what would she do? Was she going to watch the martial blade god execute the only person she ever loved? Or was she going to save him? He's still confused. He probably has some weird perception of me. Betraying the cult was something she never wanted to do, especially because of her goals. But, her cooperation so far only hinged on one reason. And now the reason was in front of her. Did it really have to take her so long to decide? No. I'm not letting you near him. Her thoughts echoed, and her bloodlust began to manifest, focused only on the martial blade god. She knew she was courting death with her actions, but Carla's thoughts were only centered around one thing. That single thing was enough to conquer the fear and reverence she had for her senior. Louis is mine. Asterisk. 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 Don't look at Carla that way. The eyes of the succubus widened the moment she heard those words from Jared/Louis. He's not mad at me. Her heart thumped louder than before, and her whole body became hotter by the second. She could see the resolve in his eyes as he stood up for her. It was similar to the one in her eyes. For that moment alone, despite their confusion and mixed emotions, Carla could feel the connection between the both of them restored. They had become one. I see. So, you've chosen to side with each other. I don't blame you for your choice. However, do you really believe this changes anything? The martial blade god asked, his eyes narrowed as he exchanged glances between her and the one she recognized as Louis. Sarah was out of the equation, but she was most likely going to be dealt with after the martial blade god was done with them. I already made my peace with this a long time ago. Carla thought to herself as she took a deep breath in. The martial blade god was standing right between her and her goal. And there was only one thing she could do to get back her lover. I don't care if the world burns as a result, and the same applies to the Nether cult. In a flash, she darted in the direction of her prey. The martial blade god instantly picked this up, and he swung his blade to intercept her. However, she instantly vanished from his reach and appeared beside Louis, and right in front of Sarah. They both displayed shock, causing her to grin a little. Please visit palpha1.com. Woa, what did you do? Louis asked, his eyes ablaze with curiosity. It's one of my abilities. I can teach you about it some other time. Sweet. They both smiled at each other, and she could feel something deep within her soul. It was resonance. Her grin grew wider, and so did Louis's. It was just as she realized. Louis and her, they were both one in thought and intentions. Let's do this, Carla. His voice appeared in her thoughts. Yet. Try to keep up. She responded, her focus on the enemy in front of her. It was both of them against this incredible monolith. Carla didn't know the full extent of Jared's strength, but she knew it was inferior to the martial blade god's power. She also knew her limits, and they also fell short. However, she had a plan. We'll fight, for now. Once the time is right, I'll get us out of here. Facing the martial blade god and hoping to win was suicide. Fortunately, she had perfect immortality. This should be an interesting battle. Their opponent muttered, pointing his blade at the two of them. I have always wondered if I could kill you. Now is the time to put that to the test. Give it your best shot. She yelled in excitement. Even though she greatly feared and respected the martial blade god, having Louis by her side gave her all the confidence she needed. Somehow, she felt she could do anything as long he was by her side. It also helped that, at this very moment, she was incredibly, indescribably happy. Rho Alpha D Alpha N Nu and with this profound joy, came strength. Louis is alive. That's all that matters. She strengthened her body and prepared to go all out. Give it my all, hey? I'm not sure about that. The martial blade god whispered, blue and white energy suddenly emanating from his body. Pressure filled the entire area, and the power he exuded was unbelievable. You are right in one aspect, though. I'll need to try harder if I want to win. As he spoke, his hair turned white, and his skin appeared clear and pale. His eyes glowed bright blue, and he seemed to be covered in a bright attire made of energy. In his current form, all his senses were heightened, and his power reached more frightening heights. This was his martial state. Now then, shall we begin? With both sides prepared to give their all, the tension of battle enveloped the entire island. Anyone who dwelled on it could instantly tell. This would be a devastating clash. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 747. Amid the chaos and destruction that constantly shook the entire island, there was one portion of it that remained unaffected. It was the Nether Cult headquarters main building. It stood wide and tall, almost as though daring whoever challengers to venture inside and face the consequences. Not only did it ooze out such power, but the strong field around it was so dense that nearly anything that tried to venture inside without the proper authority would instantly die. Despite all of that, a certain figure still approached the building with resolve. She swiftly moved like the wind, easily passing through the barrier without suffering any harm, and passed through the walls of the buildings with her powerful magic. A cloak was around her, and it shrouded her body, revealing very little of her face. This culprit was none other than Alovita, or rather, Kazan herself. I apologize, everyone. You all have good intentions, and your plans were well-meaning. However, you have no idea who you're up against. She thought to herself as she stealthily strolled through the massive hallway within the building. It's pretty. As expected. Kazan thought as she took a good look around while advancing in Alo's body. She inhaled deeply, still feeling the sting of guilt for abandoning her supposed teammates and ruining their plans. I interfered with the teleportation to separate them all. That way, they won't interfere with my actions. As much as it pains me to have done that, it was for the best. Kazan had to do what she had to do and she had to do it alone. That was the reason she came from the grave, after all. Apologies, Alo. Apologies, Jared. Apologies, everyone. Her gaze was now fixed on a massive door that ominously stood in front of her. So far she had stealthily traversed the Nether Cult's center of power, but Kazan was not foolish enough to believe that the master of this building would not have noticed her presence. Her stealth was meant to prevent any annoying pests from getting in her way. In the end, you're the one I have to face. In one swift move, Kazan made her way past the door and found herself in a massive hall. Murals decorated the place, and the tiles were paved with white. The chandeliers glimmered marvelously, and the ambience within it brought back old memories within her. This place, the homely feeling of this room. Kazan could not forget it if she tried. A distance from her, she saw the 12 seats around a round table, and she was once again reminded of her comrades, her friends. The Apostles of Ether. TCH. So you recreated even this? Kazan murmured as she stepped forward. The seats were fewer than in the original setting, considering the Apostles were 21 in number. Compared to the memories she had, the 12 seats felt lacking. They were also empty. The chairs were not well rounded, unlike how she remembered them. Instead, 6 chairs were located to the right, and 6 went to the left. At the head of the table, that is, the top front, was a much more grandiose seat. This 13th seat resembled a throne, and someone sat on it. He resembled a young boy, having an aura of darkness around him. As he sat on his throne and watched her, Kazan could tell, this was the leader of the cult. His steely gaze and malevolent eyes were fixed on her as she stepped forward. Her steps were careful, yet steady. Nothing about the determination on her face had changed the slightest bit. "I have been expecting you, intruder." The cult leader spoke, his bone-chilling voice spread through the hall. The power in his voice, and the darkness he depicted, were enough to make anyone tremble before him. However, Kazan did no such thing. Her gaze remained determined. She kept moving forward. "I'm surprised you came alone. Do you really think you can defeat me alone? Or, are your allies so occupied that only you could make it here, please? Visit palpha1.com. Kazan did not respond to the cult leader's obvious attempts at provocation or information probing. She wasn't going to waste her breath talking to him. "It's a bit sloppy of the first seat, I must say, letting one of the targets slip under his watch. Then again, he must be occupied with the singularity." The cult leader chuckled to himself. Suddenly, his malevolent aura increased over tenfold, and a sheer quantity of nether danced around him. An instant wave of tension consumed the entire area, causing Kazan to finally halt and glare at the young lad. "Haha, oh, well. We should conclude things now. Enough with the theatrics. I didn't come here for you." Kazan finally spoke, her tone indicating the impatience and annoyance that she felt. "P-alpha alpha no 10 what?" Kazan's scowl intensified as soon as she heard the cult leader speak again. Instantly, a gust of ether swirled around her. In a flash, it fought off the nether that the cult leader emitted, and it prevailed. Her power suppressed his, causing the seated young man to let out a gasp of shock. "I have no interest in a pawn. I want to speak to the true master of this place. Reveal yourself, Seal!" Kazan roared. For a moment, her voice invoked nothing but echoes, and finally silence. The cult leader seemed frozen in shock, his bloodshot eyes focused on Kazan, and a very deep frown formed on his face. "What are you talking about? I said it's enough. Bring me Seal. Now." Kazan released more of her aura, causing the entire area to tremble as a result. The ether she released was so pure that even in such an area dense with nether, her power prevailed. Even the cult leader shook at this point, unable to bear it. "Ha ha ha! That's quite enough, Kazan!" A voice suddenly echoed across the massive hall. The moment it did, the trembling ceased and Kazan swiftly lifted her gaze around. She swiftly attempted to find the origin of the sound, but failed. "I'm right here." The voice came from where the nether cult leader sat, or rather, beside him. The sonorous, gentle tone belonged to a woman clad in white. She elegantly stood beside the cult leader's throne, a smile placed on her face. "Why you're Seal. Haha, it makes sense that you don't recognize me. I've gone through a bit of a makeover since our last encounter over 1,000 years ago." Kazan was speechless, but she maintained her stance regardless. "It has been ages, hasn't it, old friend? Asterisk. 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 Chapter 748. It has been ages, dear friend." The white-clad woman, or rather, Seal, spoke with grace. A smile constantly remained on her face, and her pristine beauty could take one's breath away. This enthralling part of her held no appeal to Kazan, however. Instead, it only drove her further into a rage. "Do not call me that. I am no longer your friend," she growled. "There's that temper. As expected of you, Kazan. When I felt your ether, I instantly knew it was you. Honestly, even in death, you haven't changed. Kazan gritted her teeth, glaring murderously at Seal. Millions of thoughts ran through her head, but most of them consisted of one major element. How to kill the woman in front of her. I expected, if anyone would return from the dead, it would be the strongest or something. Perhaps Merlin or Lancelot. Why would you be the one to come? And why choose such a weak vessel? That's none of your business, Kazan responded brazenly. It wasn't like the apostles had the chance to come back from the dead, or anything like that. Not all of them could ingrain their souls into their arcanas as she could. The few who could do that only left portions of themselves there, little embers that would fade after a while. The only reason she was different was because of her original magic. I could say the same about your little charade. Using a figurehead to control others, that sounds perfectly like what you would do. She clenched her fist. Kazan remembered when she had once called Seal a friend. She remembered how she had initially been a pure maiden, who was meant to be their newest member. Kazan remembered how she used one of their members and tricked him into deluding the rest of them. She remembered how, in the process of solving the consequences of her ambition, her comrades had used up their lives. They protected humanity from the Nether and saved the world from Seal's twisted ideals. And, she remembered how they all went their separate ways, choosing to hide their most valued treasures since they believed that it was the only way to return the evil of the Nether to the world. Even after all that, she still hunted us down and tried to obtain our arcanas. How many friends of mine died at your hands? You two-faced bitch! You seem angry at me for personal reasons. Aren't the apostles meant to be selfless heroes? Well, your anger is justifiable, but... Seal laughed softly, as she cast her gaze on the cult leader, who was still shaking in his seat. She used her hand to rub his head, casting an unusually loving gaze on the boy. Don't take it out on my child. Kazan's eyes instantly widened in shock. No, more than shock, disgust. And no, what did you do? What have you done? Seal kept rubbing the head of her supposed son, and the boy, despite being the cult leader, kept his head steady. He did not resist, and neither did he squirm. Rather, he seemed to be enjoying her touch. It was not an image befitting the leader of the Nether cult. Rho Alpha D Alpha N Nu what have I done? Oh, plenty. As for my little child, well, we made him together. The shock displayed on Kazan's face kept intensifying the more she watched and heard. Why you didn't? No way. I told you all, but you didn't listen. No one can stop our bond. Even though you took my beloved from me, I was gifted with a portion of his glorious self. As a result, I was able to fuse him with myself, thereby birthing our seed. At this point, Seal's frosty white face had shades of pink. Her hand was on her face as she smiled in euphoria. It seemed like she was experiencing a heightened sense of pleasure, one that would be better left unsaid. You're sick. Kazan shot a look of disgust. And you're ignorant. But I don't blame you. You weren't chosen by his glorious self, after all. Seal shrugged. How can you say that? It is going to destroy everything and everyone in this world. It is going to kill everything. Yet you call my desire to stop that, ignorance. Kazan raised her voice, her anger rising to new heights. And what of it? What? And what of it? If it is his glorious will to destroy everything, then I shall gladly comply. There are more worlds out there, after all. Why you? I do not care if this world burns, as long as I get my beloved back. You do not understand, which is why you are ignorant. You monster! I can only imagine his joy when he sees our child. Ah, the thrill makes me squirm with anticipation. Seal was now using both her hands to caress her face as she spoke. The cult leader was also smiling the innocent smile of a child who believed the words of his mother and sought the return of his father. Please visit palpha1.com. Both of them grinned like maniacs, and Kazan watched their expressions of depravity, unable to take any more of it. I won't let that happen. I came here to stop you even if I kill you, your child, or both in the process. I will not let you bring that monster into this world. A burst of ether surged from Kazan, instantly transforming her into a glorious maiden of light. Resolve burned deeply in her eyes, and she readied herself for when she would strike. Well, that would have been more threatening if I wasn't already certain of my victory. Unfortunately for you, Kazan, you're a bit too late. Seal smiled nonchalantly. Despite the extreme pressure that dominated the area, Seal did not even break a sweat. Her composed expression told Kazan how confident she was. Quit bluffing and stalling. You need all the arcanas to achieve your goals. That is your reason behind establishing the cult, isn't it? Without all of them, the gates will never open. Kazan shouted. With her eyes on the target, and her body ready to perform its task, Kazan let out a battle cry. This is the end of the line, Seal. The first strike ended in a stalemate, almost as soon as it was initiated. Kazan met with a dense field, thus causing her attack to be nullified. Even though she was moving well beyond the speed of light, Seal was still fast enough to react. TCH. And she looked so relaxed. You make too many assumptions, Kazan. Seal's voice echoed in her ears, causing Kazan's glare to deepen. What are you talking about? Seal's light laughter triggered Kazan. She was enjoying herself in her dome of protection, and it seemed she had more cards up her sleeve. I knew this would be hard before I embarked on this task. I can't stop now. She gritted her teeth. Don't bother, Kazan. My plan is already in its final stage of fruition. Seal ceased her laughter and made a gentle statement. She's just trying to bait me. She still needs all the arcanas too. You believe I need to have all the arcanas to achieve what I want, do you not? Seal's smile broadened as she spoke. Kazan obviously thought along that line. Who wouldn't? The 21 arcanas combined formed the last piece, and that was the only way to open the gates. That was the only way Seal could get what she wanted. Arcanas can't be destroyed. We tried and failed. If we could, we would have destroyed them ages ago. Still, with the way the cards were currently divided, Seal couldn't accomplish her plan. As long as that was the case, she was never going to win. What if I told you, dear friend, that I found another way? Seal's smile shook Kazan to the core. The confident look in her eyes, the way she made her statement. Kazan could tell that Seal was utterly sure of her words. What? How? I don't believe it. That's impossible. She yelled, ready to commence a stronger volley of attacks. And this time, enough to destroy the shield. Oh, but it is. I now have a way that allows me to win. You're lying. And I no longer need to possess the arcanas to do so. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 749. What in the world was going on? What sort of nonsense was Seal spouting? Kazan could not wrap her head around her words. There's no way, right? Magic existed to make the impossible possible. However, certain immutable laws couldn't be broken. One of those laws was the death of living beings. The body or soul, preferably both, had to be present before the person could be brought back to life. The reason stemmed from the complex nature of life, and the connection of magic to every single element. Ultimately, even if there was a loophole, it had to operate under the laws that existed, the power that be. Even the solution to the impossible return of the Nether was only feasible with the convergence of the powers of the arcanas. Any other way and it simply wasn't plausible. Unless... It looks like you've caught on, Kazan. Seal smiled, stretching her hand forward. Instantly, projections of multiple cards began appearing in the air. The cards had various colors, but they were shrouded in Seal's white light. I have lived for a very long time. Longer than you all have. That time has provided me with the means to create a second original magic one as complex and intricate as this. Kazan's eyes widened when she saw the floating projections. She realized it the moment she decided to take a closer look. Those aren't mere projections. The patterns, the formulas, the nature, the projections that hovered above Kazan's grasp resembled the real thing in every sense of the word. They were replicas. My initial original magic, Eye of the Wise, grants me perfect clairvoyance in this world. I can see all things present, so long as certain conditions are met. Utilizing that to my advantage, I created my second original magic. Forge of Creation. Kazan was lost for words, but everything started coming together. And no way. Her eyes widened the more she thought of all she had heard from Aloe, and what she had experienced since she came to this world. The war against the demons, the search for the arcanas, the clash between the Nether cult and everyone else, all of that was for. Precisely. Seal's grin widened to a terrifying degree, causing Kazan to tremble. She finally realized the truth behind Seal's initial words, and how completely plausible it was. My magic Eye of the Wise shows me when the arcanas are being used, and I analyze their properties and functions down to the tiniest detail. With Forge of Creation, I can recreate the arcanas perfectly. With these two abilities under my perfect control, I do not need to possess any arcana. So that was why she was able to easily distribute the arcanas to the cult members. Not only did she not need them, but by facing the cult members with arcanas, Jared and his allies would have to use their arcanas as well, allowing her to learn and absorb all the information she needed. Kazan instantly realized how they had all been duped by Seal's elaborate trick. Then, does that mean that her plan is? Kazan stopped herself before she could complete her thoughts. She realized something as she thought of how absurd Seal's new magic was. It was subtle, a critical element that almost escaped her notice. However, she caught it anyway. Energy. You lack enough energy to supply them with enough power. Kazan yelled. Please visit palpha1.com. Granted, Seal was very powerful. However, the arcanas were made with the aid of the root. Merlin and her comrades were connected to the very source, and they drew power from there with their arcanas. That was also why their arcanas couldn't be destroyed. Even if she duplicated them, how will she have enough power to charge all the arcanas? Did you really think I didn't consider that problem? Seal's cool tone interrupted Kazan's thoughts, causing her to snap out of them instantly. What do you think I spent my time doing all this time? Over 1,000 years, and yet I didn't expend any energy, nor did I actively search for the arcanas. Where do you think all that excess power went to? And no way. Seal had been storing over 1,000-year worth of energy just so she could achieve her goals. Still, Kazan could not believe it. She could not believe that Seal had access to all the arcanas. She could not accept that the enemy was on the verge of winning. The only arcana left is yours, Kazan. Once I have that, it'll be complete. I can't thank you enough for coming here. TCH. Kazan braced herself. You think I'm ever going to use my arcana after hearing all of that? Over my dead body. Seal let out another light laughter, her face depicting amusement. She seemed so carefree about the whole thing that it made the tension Kazan was currently experiencing seem like a joke. I currently have 20 arcana abilities in my possession. I also have 1,000 years worth of energy. Tell me, Kazan, do you really think you have a choice? Seal slowly began to walk away from her previous position beside the cult leader. Each step she made depicted elegance, and the clacking sound of her heels echoed within the silent hall. Kazan's current expression was nothing like the face she had made when she first arrived. The stubborn and angry expression she previously had was nowhere to be seen. Her confidence had evaporated, and it was now replaced with a look of frustration and fear. Not the fear for her own life, no, but rather fear for the lives of every single being in the world. She was frightened because she now realized the truth. The fact that she had lost this game. Whether you use it or not doesn't matter. After all, I can just pry the arcana from your corpse. And the fact that Seal had won. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 750. The sounds of our battle had evolved from mere echoes to thunderous roars of destruction. With Carla and I on one side and the martial blade god on the other, we charged and fought, causing so much destruction that I couldn't even begin to fathom the extent of the damage. At some point, I had to move Sarah to my pocket dimension due to the extensive damage we were wreaking. For miles upon miles, the crater we just created kept spreading, creating a gaping hole in the ground. No clouds remained in the sky as well. Despite all this damage, Carla and I were still nowhere near defeating our foe. Ha ha ha. Not bad, Jared. You've done well to keep up. Carla made a loud and confident laugh. I could do nothing but smile at her words. Honestly, compared to the Carla I knew in the past, she was even more of a monster now. I was barely contributing to the fight since she carried most of the destructive power between the both of us. I handled some side attacks and feints, but I had to rely on Carla if we wanted to hit hard. When it came to defense too, she also took the hit. As I had now come to realize, Carla was completely immortal. Even the martial blade god couldn't kill her. With every strike he used to kill her, she returned much stronger than before, completely adapting to the attack. As a result, the martial blade god had to resort to different attacks each time, killing her over and over again. It felt awful to watch Carla die in front of me so many times, but if she didn't take the fall, I would. And unlike her indestructible and completely restorable body, mine was far too weak. One serious hit from the martial blade god was bound to kill me. Both of you are quite formidable. The martial blade god muttered, looking at us with an expression I had never expected him to make. He was grinning widely. It wasn't his usual stoic look, and neither was he smiling gently. No, the martial blade god had a smile that displayed excitement. How long has it been since I fought like this? Even in martial state, I am unable to defeat you. I knew Carla deserved most of the credit for his words. Once or twice, thanks to our collaboration and well-synced attacks, Carla was able to land hits on him. Those were the only times we were able to damage him, yet he had already healed from them. Comparing that to how many times Carla had died, the gap was just too wide. Ha ha ha. It's only a matter of time. We'll be the winners. Carla laughed confidently, displaying her sharp teeth. Her optimistic attitude and cheerful personality in this fight were the only things that prevented me from giving up completely. Her presence gave me confidence, and despite my weakness, I did all I could to ensure that I could support her. We were currently resonating with each other, so we shared our thoughts. Coupled with the fact that we were currently fighting side by side, the feeling was indescribably awesome. Even though we were putting our lives on the line, and any mistake guaranteed instant death, I could not deny how much fun I was having. With Carla, this battle suddenly felt too good to be true. Let's do this, Louis, I heard her prompt me from within, and I instantly heeded her call. All right. My great sage's memoir was right in front of me, and I flipped the pages to utilize the abilities I could. No matter how powerful my spells were, they couldn't compare to Carla's, so I chose to support her instead. Using justice, I evened the playing field as much as I could between the martial blade god and Carla. The hermit made the both of us much faster by speeding up our time, thus making us capable of keeping up with his speed. Judgment helped me create projectiles for distracting the martial blade god, or to even serve as constraints. Though, my projections hardly did anything meaningful to stop him. I used Damien's original magic, which I improved, to switch places with Carla or vice versa when the need called for it, and with my strength arcana, coupled with Wheel of Fortune, I was able to somewhat keep up and survive. So far, it had been a stalemate, and that was simply because of our different methods of fighting. While Carla and I relied on strategy mixed with force, the martial blade god preferred to attack us head-on. As expected of a true martial artist. With my current strategy, Carla utilized a multitude of her abilities at once, engulfing herself in multicolored light. Her body became tougher than anything, and she was easily able to evade the martial blade god's strike. She passed through his follow-up attack, and a double of her assaulted him from behind. This was stopped by the shield protecting the martial blade god. However, Carla was one step ahead. Please visit palpha1.com. In a bright explosion, both she and her clone exploded, reducing the integrity of the shield. Several Carlas appeared, absorbing the rest of the shield, and leaving the opponent bare. Several blades appeared to pierce Carla, what the martial blade god called the mind's blade, but I countered by creating lots of projections to match their attacks. One of his blades took at least 100 projections to slow down, and I knew I couldn't keep it up forever. Fortunately, I bought enough time for Carla to pass through the ongoing assault and prepare to land her very powerful strike, one born from the all-destroying power of the sun. Just to be certain of our victory, I used more projections to halt the martial blade god in his tracks, making him unable to move due to the vulnerable position he was in. Carla went for the strike, putting all her strength into her thrust, no doubt. Once again, a loud explosion roared through the air. Unfortunately, it wasn't because Carla succeeded in killing the martial blade god. Rather, he released a huge surge that countered her hit and even consumed her. That was another death for Carla. Ha, he's one tough fellow. She appeared right beside me, completely regenerated. It never gets old. I thought to myself as she grinned at me. We almost got him that one time. Want to try again? Got any other strategy? She laughed, grinning at me as she winked. I didn't realize when I too started laughing like she was. The feeling was exhilarating for some reason. Feeling what she felt and working with her to this extent. It was too thrilling to pass up. Of course. Leave it to me. He he he. We make a pretty good team. Carla laughed, ready to give it another shot as we both saw the martial blade god emerge from the smoke. Indeed. I genuinely felt satisfied with Carla, even as we fought in this extremely dangerous situation. It surprised me so much, considering how long it had been since I felt something like this. Somehow, only she could inspire this kind of reaction from me. No, Jared, what are you doing? I cautioned myself as I focused on the battle in front of me. What was I truly doing? Just when I had publicly confessed my feelings for Maria and I was making progress on that front, I was once again drooling over Carla. This has to stop. I told myself. As much as I enjoyed her company, I could not betray Maria's trust and our bond. However, despite these thoughts interrupting our moment, I found myself enjoying Carla's company more and more. And as a result, a certain guilt began to plague me. I can't make the same mistake as last time. I must not. Asterisk. Asterisk. Asterisk.